Hey, did they tag that blue crate this morning? Yeah. Okay. I just walked by and hopefully get it on the starting screen. Hello? I think I'm live. Possibly, yeah. What have I done? Did I bring my other phone? Boy, I hope so. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Hey. We're just gonna be on for the next one if it's happening. Test. I guess y'all can hear me, right? I hope so. Space astronaut. We're on a space mission. All right. Stephanie's already trying to bid on something. Dang, Stephanie. Stephanie's already bidding on something. All right. Sorry, I was here on time, but we've had something come up and just things happen. Sometimes I'm ready to go live as soon as I get here, and I get back here at 5:30. Sometimes there's this stuff going on, and when there's a lot going on a Monday, I just can't be here at 5:30. We can try, but it's just not going to happen most of the time. But you know when I'm live, Right, Caden? Caden says right. You know I'm live when I'm live. That's right. This is all trash here. What's that noise? Oh, that's Otis drinking. That's trash. Yeah, that's trash. Thank you, sir. All right. Here we go. Sorry for my tardiness. All right. Just say 6 and make it 6. But look, it's 6:18. You know, I just, we'll see what happens. Okay, I'll try better, okay? I'll try better, everybody. What's going on with Kiss Vinyl, Chad? That's a good question. Maybe you can tell me, and then I'll let you know. All right. Otis is over here eating. You having fun, Otis? Here's Otis right now. All right. Yeah, I wish there was a miracle that Kiss is for Monday night. That is true, John Rob, when I have Kiss records. Now, I will inform you that the Kiss records we buy are typically not easy to get, and we have to locate them to be able to sell them. We have to buy them. We have to buy people's collections, and we have to be able to get them here and sell them. Now, if you know, sometimes we'll buy 5,000 KISS items. In one night, we can sell half of that stuff. And then there's nothing left. And if I don't have any KISS stuff bought, then there's nothing KISS in this building. I therefore have nothing KISS to sell. But if you know somebody out there that has thousands and thousands of KISS items, you send me a link, I'll go buy it, and then we'll sell it here on Monday nights. Otherwise, John Rob, if I don't have KISS stuff, I can't magically make it appear. And I know you commented that you're upset and you're ready to yell at me and you're physically mad, and I wish you wouldn't be. I would love to be able to sell you KISS stuff every night, but I'm sorry, there is only so much KISS stuff in this building, and then you buy it all. And I know some people would buy KISS stuff 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, all day, every day. There's some people that's like, I want KISS in my house, my bathroom, my car. I want to listen to it in the mornings, driving to work. I want to listen to KISS at work. I want to listen to KISS on my way home when I get home. I want to watch KISS. I want to breathe KISS. I want to smell KISS. I want to lick KISS. But there's only so much KISS, and then we have to wait for the next collection. How much new vinyl came in? Here is the new vinyl crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates of new vinyl. John Rob, Chad, I need to know immediately how many vintage crates. John Rob, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vintage crates. Okay? Everybody good to go? All right, let's all take a deep breath and relax. All right. All right. Everybody good? Don't want anybody to have a panic attack on me. Okay? Okay. First cassette lots. I have Michael Jackson, History, Past, Present, and Future, Book 1, and this comes as a double cassette. Michael Jackson comes as a double cassette. That's going to go in slot number A for a $7 start. MJ, $7 start. And then I've got 2 Aerosmith cassettes, Greatest Hits and Get a Grip. We're going to put those together in slot number B for a $7 start. There's that. Over here, we have, Chad, do you have any vintage new vinyl OG? Any vintage new vinyl OG? I feel like that's a trick question. Next is as featured in Stranger Things. As featured in Stranger Things, Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, Running Up That Hill. Kate Bush, a $7 start. That's in C. That's in C. And then we have a sealed Michael Jackson Off the Wall, and that's going to go up in D. That's a $7 start as well. 7s across the board. It's like a slot machine. Michael Jackson, 2 Aerosmith, Kate Bush, and MJ. Okay? That's where we're going to get started, Caden. That's where we're going to get started. All right. Let's put this right over here. All right. Okay. Need to go get those new crates up front. Here we go. Time is ticking. Time is slipping. MJ, Aerosmith, Kate Bush, Michael Jackson. Time keeps on slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping into the future. Okay, let's go get that other crate. Here we go. Let me go get this right up here. I'm getting this crate up here. Leaving. I'll get everything. Oh yeah. Yep. That's what that's what I understand. That's what I understand. I think there is some Kiss stuff I bought from a customer that got delivered up here. I'm going to go try to open those packages. Should be a couple signed Kiss albums and some other Kiss stuff. I don't really remember what I bought, though. Can you pull The Thoughts of Emberless Dabjack from Saturday night? It was the last record, I believe, and put it on this week's. If I can locate that, it's all yours. The challenge now will be locating it. I won't forget. So give me 24 to 48 hours, maybe 72. Okay? You have to give me 24 to 48 hours, maybe 72 to locate that. It should pop up, but you just never know. It may not pop up. I mean, I know we hadn't sold it, but it's one of those deals where it's around here somewhere. Should be able to locate it. Okay. All right. We got a few cassette auctions to get started with tonight. $7 starts just to keep the board back there full. And it looks like we go ahead and sell some. So let me go ahead and clear these out. So the double-decker Michael Jackson here, these are sold together. That's $7, and Travis just bid $10. That's bad for both of us. And then Jeff Coleman got both Aerosmiths. That means Kate Bush is a buy it now for $7, and the sealed Michael Jackson's a buy it now for $7. So those are buy it nows for $7 and $7, okay? So those are buy it nows for $7 and $7. And then we have a C and D for $7. And Chad, there was an album with a blue and black cover and red crate that I'd like to purchase, please. And then, did you sell all 4 of those McFarlane Love Gun sets? All 4 McFarlane Love Gun sets. No, we still got 2, and then I found another one. Okay. By the way, so these are $7 buy it nows, Kate Bush and sealed Michael Jackson. And then, Jeff, what is C and D for $7? You may have lost me there. Okay, and then let me grab this right over here. I've got some sealed LPs, I think, still over here to run. Yep, a couple, it looks like. And then I got some miscellaneous over here on this table. Chad, I didn't get an invoice today. Chad, I hadn't received my invoice from today. And Chad, I've checked everything. I don't have an invoice yet. Okay, so, whoa. Let me wait 1 second on something. Hold on a minute. Time out. I'm still waiting for my invoice. Hold up for a second. Stand by. Hold up for a second. Hold up 1 second. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Wait 1 moment. Hold up. Hold everybody up. Whoa. Wait a second. Stand by. Whoa. Hold up. Wait 1 second. Stand by. Hold up a second. Stand by. Let's calm down. Hold up a minute. Stand by. Wait a second. Hold up. Whoa. Okay, let's restart, okay? Hi, my name's Chad, and I'm going to be selling some stuff tonight. So first of all, Marion Corbetti, if you want this, it will be $7. Sold or pass. If not, it's sold to amenities. All right, and that leaves 1 no bid over here, okay? Okay, there's that. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab this right here, which is, give me 1 second. Stand by. Hold up. Okay, and this is going to go up in slot number A for a $1 start. This is the Bruce Springsteen 5 LP live box set. This is 1975 to 1985. This is the Bruce Springsteen 5 LP box and book, and that's going to go up in slot A. No condition notes on the vinyl. A $1 start, okay? MJ over here is sold in for $7, and that one is sold for $7 to amenities, okay? Bruce Springsteen is a $1 start. That's now up for bid. Next item I have is we're going to do these. We're going to do this one. and this one together. So here's two more Michael Jackson cassettes. These are going to go up in slot number B. This is Dangerous and History in the Mix. Those two together are going to go in B for a $10 start. There's MJ. That's a $10 start on that one. And then I'll address everybody's invoice question in 1 second. And that's, or with one answer. And that is, if you bought something last week and for some reason you don't have an invoice, then I need you to really check your messenger or check your junk folder on your email. And if you don't have it there, then just go ahead and message Ed, because evidently there's something's happened, because I've never seen so many people on earth say that they didn't get an invoice. So sounds like some kind of bug, or sounds like some kind of glitch, because there was about 19 people there in a row that says they need an invoice. That's highly unusual. Sometimes there's 2, maybe 3, but I had never seen right then in that moment so many people say they need an invoice. So all I got to say is we'll try to get in that, but you got to make sure you let us know, okay? Make sure you let us know on that one. All right. Here's a KISS item. Looks like some kind of fan-inspired Gene Simmons hand-painted portrait type deal. It's actually pretty cool. It's on canvas. Let me go to the top cam here so y'all can see. It's really cool item. It's signed by somebody. I really don't know who, but it's a really, really well done canvas portrait of Gene Simmons. That's going to go up in slot number D over here for a $55 start, okay? I'm just going to prop it up right there. So that's in D for a $55 start, Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons. No invoice. I didn't get an invoice. Okay, I'll go ahead and message Ed right now. One second. All right. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So I've sent him a message and Tanner for them to look into it. Of course, Ed's gone for the day. He already told me he didn't get to all the corrections, but he'll try his best when he gets back. Okay. This should be a pretty pricey cassette. This is not easy to get. I've never seen one with the slipcase either. This is Marilyn Manson. I've never seen one with a cardboard slipcase. Usually I've seen it like that. This is Mechanical Animals. It's obviously the original cassette. And then this is a $10 start on Marilyn Manson, okay? So that's up for bid. And then Bruce Springsteen's at $10, and the 2 Michael Jackson cassettes are at $10, and those are final call. You heading out, Caden? The Gene Simmons canvas is at $55 with Sonny Crockett. Okay, now I'm finally going to try to get this video pulled up, and we got a lot to sell. I've reached out to him about the problem we're having. I've been hit with a lot of data in the last hour. I've been hit with more information. I'm not just talking about live here, but more breaking news and information in the last hour. I don't know if my brain can process everything that's happened. Let me get physically and mentally reset here. I got to get into record salesman mode, or we're not going to be able to have a sale. I'm going to be here trying to put out fires for the next hour. Okay, let me just get in total record sales mode, and let me get reset here. Okay. All right. Sorry for the delay. All right. Okay. So it's like one of those deals I show up and it's like, wham, right in your face, Chad. And I'm like, whoa, buddy. It's Monday and I just woke up. Let's take all this one thing at a time. Okay. So here's some of the stuff we sold this morning. We sold Greg Lake, Alice Cooper, Backstreet Boys, L.A. Gun, Steve Miller, P.J. Harvey, The Claypool, St. Vincent, Rush, L.L., Silverchair Saxon, Our Lady Peace, Beastie Boys, Edward, Judas, Pink Floyd, and Collective Soul. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get more auctions going then. So Bruce Springsteen is sold to Jeff Coleman for $10. Thank you on that. These two MJ cassettes are sold to Amenities for $10. The Marilyn Manson just got a bid for $15. And then over here is the Gene Simmons, which is sold to Sonny Crockett for $55. Thank you, Sonny Crockett. That's sold to you for $55. That is miscellaneous item number 1 of the night. Thank you on that. Gene Simmons is sold. Here comes another Kiss item. This is a Kiss tapestry. This is a Kiss tapestry from Hot in the Shade. This is going to be kind of difficult to show, but I will try my best to spread it out here. This is going to go up for bid in slot number D as well. Number D on this one. This is a Kiss Hot in the Shade tapestry, an original, exclusively licensed. Of course, this was what, like 89? Is that right? I think 89 on Hot in the Shade. Yeah, there's 1990, the Kiss Company, Kiss Organization. So Kiss tapestry, $10 start in slot number D. All right, Hot in the Shade tapestry. $10 start in slot number D, all right? Letter D, number D, whichever you prefer. As y'all see, we have a lot more stoner rock again tonight. I've got those, and then I got some other cool cassettes back here. Here is a sealed Michael Jackson Thriller cassette. Take a look at that. It does have a little bit of a crack right there in the jewel case, but that is unopened Thriller. That's got to be pretty special, right? That's going to go up in B for a $15 start. $15 start there on Thriller, okay? That's now up for bid. Let me get my camera sorted here. Thriller's now up for bid. That's up for bid in B. All right, and then over here we got Marilyn Manson. We got Kiss. All right, let's get started here. Okay. Well, I need one more auction, don't I? Man, I can't get this crate started. I think there's some kind of force working against me tonight. I don't know who it is or what they're trying to do, but there's something working against us tonight. They don't want us to sell any records. And you know what? I'm going to fight back because that's what I do. I'm a fighter. I fight back against forces working against us, okay? Anybody a Tom T. Hall fan? This is pretty cool, I think. It's a vintage Tom T. Hall. Tom T. Hall and the Storytellers. He signed it and dated it 1987. It's JSA certified. We got it JSA checked. That's a vintage Tom T. Hall autographed hat with JSA authentication. Country legend right there. $35 start. That's a cool display piece. $35 start for Tom T. Hall. Okay. Here we go. First thing I have is Jack Johnson's Surfle Music. This is one of his newest releases. It's a double LP. Jack Johnson is $49.99. We have The Cult Sonic Temple. The Cult Sonic Temple. We sold a copy of Electric. Sonic Temple is still available. It is $38.99. So that one's still available. That's a gatefold double LP. And then we have Wishbone Ash Argus. That's new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. Wishbone Ash Argus is $38.99. So a quick rundown on our auctions. Slot A is an autographed Tom T. Hall. Autographed Tom T. Hall. This is a sealed Michael Jackson Thriller cassette at 16. This is Marilyn Manson at 17. And then there's the Kiss tapestry at $22 of Donnie Parsons. Zach Andrews wants the Cult Sonic Temple. Thank you, Zach Andrews. And then we have Porno for Pyros, which is their self-titled album. And it's the Rhino Reserve. Excellent pressing on that one. $38.99. Rush Counterparts. This did get claimed. It's a double LP remaster. Anything that you see me sell out of, we can do a waiting list on. Tim Rory got Rush Counterparts. Thank you on that, Tim Rory. And we have Supergrass, I Should Coco. And Supergrass originally came out in 1995. That is $34.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Black Label Society, Order of the Black, and that's with 3 bonus tracks on black ice colored vinyl. $38.99 on that one. And then 7 Mary 3, Orange Avenue. 7 Mary 3 is a limited edition 1000 on orange vinyl. Limited edition 1000 on orange vinyl on the 7 Mary 3. Those are $41.99. Wayne Green Pepper. green pepper colored vinyl. The name of the album is White Pepper, and Ween is $33.99. That had been out of print for a while. And then here's the new Claypool linen, and this actually got sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl. That sold to him for $56.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then here's another Ween. Excuse me, no, this is Foo Fighters. This is the new Foo Fighters album at $29.99. All right, let's end A, B, and C. Tom T. Hall's, I buy it now for $35. Autographed hat with JSC authentication. The sealed Michael Jackson Thriller, $16 sold to Amenities. And Marilyn Manson sold to Dennis Casares for $17. So thank y'all on that. Tom T. Hall's now, I buy it now. Autographed and dated, not personalized, and a nice vintage hat too. So that's pretty cool. It's available for a buy it now. Let's run a couple more cassette auctions. I've got 3 classics here. Man, some of these are, I'm like, what? These are sealed? I have Michael Jackson Bad here, and Michael Jackson Bad is sealed, and that's another original sealed cassette. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And then we have another Marilyn Manson Antichrist Superstar. That's going to go up for a $10 start. So there's 2 more. There's a sealed MJ, and then there is the Marilyn Manson there. They're still bidding on the Kiss Tapestry. Chad, not sure if you saw my order for inner sleeves. If you hit one of the commands and the notification box pops up, it's automatically on your invoice. So yeah, I don't have to actually even read it out loud. It just automatically happens there, okay? So that's kind of like an automatic type deal. Are my Rolling Stones fans watching? Is Brent and Carol on here yet? I got a couple Rolling Stones items over here that I meant to have them put in the hot picture, but I didn't get to it. And let me see what else is laying over here. I got some other signed stuff. I currently do not know where the JSA card for this is. I currently have no idea, but this is a cool Porter Wagner item. It's from that movie Nashville Rebel. It's a signed Porter Wagner lobby card. It's on an original item too. That was that Waylon Jennings movie from back in 1966. Had kind of an all-star country lineup. And this is signed by Porter Wagner. Now, as usual, if we don't have the JSA card on hand, not a big deal. But if we find it later, I'll mail it to you. It's stickered. It's good to go. And that's signed by Porter Wagner. And that's going to go up for a $100 start on the button. 100 on Porter. Very cool item there. I did some digging in what we call the vault over here next to me. I got it cleaned out today. I really just put stuff on shelves and got where you can get to the floor. And I found a lot of sports cards. I found a lot of autographs. I found comic books. I found tapestries. I found T-shirts. And I got some of that stuff to run tonight for miscellaneous items. Chad, I received the invoice, but top loaders were not on there. Okay. They may have not come in. I think I still got you on a waiting list. And then we have Wayne Quebec. Wayne is a double LP, $44.99. Quick update on our auctions. We have the Marilyn Manson at $16. Nobody's bid on the sealed MJ yet at $15. The tapestry over here, the tapestry is at $35 of Donnie Parsons, and that's a final call. This is an original lobby card. Yeah, this is from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is an actual, you can just tell from the inking. This is, and I just know because I know what the reprints look like. It has pinholes too. That was stapled at a theater lobby at some point. See the staple holes right here? So these lobby cards would have come in sets of 8. And yes, this one's signed by Porter. And that's an original 1966 lobby card. So very cool item to be signed. $100 start on that one. Counting Crows, August and everything after. Mr. Jones and Me, Counting Crows is $46.99. I still got 2 of those. And I think we sold our Collective Soul albums. This was Collective Soul self-titled. That is sold to Vince Lano at $29.99. If anybody wants on a wait list, I always reorder those. And then here is Opeth. And Opeth is a double LP, 44 on Opeth. And that one's called Still Life. And then Matchbox 20. Matchbox 20 is $38.99. Exile on Mainstream. Matchbox 20, $38.99. That's for Matchbox 20. I don't think we had a claim on any of those. I don't think so, okay? All right, let's close out B, C, and D then. So Zach Andrews got Marilyn Manson for $17. The sealed MJ's a $15 buy it now. And then Donnie Parsons got the Kiss tapestry here, and that's sold to Donnie Parsons for $35. I'm having trouble seeing the bid. Is that normally like that? I need to tell Jake the chat is overlaying the price in D. Is that the same way for y'all? It's like the chat is covering the slot. It's supposed to go behind it. I think that's supposed to go behind that, but I'll have to make sure I'm not crazy, because I know on a daily basis people say, Chad, you are crazy, my man. Okay, and there just came in a lot of comments. Okay, let me see if I can do that. D's covered, yes. So let me go over here and see what's going on. Let me see what happened over here. Let me text Jake right quick. He might not be available. I don't know if I can fix that easy enough. D slot is covered with chat. All right. All right. Okay, we got everybody tagged and taken care of there. I'll go ahead and take Porter off the table too. Porter is a $100 buy it now, okay? So 2 country autographs over here, Tom T. Hall and Porter Wagner. No takers on those. Bad night for have Doom Metal and Sludge Metal and Stoner Metal to be running country autographs, but there they are. It's available. And then let's go ahead and put up 4 more. Let me get right into our vinyl for tonight. Once again, a lot of unusual stuff that I don't see too often. So let me pick out a couple here and see what they got, and we'll go from there. So the first thing I have is this. Night Stalker, Just a Burn. Night Stalker is a 2016 Grease Stoner Rock, Space Hard Rock, limited to 200 near mint, and that is Night Stalker, and that's going to go up in slot A for a $50 start. And then this is Savartanat. Do what? Savartanat. And that is a 2016 Sweden, limited to 300. That one's also near mint, $55. Yes, Stacy, you did get the Michael Jackson cassette. This is sold to Stacy Metternich for $15, okay? Yes, you got the sealed $200 Michael Jackson cassette. Good job. I figured that would do a lot more than that, but nice pickup there. And then here is a classic. This says Columbia Record Club. This is Nirvana's Nevermind cassette. Must be part of the Columbia Record Club, CRC, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Nirvana is now up for bid. Nirvana is now up for bid, a $15 start on that one. And then let's run Eminem, the Slim Shady. This has to be an original. Look at this. It's on the purple cartridge, Eminem, Slim Shady cassette. I don't think I've had that one before on a purple cartridge. That's also going up for a $15 start, okay? And then let me see. Let me try to work on this myself. Let me see if the chat, let me click this. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I have no idea. Chat. There's a button that says don't touch, okay? I better not touch anything. There's literally something that says, there's a button over there that says chat, and it says do not touch. So we'll wait on that. Yeah, Johnny the Fox is still $24.99. That is absolutely correct. Pixies Bossa Nova, and Pixies Bossa Nova is $33.99. I've got Pearl Jam 10. That's their debut album, $29.99 for Pearl Jam 10. And also I have Mad Season, and this is the album by Matchbox 20. $44.99. That's on blue vinyl. And then we have the greatest hits of 311. 311's greatest hits is a double LP, $33.99. And Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution, $44.99 for Judas Priest. And Foo Fighters' greatest hits. Foo Fighters' greatest hits is $39.99. Okay, so Thin Lizzy is sold for $24.99 to Tommy Ralph. Thank you, Tommy. That's sold to you. I'm going to put a copy of Pearl Jam back there. That's nice and pretty. And we have another Foo Fighters, Alex Miller on the Judas Priest. Thank you on that one. So final chance on these auctions. These are $50 starts. Night Stalker, which is Stoner Rock, limited to 200 magenta. And this artist here, which I'm not for sure how to spit that out, that's the $55. Also, I didn't take action earlier. Dang it, I forgot about the Porter Wagner autograph too, because that's right when the chat messed up. So here's the deal on Porter Wagner. Scentless Apprentice got his offer in first, but Matt Marco claimed it at full price. So I doubt Scentless Apprentice wants it for $100. So Scentless Apprentice, do you want Porter for $100? If you pass, it's sold to Matt Marco. Okay, sorry I didn't make that clear when that ended over here. So sold or pass at $100, and then we'll figure out what happens there. Oasis, definitely maybe. Oasis is $44.99. That's a double LP, $44.99. So this is sold to Matt Marco for $100. Thank you, Matt Marco. That's sold to you. The Nirvana Nevermind cassette's about to sell for $15. Slim Shady's about to sell for $15. We're about to end those. Let me lay Porter over here. That was sold to Matt Marco for $100. Thank you, Matt Marco, on that. Let's go over here and grab this next couple items if I know what I've done with them. This was evidently a Clint Eastwood. This was an old non-payment, or it's something I priced from back in the day. I think, honestly, it's something I priced back in the day that we didn't get paid, so either one. There's a new bid on Slim Shady for $16. Jim B found out $200 and $300 cassettes are selling on here tonight for $10 and $20. So he's evidently woke up his kids and said, hey kids, it's time to get on here and bid on stuff, okay? It's time to get on here and bid on stuff. Boy, I got a fly that's attacking me. I'm going to have to go up front and get the old fly swatter. I think I got one back here. This fly's about to die, though. I don't have a slot open for that right now. But before I do that, let me go ahead and close A and B. These are $50 buy it nows if anybody wants those. A and B are $50 buy it nows. $50 buy it nows there on A and B if anybody wants those. Okay, there's 5 crates of new vinyl back here behind me. There's 5 crates of new vinyl back here behind me. And along with that, let me move some of the stuff out of my way here. What else is there? There's also 5 crates of new vintage. Okay, let me lay that right there. Okay, what happened? Amenities got Nirvana for $15. Thank you on that. All right, and Zach Andrews gets these. So does Zach Andrews for $50 and $50. Thank you, Zach Andrews. PJ Harvey is sold to John Farrell. Thank you, John Farrell. That's sold to him for $36. Those last 2 records were sold for $100 each. And then collectives, or for $50 each, excuse me. And then Vince Lano got collective sold, hence allegations. That's sold to Vince Lano for $29.99. And then there's one left there, okay? All right, let me close out the auction. And right now, Slim Shady's at $17 with Jason Thomas. And that is a final call. All right, let's go ahead and pull 2 more from over here. And the next 2 is Ripple Music Presents Turn to Stone Chapter 1. Ripple Music Presents Turn to Stone Chapter 1. 2020. This is limited 150. Near mint on green vinyl. A $40 start on that one. And then Paranoid Reverb Billion Drops. 2020 Grease, also limited edition. Near mint green vinyl. $40 start on that. That's up for bid in slot number B. That's for bid there in B. Just FYI. I got him. The fly is dead. I killed that sucker, man. He is out. All right, here comes another rap cassette for slot number C. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style. That's going to go up for a $10 start there in slot number C. Okay, I've got Beastie Boys License to Ill. Beastie Boys is $36.99. Not Backstreet Boys, the Beastie Boys. And this is $36.99, sold to Red Cave Collections. Thank you on Red Cave Collections. Appreciate that. And then I've got Soul Asylum. That's $39.99, and that's Let Your Dim Light Shine, limited to number to 2,000. And then Portishead Dummy. Portishead is $36.99. That's still available. And so is the Cult Electric. Now, this one's sold to Mark Hammer for $34.99. $34.99. So quick update on our auctions. Turn to Stone does have a bid for $40. Paranoid Reverb is a $40 start. Ron Eaton has Snoop Dogg at $10. And it looks like, I can't see who has the high bid on D. Boy, this is going to be frustrating. I think it says $18. And I really hope Jake checks his text messages pretty soon so he can fix the chat over there. I don't know how that happened. How does something like that get reset where the chat's covering up the box? So he'll get that. It's probably some kind of layering thing. I was hoping I could figure it out, but evidently not. Text scroll, do not touch. Update time here. Overlay top. Let me see what this does. Nope, not that. Text scroll, chat auctions. Let's see what this does. Oh, okay, we don't want that to happen, do we? What does this do? Oh, we don't want that to happen. All right, what if we open this up right here? Chat auctions with 4. Let's see what this does. Well, not that. No, that just makes it hide. Okay, anyway. All right, there's that. Is it fixed? Are you sure? Did that do it? Wait a second. Wait a second. No, it's still not over. The chat's supposed to go behind it. Yeah, I'm not for sure. I'll wait for him. I thought I could click a button and it would work. Okay, so we still are looking for Greg Lake, Alice Cooper, Backstreet Boys, LA Gun, Steve Miller, St. Vincent, LL Cool J, Silverchair, Saxon, Our Lady Peace, Edward Citizen, and Judas Priest. Okay, so Danae De La O was actually supposed to get this Judas Priest record. I'll make sure that whoever got tagged for one of those, let's write that down, because there was actually a claim for Judas Priest, and that was for Danae De La O. So I got to figure out who claimed that. Who claimed the Judas Priest live earlier, because it was actually already sold to Danae De La O. And then that crate leaves the following: Portishead, Soul Asylum, Beastie Boys, Collective Soul, Oasis, Foo Fighters, 311, Matchbox 20, Pearl Jam, the Pixies, Matchbox 20, Opeth, Counting Crows, Ween, Foo Fighters, Ween, Seven Mary 3, Black Label Society, Supergrass, Porno for Pyros, Wishbone Ash, Argus, and then Jack Johnson, okay? All right, so change Judas Priest. We're just going to change around the names here. Instead, give this to Danae De La O. She actually claimed it 9 hours ago. And then put, let's put Alex Miller on a waiting list, okay? What is an auction A? What is the St. Vincent in the crate? There's no St. Vincent in the crate. There will be a St. Vincent in the next crate, but it's already spoken for. This is called Ripple Music Presents Turn to Stone, Intergalactic Wasteland. It's a 2020 USOG, and it's a final call for $40. Paranoid Reverb is also a bot, or it's ended. It's a $40 bot now. Paranoid Reverb, $40 bot now on that. Jim B gets Slim Shady for $18 on the purple cartridge. That's sold to Jim B for $18. Thank you on that. All right, and I got to go get this other crate, but not before I put up some other auctions, okay? Next thing I have over here is the following. I have going up for bid right now. I have this. I have one called Lucifungus. Lucifungus. Akuma Ken. And that's a 2019 limited 150 yellow vinyl with poster. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. A is sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Thank you, Zach Andrews. That was Turned to Stone. That's sold to Zach for $40. And Zach, if you want Paranoid here, I'll sell it to you for $35. I'll sell it to you for $35 on that. Impesh has the Snoop Dogg at $13 right now. Okay. All right, let me go get my other crate. And let me go set this one right over here. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, let me go do that right now. Because I turn to stone. When you are gone, I turn to stone. Wow, it's broad daylight outside. That's weird. It's just darkness when I walk up here. Just darkness. I forget it's like one of the longest days of the year right now, right? So it's kind of weird coming here and starting these sales, and I'll walk up front 2 hours later to grab something else to drink, and it's still daylight, and I'm like, man, this is so weird. But this winter, I'll walk up there and I'll be like, dang, it's already dark. It'll be dark. Okay. Impesh got Snoop Dogg for $13. That's sold to him, thank you. And then Zach Andrews gets a Paranoid Reverb for $33. All right, let me go ahead and take this stack of cassettes in here. Let me see what other ones I had. I got, let's see. We'll do 2 more here for $10 starts. Coolio, Gangster's Paradise, and Macy, Harlem World. And those are going to go up for $10 starts and $10 starts. That's in C and D there, okay? All right, and then Lucifungus is up for bid. Let me grab this crate right here. And then also I have gone up for bid this right here. This is happening at this moment. And that is Run DMC. And Run DMC is a 2017 Euro, 180 gram. It's near mint, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. All right, $20 start on that one. First thing in here is St. Vincent, which we were just talking about. This is sold to Daryl Johnson. It's the purple vinyl exclusive at $33.99. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. St. Vincent is sold to Daryl Johnson. We can have those back in this week. Greg Lake Anthology. This was claimed by Stephen A. Young. Thank you. It's a double LP compilation. I can get more of those if anybody wants one. And then we had Bon Jovi self-titled, a.k.a. Mike Massey in disguise. This is $33.99 for Bon Jovi. And then we have LL Cool J Radio. And LL Cool J Radio, this was claimed by Jason Brian Lee for $33.99. Thank you. If anybody else wants one, we can put you on a wait list. This is the Backstreet Boys Millennium, which is available only as a picture disc. That is sold to Seth Lucas, $33.99. If anybody wants one of those as a waiting list, let me know. Edward Scissorhands was sold over here to Danae De La O. That's sold to Danae for $33.99. And we have Trouble Psalm 9. And Trouble Psalm number 9 is $29.99. Trouble Psalm number 9. $29.99. That's still available. And then LA Guns did get claimed by Rick Hall. That's sold to Rick Hall for $36.99. Spice Girls is still available. $36.99 for Spice Girl. Trouble is sold to Scully Mac. Thank you on that one. These 2 cassettes are sold. Amenities gets Coolio for $10. And if anybody wants Macy, it's a buy it now for $10. Okay, Run DMC has a bid. Lucifungus is still getting bids. Those are up for bid. And slot number A and B. There's 2 cassette buy it nows that did not get a bid, and 1 autographed hat. And 1 autographed hat. Let's try another Stoner Rock looking title. This is Hydra. And Hydra is called From Light to the Abyss. And Hydra is a 2020 Poland out of print doom metal Stoner Rock. Never has sold before. A lot of these are very limited edition pressings, and there's not many comps. You know, you might see where one sold last year for $33, and that's because that's the only one that's ever been listed. The Macy MA$E Harlem World, and that's on Bad Boy Records, $10 on that one. This is an awesome looking crate so far. I wanted to go through this one second. It was the second crate in the video, and I was like, man, this is some good titles. A lot of this stuff must have came in on a Friday, because a lot of times when we get a big delivery on Friday, most people are tapped out, and it's not our biggest night for vinyl anyways, for just viewership. And sometimes we get a lot of stuff on Fridays, and there's just not a lot of people watching. And when I go through those crates later, it's like, holy crap, it's just like a brand new It's like might as well be new arrivals, okay? Hydra starting bid in C is $40, Zach Andrews. And Tim Voldness has Run DMC, and Church of Not Nothing has Lucifungus. Macy is sold to Jim B for $6. And the only other no bid is Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, running up that hill. That's a $7 buy it now. That's the only one that hadn't sold. And then we'll bundle these last two together. There's one more over here, and I might run it, I might not. Depends on how good of a mood I'm in. I've already let some sealed ones go really cheap, but I think this one's special. But first, I'll put these two together. Mad Season by Matchbox 20 and Dave Matthews Before These Crowded Streets. We'll put both of those up for a $10 start in D. All right, next LP was another Supergrass. We had one of those in the other one. When I hear that, I think it's going to be a bluegrass album, but I think it's far from bluegrass. $34.99 on Supergrass. Here's John Anderson from Yes, his solo album Earth, Mother Earth. John Anderson's $39.99. And we have Monster Magnet Super Judge. Monster Magnet Super Judge is $36.99. Run DMC is sold to Tim Voldness for $20. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. Lucifungus over here is sold to Church of Not Nothing at $34. And Zach Andrews has Hydra at $40. And that's a final call. Our next auction is going to be a Tesla and Zappa. So slot number A is Tesla. That's called Shock. And Tesla is a 2019 USOG and Shrink and Hype. A Strong VG, a $15 start on Tesla. And then here's Frank Zappa, Poughkeepsie, New York, and Unofficial, Volume 2. And Zappa is sealed, a $35 start. Filter Short Bus. Filter is $33.99. This is still available. Filter, and so is MDC, Millions of Dead Cops. That's white vinyl, $44 on that one. Jeff Coleman got Kate Bush for $6. That's sold to Jeff Coleman for $6. Thank you. Maybe that's what he was trying to buy earlier. Thank you, Jeff Coleman. And then Poison the Whale, Peace and Place. Poison the Whale's on clear vinyl, $38.99. And then Saxon, and this is sold to Tom Kelly, The Inner Sanctum, $39.99. Thank you on that one. Hydra over here is sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Tesla has a bid for $15. $8 limited shipping if you're international. If you're overseas, it's calculated shipping. You can buy as much as you want, and then we'll send you an invoice after we got everything combined and posted, and then we'll take it from there. Here's one that came from the Seth bonus crate. This is Wallows, the Singles Collection. And Wallows is a 2022 Record Store Day limited edition blue vinyl. That is going to go up for a $65 start. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood, $33.99 for Dr. Feelgood. I still got a couple of these available, remastered, of course. Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator, that's $39.99 for Revelator. That's a double LP. The Braveheart soundtrack is $39.99. And then we have It's Such a Good Feeling, The Best of Mr. Rogers. And Mr. Rogers is on yellow vinyl, $33 on that one. Stacy has the two cassettes for $10. We're about to sell those. King's X Ear Candy, limited and numbered to 1,500 on purple vinyl. King's X is $39.99. And then Silverchair. Silverchair is sold to Jason Brian Lee, and that was $39.99. Thank you on that one. Our Lady Peace, this is sold to Jake Perganson. White vinyl, $29.99. I can get more of those if anybody wants one. And then Flogging Molly Float. Flogging Molly's $33.99. And then Depeche Mode, Music for the Masses. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Stacy Metternich on the Mr. Rogers, thank you. Let's go ahead and close B, C, and D. So Frank Zappa over here is a $35 buy. Now, somebody bought part 1 last week. They probably don't even know part 2's up for bid. Wallows is a buy now for $65. And then Stacy Metternich gets both of these cassettes, $10 for both of them. Thank you, Stacy. Those are so to you. Tesla's at $25 with Stephen Douglas. And, I need to send something before I forget. Let me do this here. And let me hit this. Let's see if this is the right thing. Okay. And then let me take this number. All right. So there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, and then next was 3 Days Grace, Alienation. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. Alienation. Flogging Molly again within a mile of home. Flogging Molly was $33, and then Jack Johnson. This is Brushfire Fairy Tales. $33 on Jack Johnson. And Pink Floyd Metal, and this was sold to Stephen Douglas. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. $33.99. Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. That's sold to Todd Kilgore. Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. Stephen Douglas also gets Tesla for $25. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. And I've got the Steve Miller Band, the new Fly Like an Eagle 50th anniversary picture disc. We got one sold to George Jones for $39.99. Soundgarden, the A-sides. And Soundgarden's a double LP, like a greatest hits of Soundgarden. 46 on that one. And Rush, Fly By Night. They kick-started their new tour last night with their new drummer. And I've seen nothing but positive reviews. So I'm very excited to go see Rush. I'm probably going to go to the Atlanta show this November. But I've seen nothing but positive reviews over there for the Rush show. So looking forward to that. Let me see what I got over here. T-shirts, trying to get tonight's agenda lined up. It is kind of Kiss night. It will always be Kiss night, even if we don't have Kiss stuff. I'll try to slip in some stuff, but here's a Kiss and Def Leppard shirt. Kiss and Def Leppard shirt is a sewn-in tag. This is a size small. Size small. Let's take a look at it. This is the Kiss and Def Leppard tour they did together, the 40th anniversary. This is going to go up in slot A for a $20 start. Kiss 40th anniversary. Kiss and Def Leppard, size small, $20 start, sewn-in tag. It's printed on the back, and that's going to go up for a $20 start on that. $20 start on that, okay? There's that. I watched Annika nail the Tom Sawyer drum solo. It was like dum da dum 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 dum. I was like, man, I wish I could do that. Holy crap. All right, so over here, Soundgarden is sold to Mark Gerster for $46.99. $46.99. Yeah, and Amy, man, I know I saw Time Stand Still in the set list. I was like, oh, man, I hope they play that in Atlanta. That's my favorite Rush song, that and Red Barchetta. But Time Stand Still, oh, holy moly. Holy moly. I've used lyrics. I've used lyrics for that song for 2 different occasions. I've used lyrics to that song when I spoke at a wedding. I quoted Neil Peart, Time Stand Still, when I spoke at a wedding and when I gave a eulogy at a funeral one time. So that's one of my favorite songs of all time. And I saw that and I was like, oh, man, I hope they play that in Atlanta. Oh, man. Of course, I'm sure that was a special occasion having Amy Mann there, but I was like, oh, golly, I would love to watch them play that live. So just absolutely amazing. I'm very excited. I played my Rush pinball machine early this morning. I hadn't turned it on in probably 2 or 3 weeks. I fired that thing up and played some Rush pinball. I was like, oh, man, I'm back in a Rush kick. I listened to Rush on my way here. I was like, here we go, man. Speaking of, does anybody need Fly By Night? Tongues of Hades. Next, check this out. This is a sealed Palace pressing of Nirvana Nevermind. It's a 2013 sealed Palace pressing, a $105 start. $105 start on that. And then we got Badlands Voodoo Highway. Badlands is a unofficial. It will be colored vinyl. We just can't confirm the color. And Badlands is a $75 start. $75 start on Badlands. Our next auction is going to be this. It's a Japanese Rolling Stones item. And this is the Rolling Stones, Let's Spend the Night Together and Ruby Tuesday. Look at this really cool piece here. Look at the flat back, too. Awesome. 2 early, cool vintage shots there of the Stones. It's on this yellow London label. It's a solid VG to be a 60s record from Japan. Very nice. Solid VG plus, I mean. And that's going to go up in D for a $20 start. $20 start on the Rolling Stones, okay? Did the Gene Simmons lots come in? Yeah, Gene Simmons lot should have been billed this week. There was only one problem. Gerald Whitworth, if you're watching, yours had a severed cord. Yours had a severed cord. Everybody should have got one. They should have been all keyed in. And by the way, I'll give y'all a sneak peek of what's to come for pre-order. Stand by. Stand by. I'll show y'all what's to come for pre-order before anybody says they want one of these or before anybody says they want anything else. I have coming soon for pre-order. I have coming soon for pre-order. Check this out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The individual heads. I'm going to post them in one post, and that's going to be as a individually. You can pre-order them or for the whole group, and we'll probably do that. I might can get it up right now. I might can get that going right now actually while everybody's here and with me. Okay. Let everybody know. Let me get these pictures and photos saved. And since I'm making the announcement on Kiss Night, I think that'd be a good time to do it, right? So I think these are going to do very well. And a lot of people like this one. This one also sold very well. And I got to get a replacement for Gerald on that one. And let's see what I've got over here. Let me go ahead and do this. I don't have a video. I don't have a video going of Ace. But what I'll do is I'll post. I think it might work better. It might work better if I just do the photos. And then I'll post one in the comments. Let me just do the photos and one video. The algorithm might not work too well. Let me just go ahead and do the videos too. I can't add photos and videos. Dang. Yeah, I can't do Wait, I can't? It won't let me. You used to. Can't do photos and videos. Okay, I'll post them in the comments then. All right, and let me hit Save Draft. We're about to get started with tonight's new vinyl. Let me go find my copy and paste description for a lot box. It shouldn't be that hard. There's Megadeth, okay. So here's what I'll do. Let me go over here. Let's do this. All right, and then I'm going to hit Paste. We're going to hit Kiss. Solo album. All right, $59.99 each. Or, let's see, we can do 50. Let's do, so 60 times 4 would be 240. Let's do 225 for the set, or 225 discount price for the set. We need to turn down the volume over here. Is that Jack or Jake? Hello? Can you turn down the volume? I can hear my AI voice over here talking to me. Pre-order Kiss solo album lot box with LED changing colors. Yep. Okay. I think there's that. Any more Gene? Not in stock. No, not in stock. Nope. Sorry. So that's available in Whole Lot of Records for pre-order. And now that that's live, let me post a couple videos in the comments. And then let's go over here. Let's post Gene. And let's post Paul. They all are going to be the same. I don't have a video on Ace, though. That's not good. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Jake. I think Jake's on the session. He's about to fix the chat. Okay, so we got Stacy Metternich on the Kiss Def Leppard shirt. Let's go ahead and sell that to Stacy for $28. Thank you, Stacy. That's sold to you for $28. Let's get that taken care of. Let's shift all this down. All right, and now that we've got the letter for this Kiss autograph, I can go ahead and try to run it tonight. I think I've got a few other Kiss t-shirts over here as well. All right, there's that. And then here is officially, and I'm actually going to finally run it for the first time with the JSA letter. So I've shown this thing 2 or 3 times, but I think a couple people have held off. I think a couple people held off because they didn't know who actually signed it. So this is signed by, of course, Kiss. This lineup is Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Tommy Thayer, Eric Singer. And then the other signatures that is part of the Scooby-Doo movie is Tony Cervone, Matthew Lillard, Paulie Perrette, Gray Delisle, Kevin Shanick, and Gray Delisle evidently signed it again. Now, there's more on there than I thought there was, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe that's just a duplicate name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So that is the Kiss Scooby-Doo. And I found this too. It's a lenticular thing. Scooby-Doo and Kiss Rock and Roll Mystery autograph signing. So it's actually a wristband from the autograph signing. Okay. And that's up for bid. And this is a $375 start in slot A. $375 on that. Fully signed by Kiss and then some of the Scooby-Doo. Okay. And then Nirvana. Let's sell this to Brent for $105. And then Badlands. Badlands is a buy it now for $75. That is a unofficial that will be on colored vinyl. Unofficial that will be on colored vinyl. And then the Rolling Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $26. If I mess something up or I missed a question, go ahead and throw it at me again, okay? Go ahead and throw it at me again. Now, over here, I've got another Rolling Stones item. These came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and these just came back. I just found, didn't come back, I just found the certification for these. This is a guy, he was a rock photographer back in the 60s. I really can't find comps, but what I was told is we got word from Dale. Dale bought these online and they were not cheap, okay? And these are from a photographer known as George Shuba. And I think at one time he had an eBay store. It's not on there anymore. There is his business card. He was a rock photographer. And look at this shot of Mick Jagger. And so this is from his original archive. He signed it, George Shuba, and it is JSA authenticated. And JSA told me it's worth having his signature authenticated on his prints. You know, sometimes we get stuff like that and it's just like signed by an artist or signed by a photographer. But there's a certain caliber of rock photographers, and it's like, yeah, you probably should get these authenticated. I can't find a lot of comps, but this is signed by George Shuba. I'm going to do this one first. An awesome shot of Mick Jagger, really high quality print, and it's signed by this photographer, George Shuba. $75 start. That's up for bid in B. $75 start. We'll run the other ones. I even got a Beatles one there. Look at that. Imagine taking that photo. Holy crap, I'd crap in my pants, and then I'd pee my pants, and then I'd puke. I'd puke, and then I'd do what I just said I was going to do. I'd probably just pass out. Going to 1964 to see a Beatles concert. Oh, man, cold chills there. Holy crap. All right, so there's that. Our next auction is going to be Ozzy Night Terrors, and this is Ozzy, and this is on blue vinyl. It's an unofficial. That's a $45 start. Badlands is sold, and that's sold to Doodad. Thank you, Doodad. That's sold to you for $65. Are you talking about Tesla Shock? We've already sold. We've already sold Tesla Shock. But I do have Echo and the Bunnymen Evergreen. Echo and the Bunnymen Evergreen. And this is a limited edition white vinyl. And this is a $35 start, okay? I've never seen that one before. We call that one triple delight. Yeah, that's peeing your pants, crapping your pants, and then puking. A lot of people do that at concerts, I hear. Holy moly. And ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Oh, I just peed my pants. Oh my gosh, it's John Lennon. And Donnie Parsons has come in on the Kiss autograph at $375. Thank you, Donnie, and that's a final call. Let's get into new stuff, man. What a night. I've been live for an hour, and I feel like we've only gone through 2 crates. Oh, we have. Holy moly. Was there, I think I've missed a couple questions, too. Sorry, I'm too busy talking about pooping in my pants. Let's go back over here. Chad, will there be more like the Gene Simmons light? Yes. Yes, there will be. Is there an invoice, a delay? There's no delay on invoices, just some people didn't get one. And then somebody said something about a Zach Bryan. Chad, I claimed a Ryan Bingham, the lucky ones, a few weeks ago, but never got an invoice. Do you still have any? Let me make a note. Did you get that on, did you comment on a pre-order or an old video? Did you comment on a pre-order or an old video? Let me know on that one. Okay. Jim B wants to know what the special cassette. Jim, what would you pay for a sealed Dr. Dre 2001? You tell me what you would start it out at, and I'll tell you if I'll run it or not. It's a sealed Dr. Dre 2001. Can I request a Bad Company light? Yes, I will get on that. No, it was live, and you called my name. Okay, that's probably something that got mistagged, and we'll have to reach out to Ed about that. If he can't find it, I will have to get you one ordered, okay? I'll have to get you one ordered. I'll put that over here on my wall of to-do list, okay? So let me write that down. That is a Ryan Bingham. And remind me the name of the album, and that's Jason Lee. All right. They might have mistagged your name. Your name, I think, messes the system up because it's got two first names, Jason Brian Lee, and I don't think AI likes your name. I apologize. Wow, look at this lineup. Thank you, Donnie Parsons, on the Kiss autograph. Big purchase there. Thank you, Donnie. Brent's about to get the Mick Jagger signed. Ozzy has a bid, and we're about to do our first big pre-order of the week. And this first big pre-order is the Best of Triumph, and I'm about to show that right now, not before I get some other stuff up and rolling. I bet Brent would love for me to go ahead and run this other Rolling Stones autograph. I'm going to do that in 1 second. Not before I go ahead and put up something in A. How about More Than a Feeling? Look at that. Japanese Boston single. This is going to go up for a $20 start. This one is near mint minus. Boston, More Than a Feeling. I love that. $20 start on that one. Michael Jackson's in production. Megadeth is up for pre-order. Michael Jackson. We're working on the Black Crowes, but the details didn't come out too good, so we're having to revamp the Black Crowes. We were going to do a really cool Crows logo, but it didn't turn out good. So a lot of these designs are trial and error with the manufacturer for these. I basically request them, and then they let me know if they can do them, okay? I mean, it's up to them, I think, to get all this done. I'm physically not making these, of course, so we're outsourcing it to a different company. I got an agreement with them if they make these exclusively for us first, and I'll feed them ideas if they'll. I told them I'd feed them plenty of ideas if they would make them first for us, and they've agreed to do that. So, all right, here's the other one. That's Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. And Brent, you may be the only bidder. We'll find out. But it's another one signed by George Shuba, and that's going to look awesome together there, right? Brent, I can imagine that in a frame right now. $75 start on that one. $75 start on that one. The Hammer CP got Ozzy, and that sold to him for $45. And we got Echo and the Bunnymen sold to Patrick Fu for $35, okay? There's that and there's that. I'll have to take inventory on Kiss lots or on lots this week. You probably can expect a post of everything I have in stock, and then that will let me know what I need to order because some of these get slipped through and I forget to reorder them. All right, here comes a couple more Stoner and Doom Rock looking records. Serathon Gold, turquoise green vinyl numbered. Serathon Gold is a limited numbered to 200 on green vinyl, and that's more of a metal album there. That's just a $30 start on that one. It does come with a poster. And here's another Lucifungus, Derek. And Lucifungus is a 2020 red vinyl, $35 start on Lucifungus, okay? The Boston Japanese single is a $20 start. No bid on that, okay? Here we go, and let's update. Jake said something about Stream Deck. Hold on a second. He said, one of the chat buttons yesterday get overlay it. Aha. Okay. Oh man, what am I doing? Triumph. Sorry, man. Tonight's been weird, hasn't it? Whew, it's just been an odd deal here. Let's see. Monday Blues or something. I don't know. I can't seem to get the train started. It's like the engine keeps dying. which is good for y'all. That means stuff's about to go really cheap. Here we go. Triumph, the best of. This has never been available. It's the Essential Anthems in one powerhouse set remastered. And this was a big pre-order, folks. $33.99. Lucifungus was a $35 start in D. Lucifungus, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Brent the Jagger Richard signed George Shuba photo for $75. Thank you on that. And then let's go ahead and run another George Shuba photo. And I think this one is the neatest of the Beatles. I've only got 2 more to run. Also 75. I love this Beatles photo. WHK presents the Beatles. Where the heck is that sign at? Holy moly. That would sell for 6 figures at an auction. But a really cool there, just a candid, literally an audience photograph by this guy. Look at the security up there on the front row. That's an amazing historic photo there. That's really cool. Taken by this guy from the audience, George Shuba, and signed, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. That would look really cool framed. And let's go ahead and start getting these Triumphs tagged and priced. Sit back and relax and wine with me on a Monday night. Tried to bid on B. I got it sold to you. Jim, Brent, you won the Rolling Stones. How much is down? Down is $49.99. $49.99. Did you mean to bid on the Beatles, Brent? I already sold you both Stones. You got those for $75. Those have already been done. The Seraphim Gold in C is a 2017, limited to 200. They're numbered on the front on the hop sticker, and that's on green turquoise vinyl with booklet and poster. Okay? And that was $35. All right? So no bid on the Beatles. No bid on the Beatles. Let's cancel that one out. Boston over here is sold for $20 to Calvin Ward. And heavy metal, we already sold Badlands. So when Badlands went for a no bid, somebody made an offer for $65, and I already took it, okay? So there's no bid on the Beatles. You're welcome to bid on that one. It's also a $75 start. I think I got another Kiss t-shirt over here to run for A. Let me pull that out of the stack over here. This one is a size extra large, and I think it's a women's. It is. This is a women's extra large, kind of a smaller shirt, as you can tell. It's got short sleeves, definitely a women's shirt. Kiss Destroyer, size extra large. That's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start in A. $15 start on A. I'm good on the Beatles. Oh, you were good. Okay, I thought that meant you were passing. Never mind. Okay, so Brent is bidding on the Beatles. I deleted your bid. Now he's back in. Okay. Destroyer t-shirt, $15 start. The Beatles is this signed photo from this photographer, George Shuba. We have 3 or 4 from his collection. Those came from the old Dale Pittsburgh collection. Some of y'all probably have never heard that name before if you're new here. Y'all missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime deal on that one, okay? So here we go. The best of Triumph. Let's get these tagged. $33.99. I'm about to read off a lot of names. The first one goes to Billy Humphrey, sold for $33.99. The other one is Stephen Douglas. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $33.99. And then 2 more sold, Jamie Diaz and Lisa Williams. These are also $33.99 each. Jamie Diaz and Lisa Williams. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Also 2 more sold, Jen Cast and Todd Emick. Those are also sold for $33.99 each. Jen Cast and Tom Emick. And then Mike Massey and Darren Wallace. There's 2 more sold, Mike Massey and Darren Wallace. Triumph is on black vinyl. Triumph is on black vinyl, $33.99. We got Kathy DeMoss and Heath Norman. Kathy DeMoss and Heath Norman. Thank y'all on that. There's 2 more sold. And let me pause there to go ahead and clear out these auctions. So these are all sold. The Beatles is sold to Brent for $75. And then Seraphim Gold is sold to Mark Steele for $38. And then Lucifungus Derek is sold to Church of Not Nothing for $35. Okay? Those are all gone. Let's clear out those slots. Final call on the women's Kiss Destroyer t-shirt. I've got another sick Japanese single here. I get this one quite often. One of my favorites. I've got a couple variants in my collection. This is Paul McCartney and Wings doing Live and Let Die from the James Bond movie, and it even has the James Bond logo. Very cool there. This is a beautiful original single from Japan. There's the back cover with the movie poster artwork. It flips open, It's a trifold. It has pictures from the movie. Very cool. That's going to go up in slot B for a $20 start. $20 start on that one. And then here is the last of the George Shuba. And this one is a really cool. Just think, he was front row at that press conference. Look at that. And that's from the same show there, WHK. Look how close he was there at the press conference. That's amazing. And Paul McCartney's looking right into his camera. How amazing is that? And I'll throw in this information because it looks like Brent's going to be buying all 4 of them. And Brent, I'll make sure to give you all this information that came with it too. But we got to be fair and run that last one at auction. $75 start, okay? $75 start. There's the last of the George Shuba photographs. And, yeah, the Triumphs are $33.99. They're black vinyl. Let me go ahead and start a new crate. This one's officially full. These pre-orders start filling up crates quickly, the new vinyl. And if anybody knows for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, we got Bill Samus and Nico Kapelanis. Bill Samus and Nico Kapelanis also on the Triumphs. Those are $33.99 each. And we have Brian Reynolds and Julianne Roman. Brian Reynolds and Julianne Roman. Thank y'all and thank y'all. There's 2 more sold. The next 2 were sold to Stacy Brown and George Jones. Stacy Brown and George Jones. There's 2 more Best of Triumph sold, 33 and 33. The next are Fred Cardinale and Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Fred Cardinale, and thank you, Clifford Umstead. Those are also sold for $33.99 each. And then we had one for RST Streve and Jerry Stone. RST Streve and Jerry Stone. Thank y'all. Those are also sold for $33.99 each. Michael Snared and Vince Lano. There's 2 more sold at $33.99 each. Thank y'all and thank y'all. And then let's keep tagging these. These are $33.99 each. I got Josh Brown and, somebody commented anonymously. James Hicks. Josh Brown and James Hicks. Josh Brown and James Hicks. There's 2 more sold. And then we have Dennis Daly and Brad Waits. Dennis Daly and Brad Waits. There's 2 more sold. And then Red Cave Collections and Mike Locke. Red Cave Collections and Mike Locke. There's 2 more sold. And then we got Carla Brecky and Peter Mazzuliano. Those are also sold $33.99 each. And then David Campbell and Rob Bobby. David Campbell and Rob Bobby. All right. And that's the pre-order for Triumph. And then that's everybody that's left. And here's an update on our auctions. The KISS t-shirt, extra large women's size, no bid, $15 buy it now on that. If anybody wants that. The 007 is at 20 with Stacy. And Brent, there was a new bid on the Beatles photo. David Doyle bid 80 on that one. That is a high bid right now of 80 with David Doyle. Let's go ahead and put up another auction for slot number A, and that is Blackberry Smoke Stoned. And Blackberry Smoke Stoned is a 2021 a Record Store Day Essential red with black smoke. That is VG condition for a $15 start. Stacy Metternich gets the KISS t-shirt for $15. Thank you, Stacy. That is so due. So there's the Triumphs, $33.99. Let me go ahead and get stickers on all of them. Did anybody claim one live? This was a big pre-order. I was excited to see lots of claims on this. They don't really have anything like this in print since I've been doing this. And here's the pre-order one more time. Billy Humphrey, Stephen Douglas, Jamie Diaz, Lisa Williams, Jen Cass, Todd Emick, Mike Massey, Darren Wallace, Kathy DeMoss, Heath Norman, Bill Samus, Nico Kapelanis, Brian Reynolds, Julianne Roman, Stacy Brown, George Jones, Fred Cardinale, Clifford Umstead, RST Streve, Jerry Stone, Michael Snare, Vince Lano, Josh Brown, James Hicks, Dennis Daly, Brad Waits, Red Cave Collections, Mike Locke, Carla Brecky, Peter Mazzuliano, David Campbell, and Rob Bobby. And it looks like the KISS lights are already getting some pre-order. The KISS lights are already getting pre-orders, the individual light boxes, and thanks, everybody. We've already sold one set, another set, and then a Gene Simmons. So thank you on that one. If you hadn't got an invoice, yeah, just message Hatchet Ed. Evidently, there was a glitch. For some reason, people wasn't getting invoices. People were not getting invoices for some reason. I'm not for sure what happened there. Let's also go ahead and sell State. Man, Stacy's racking up tonight. Stacy, you get the 007. Stephen Douglas is in on the Blackberry Smoke. Brent's out on the Beatles photo there. And the first Triumph that sold live tonight was to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's so to you. Jeff Coleman gets one. Thank you. Those are $33.99 each. It's It's called the Essential Anthems in One Power Set, the Best of Triumph, okay? And I've got 2, 4, 6. That was crate number 1 of the 5 crates of new vinyl for tonight. Let's go ahead and do that right here. Okay, I found this also digging around. This got mixed up in some autographs. Let me go ahead and set this crate up here. This got mixed in some autographs, and it was back when we were going through a lot of Fred Goodwin stuff, but I know we got some serious Clint Eastwood fans here. But first of all, yeah, if you didn't get an invoice, I think there was some kind of glitch. A lot of people didn't get one. I know we got some Clint Eastwood fans here. I've become a fan myself. I watched Sunday, In the Line of Fire. I had never seen that one before. Kind of a JFK-related movie with Clint Eastwood. Very cool. But here is a double feature. Look at this. This is a 1969 double feature one sheet. Try Little Tenderness, Clint Eastwood style. Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and Hang 'em High. It's a double feature type deal. And it does have some pinholes and damage. It did hang at one time in a theater. So there's the pinholes. It's got a rip down here at the bottom. But man, nice colors. Very cool. It's a Clint Eastwood double feature. Now, my old note on this one is, here's where it sold. Probably back when we were doing a lot of Fred Goodwin stuff for $155. I'm going to put it up right now for a $75 start. It's a 1969 double feature, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and Hang 'em High. That's going to go up in B for a $75 start, okay? It looks like at one time I didn't get payment for it. And then over here, I have the Hammer CP on Triumph. This is sold to the Hammer CP, another Triumph sold. We're getting low stock all of a sudden, but that is done, okay? And then David Doyle over here. Kiss Light pre-orders on Whole Lotta Records. Yes, it is. Where can I get the Kiss pre-light? The Kiss pre-light box, the Kiss pre-order light boxes is in our private group, Whole Lotta Records. Yes, that's in Whole Lotta Records. $59.99 each, or $225 for all of them. Okay, $59.99 each, or $225 for all of them. All right. He's out. Brent gets the Beatles photo for $95, okay? Sold to Brent for $95. And then let's make sure, since Brent bought all 4 of them, let's make sure he gets this original envelope that came in. That's from Dale, original photographs, Beatles, Jagger, Richards, from original negative, signed by photographer. And that's his original card and everything. So make sure Brent gets all that. Maybe put one of the photos down in that envelope, and we'll take care of that. Triumph info. Triumph is a new release that comes out this Friday. Triumph is a new release that comes out this Friday. It's called The Best of Triumph. It is a best of. It is $33.99. It's a 10-track collection, including Lay It On the Line. All right, now, let me see if I got this other Stones item over here tagged and ready. Yeah, this is going to be nearly impossible to get a comp. Let me see if I can figure out what it sold for. Okay, this last sold, and this was bought by a guy. I think this came from our friend up in Michigan. He usually watches. He goes by The Record Guy, I think. And this was sold at a place called Rock and Roll Auctions, and they did a personal collection of Bill Wyman stuff. Okay, this is a very unique item here. I found in the office. I forgot we had it. So I've got a lot of provenance. This is from Julian's. Yeah, that's a big auction house, Julian's. And they did a personal collection of Bill Wyman stuff. Take a look at this. This really cool vintage Stones t-shirt of Some Girls. Okay, and this was personally owned by Bill Wyman. Here's the provenance for it. Very important for stuff like this. There's the original tag. Bill Wyman, Some Girls t-shirt. Hold on one second. So Julian's auction, Bill Wyman, property from Bill Wyman and his Rolling Stones archive. And they did this back in the, when was this? 2020 in Beverly Hills is one of those, you know, like to show up and bid, you have to have a net worth of more than 50 million kind of thing. Bill Wyman, Some Girls t-shirt. A black cotton t-shirt featuring the colorful artwork from the Stones' 78 album, Some Girls. The auction estimate back in 2020 was $300 to $500. I think it sold for $400. I think it sold for $400, and that's what I'm going to start this one at. So this was There's the original hang tag from Julian's. Very cool. This was owned by the Rolling Stones bassist, Bill Wyman. This was his personal owned Rolling Stones Some Girls t-shirt. Now, how cool is that? That is pretty dang cool. This is a $400 start in slot number C. That needs to be framed or put on a mannequin or something like that. And I can see that in somebody's rock and roll music room right now. That's up for bid in slot number C. Bill Wyman's personally owned Rolling Stone Some Girls t-shirt. That's up for bid, and Brent says, heck yes, I'm in, Chad. $400. Brent says, I have pulled the trigger. I am in. Let's put up another auction in D. This is some sort of stoner rock, I would assume. It's a 2019 German. It's Death Proof. Brian Utopia. Death Proof is a 2019 German OG Palace pressing, limited to 200 numbered. It has all the inserts, and that's a $40 start. A lot of stoner and doom rock again tonight. First thing I have is this. Blackberry Smoke. Blackberry Smoke is on red with black smoke. Red with black smoke, okay? That's a 2021 Record Store Day. It just got a new bid for $31. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly double feature is at $87. The Rolling Stones t-shirt's at $400. And over here we got Death Proof, and that is a $40 start on that one. There was another question over here. Chad should probably keep that. Well, you know, I did have a pair of pants that belonged to Ron Wood. Carol Puckett has those, and I think they're in some kind of museum right now. I got that through a guy that worked with the Stones a little bit. He lives here in Lebanon. But yeah, we had a pair of or was it Ron Wood or Keith Richards pants? It was Ron Wood, right? So I've had Ron Wood's pants. I've had Bill Wyman's shirt. Now I just need Mick Jagger's underwear. Whew, I bet that would fetch a big price. Mick Jagger's underwear. Okay, here we go. And then what label? What is Triumph and what label's on Triumph? This is Craft Recordings. This is Craft Recordings. The best of Triumph. $33.99. $33.99 for the best of Triumph. Okay. Next thing over here, I need a price sheet. Okay, that was your intermission music. I have got my price gun set, and here we go. I have Led Zeppelin live in Dallas. This is an unofficial March 4th, 1975. These are $29.99. This is Led Zeppelin live in Dallas. $29.99. And I think we're done on the Bill Wyman shirt at $400. I think we're done on Good, Bad, the Ugly at $100, and the Blackberry Smokes at $37, okay? There was a wait list for that Zeppelin, and I'm about to tell you who gets what right now. I'm about to tell you who gets what right now, because Zeppelin, that's Led Zeppelin, folks. I'm pretty sure that was a waiting list. So let's pull that one up. And if you know for sure you was on the wait list and you're like, heck yeah, Chad, I want a Led Zeppelin live in Dallas, my friend. Holy cow, I want one of those. I'm going to be like, all right, I'll hook you up right now. But first, we got to figure out who officially gets one first from the waiting list. And Led Zeppelin Dallas was Josh Tanner, just one person. So there's going to be several extras. Josh Tanner gets one. Susie already seen Robert Plant, so she's like, hot dog, I want one. That's $29.99 for Josh Tanner. That's $29.99 for Susie Breedlove. And I've got 4 extras if anybody else wants one, okay? All right, Brent gets the Bill Wyman shirt for $400. Thank you. I won't be getting stuff like that too often. That's so to Brent. Really awesome piece there. And let's lay that right there. That's so to Brent at $400. I appreciate that. Thank you and thank you. And then we had a question over here on this Death Proof. What is the name of the album? Brian Utopia. Or the artist may be Brian Utopia. I'm not for sure. It's called Death Proof Brian Utopia. I could see that going either way. But it's Final Call 2019 OG Palace Press, out of print, $40 on that. Okay, and then what was this here? Fat Boy Slim. I think this might be a pre-order. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had so many. So let me do this over here. Let me type in Fat Boy Slim. Okay, and was this a pre-order? I wonder why I have so many of them. Usually that means there is a pre-order on, but I don't remember ordering this one. Let me check my spec sheet over here. Don't forget, we got 5 crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Fat Boy, or is that just... Let me figure out what's going on here. Yeah, let me see here. EMSDH. I don't see this on our sheet. Rush, yes, was, tool. Interesting. I don't remember ordering these, and they're not on my sheet either. Let me wait on these. That's bizarre. I don't see a pre-order. Let me put that right over here. Okay, let me just wait on those. I'll try to figure that out in just a second. Let's go ahead and sell A and B. So Blackberry Smoke is sold to Mike Torrance for $37. And then we have The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is sold to Calvin Ward for $100. Thank you, Calvin Ward. That's sold to you for $100. I think I've got a few more movie posters over here from Dale's that I'm trying to, or Fred's. We're going back to the Fred Goodwin collection now. Again. So let me grab this. And here's another t-shirt to run. This is a size extra large Motorhead shirt. Size extra large Motorhead shirt. And the first one I have is Motorhead Overkill. This is a size extra large, and that's going to go up in slot A for a $20 start. Motorhead Overkill shirt. Nothing on the back. Yes, there is something on the back. I stand corrected. There's the back of the Motorhead. Only way to feel the noise is when it's good and loud. Very cool Motorhead official t-shirt. That is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that one. There's all of a sudden new bids on slot number D. Horror posters. I think I have some pretty old Western stuff coming up. Do you have Ozzy Osbourne on record? What Led Zeppelin is that? This is Led Zeppelin live in Dallas, 1975, $29.99. These Buena Vista Social Clubs are $38.99. There should be at least one person on the waiting list. Buena Vista Social Club, $38.99. This is a double LP mastered by Bernie Grundman, 180 gram with book. And Buena Vista, if I can spell that, was absolutely nobody on a waiting list, okay? So that's just 2 extra copies, it looks like. Yep, that's just 2 extra copies. If anybody wants one, both of them are still available. Buena Vista Social Club, $38.99, all right? And then next over here in the S's, is Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. And Soundgarden is $33.99. And let me put up some new auctions. We got to be running 4 at all times tonight to even get close to selling all this stuff. Nick Saranjenko gets Led Zeppelin. I mean, we got stoner and doom rock galore. So let's go ahead and do 2 more here. We got Zom, Fear and Failure. And Zom is a 2022 OG, limited to just 104. And that's near mint for a $45 start, never sold before. And then here's No Stone, Road into the Darkness. And that's a 2022, limited to 97. That one's near mint for a $45 start. So quick look over here. Debbie Laster has this at 27. There's Zom, there's No Stone, and then Hiram has the Death Proof. Final Call for 47 to Dr. Hiram Aponte. Nick Saranjenko got a Led Zeppelin. We've already tagged that one. David Doyle says he needs a Buena Vista. All right, well, let's tag you right now. I don't have that in my system, so I don't know what happened there. I might have personally forgot to key it in. So thank you. That's so to David Doyle, and there's one extra there. And then we got Clutch, and let me figure out what's going on with the clutches. So the first one is Strange Cousins from the West. Now, this one isn't the collector series. This is the standard one. And Clutch, Strange Cousins from the West, is $33.99. I just don't remember seeing many of these. $33.99 for Clutch, Strange Cousins from the West. And then we have over here, give me 1 second on this one. This one is $46.99. That's Kiss Alive Remastered. That is the 2014 remaster, $46.99 on that one, okay? That's a double LP, one of my favorite live albums there. Clutch is sold to Jason Lee. Hiram is going to get the Brian Utopia Death Proof at $47. Thank you, Hiram. The Motorhead shirts at $30. And let's go around over here to the corner where I think I had some posters, some other posters here, and see what some of these other ones were that I had sold at some point, maybe through Dale's Pittsburgh, Fred Goodwin or wherever. Let me see if they're right here in this pile or where I've actually done with them. Let me see right here. Kiss Alive Remastered is available. Let me see what else is over here. I've got I've got these 19, golly, these are some pretty incredible sports cards here from the 40s. I don't know if y'all are ready for this right now. Let me wait on that. I got the lobby cards from Safe at Home, the Mickey Mantle deal. What else is in this pile? Bear with me. Let me see what's right here. I had some other autographs. Bob Hope. Found Bob Hope. I found this guy. Was this the signed Arnold Palmer? I think some people's been waiting for this. This is a movie poster signed by Arnold Palmer. And let me try this one first. So this movie poster is from Fred Goodwin's collection. It's called But Wanna Have Fun. And Arnold Palmer was in this movie. Sorry, I can't really get a good full screen shot. But there it is. Eddie Adams, Lionel Jeffries, and Arnold Palmer. And then right down here at the bottom with his beautiful signature. He was known for a very incredible signature. Right there is where Arnold Palmer signed it. I've never seen a movie poster signed by Arnold Palmer. And I think y'all know his stuff is pretty pricey, especially on golf memorabilia. But what a unique item. So kind of an interesting poster there. And it's signed by Arnold Palmer. That's going to go up in slot D for a $175 start. $175. There's the JSA card for it. Arnold Palmer signed movie poster. $175 on that one. B has a bid for $45 and C has a bid for $40. So over here, the Kiss item was sold to Larry Gonzalez. Let's put David Doyle on a waiting list, and let's make sure to get him down for this one, okay? David Doyle, I got you down for Kiss, and we'll, or that one was sold to Larry. We'll definitely make sure David gets on a waiting list. Next record here, I'm pretty sure it's $34.99. It is. It's called Yes, Open Your Eyes, and it's on colored vinyl. It's a double LP. Yes, Open Your Eyes. $34.99 there on Yes. $175 for the signed Arnold Palmer movie poster. B and C are final calls now. This is the Prince Rockin' Rio, and this actually came from a collection last week. And Jason Fortnite asked, could I order him one? I was like, well, it came from a collection. Let me see if I can get it. And here it is. Prince Rockin' Rio. So that's on colored vinyl. And that is officially sold to Jason Fortnite per his request. And there's one extra here, $38.99. Looks like I need several Yes albums. I've had that one before. And I went ahead and ordered another one. And it looks like I should have ordered about 3. So the first thing I have is this. Yes is sold to Todd Emick. T.C. Connor, you're going to be first on a waiting list along with Jerry Stone, okay? Speaking of Stone, No Stone here is sold to Ivan for $40. Thank you, Ivan R. And then Zom here is sold to Rich T. Duke for $45. And final call on the Arnold Palmer signed movie poster. The Motorhead shirt's at $39. And let's pull out a couple more here. So let's do a couple more very stoner, interesting looking things here. Cosmic Fall, First Fall. Cosmic Fall is a 2017 German. First time on vinyl, out of print, limited to 200. It is near mint on purple vinyl. That's a $50 start. And then Lucifungus Clones. Lucifungus Clones is on green vinyl, and that's a $50 start on Lucifungus. That is now up for bid, okay? The next thing we have is Proof for New Prince album. Yes, I've got that on my list. And Sean Hibbler wants this one. This is sold to Sean Hibbler for $38.99. Sold to Sean Hibbler. Also, Albert King and Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is called The Session. And this one's $33.99. There was no waiting list for this, but I do have one extra copy. And let me check the price on Wasp. And Wasp is $38.99 inside the Electric Circus. Wasp is $38.99 inside the Electric Circus. I've got one of those. And then, oh yeah, great for Kiss not here. Stand by, I forgot these were coming in. This is Live in Tokyo 1988. And these are $29.99. It's a Kiss bootleg, which I rarely see in stock. These are always, but what a cool cover. Night of the Living, look at those. $29.99. That's Live in Tokyo 88. $29.99. Kiss, Night of the Living. I've got 4 of them. Those should sell probably pretty dang quick. Stephen Douglas gets Albert King. That's sold to Stephen Douglas. Let's go ahead and do a final call on Debbie's Motorhead shirt at 40. Cosmic Fall is limited to 200 on purple. That's a $50 start. Lucifungus over here. Lucifungus is a 2022. That's a $50 start. And if anybody wants the Arnold Palmer poster, the Arnold Palmer poster is a $175 buy it now. $175 buy it now for the signed Arnold Palmer movie poster. There's only 2 no bids tonight, and that's a signed Tom T. Hall hat and then the Arnold Palmer movie poster, unless somebody buys it right now, okay? First thing I have is the Kiss over here. First thing we have is Mark Steele gets Kiss. Bill Samus gets Kiss. We have the Hammer CP gets Kiss. And then Tim Knapp gets Kiss. Perfect. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. The first one will be Marion Corbetti, it looks like. Marion Corbetti. What's the sports cards? I'll show them to you. These were tagged about 6 or 8 months ago. The prices should be pretty close, but these are called 1948 Baseball's Great Hall of Fame Exhibits. And they're these larger style cards. I've got Walter Johnson, Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth, Grover Alexander, Christy Masterson, and they're really cool. I mean, Eddie Plank. And I've got those tagged for auction. Babe Ruth, just FYI, is a $950 start. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with those in just a second, but that's a pretty hefty thing there. Is Kiss an off or original? The Kiss we just had was an unofficial. It was an unofficial release. And then Danae wants on the Albert King, Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. Let's add Danae on that one. And then this was a special request. Speaking of Danae, this was a special request for Danae, and this is called what? Let me see if I can find this on here. What is this called, Danae? Japanese. Here we go. Spectacle. This is a special request for Danae DeLao, $69.99. And it's called Rebirth of TBM, the Japanese Deep Jazz. $69.99, okay? $69.99. Sold to Danae DeLao. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. So I need to make an order for Promise EP. I need to make a note for Promise EP pre-order. I need to make a note for the Prince pre-order. That's some stuff I'll get to, okay? All right, there's that. Give me 1 second over here. Let me send Tanner a picture of this. All right. All right. Okay, and Freddie, I'm assuming you're done on Motorhead. Let's go ahead and make B and C buy it nows. So Cosmic Fall is a buy it now for $50. And then Lucifungus clones, that's near mint for $50, okay? All right, and then here we go. Here we go. I got a whole nother crate coming up. Let's get some more auctions going. Got crates full over here, folks. Literally crates full. So let's do a Dire Straits, a Black Sabbath auction, and then let's pull another really bizarre looking deal here. I'm going to get back over here to my miscellaneous table. The Motorhead shirt's already at 42. We got two offers here. Let's go ahead and sell Lucifungus to Church of Not Nothing for 43. And let's sell Cosmic Fall to Luna Deluxe for 40. All right, thank you all on that one. And first thing I have is Elk Witch Beyond the Mountain. Elk Witch is a 2022 Lithuania. Limited to 90. Never sold before. Elk Witch Beyond the Mountain, $45 start. That's up for bid in B. And then Dire Straits Encores. That's the Record Store Day sealed limited edition. Just a $15 start on that one. And then Black Sabbath, Masters of the Grave. Black Sabbath is on purple vinyl, limited edition. That's a live unofficial. Let's see if it says where. Asbury Park, New York, 1975, 35 on Black Sabbath, okay? So the only thing left in here is Wasp for $38.99, Soundgarden for $33, Buena Vista Social Club for $38, and then the Led Zeppelin live unofficial, $29.99 for Led Zeppelin. And then the last crate had the Best of Triumph. And the Best of Triumph is $33.99. That's the new pre-order, okay? New pre-order on that one. All right, I need to put this Bill... Here's another thing that goes with the Bill Wyman shirt. I'm putting that in Brent's Bill Wyman shirt right there. Don't want to lose that. It's just a little sticky note, but still helps identify it. All right, now what else do I have over here? Okay, here we go. Where was that other poster I had or whatever else I wanted to put up? Let me see here. All right, let's get that other crate up here. Let's go to the top cam. So they're still bidding on Motorhead shirt. Quite the battle for that. I've got tubs of shirts over here. I started sorting through them. That's where I stopped this morning. I was like, holy moly, I got a lot of shirts still. And I was just looking for some great auctions for this week. And Thursday night, we're trying to nail down a really good metal collection, but if we don't get it in time, we've been stockpiling like metal posters, okay? We've been stockpiling some metal posters, and if we get all those photographed, it's going to be quite the auction Thursday night and possibly other nights this week. We're trying to get into some stuff that, you know, it lays around here forever, like some of the stuff I've already sold tonight. B is a $45 start, never sold before, white splatter. A lot of these have posters and other inserts with them. Let me see if I can take care of something over here in the chat right quick. Let me see here. Yeah, they're a new account. Probably somebody I've recently blocked. Let me see here. Let me block them again. All right. All right, they're gone. Sorry. Okay, they won't be commenting again. Yeah, this is kind of annoying, isn't it? It looks like they have a new account, so that's probably somebody I've already blocked. Probably somebody that didn't pay their invoices, and now they're trying to take revenge on me. The war has begun. The war has begun. Golly, there's some cool stuff laying around here. I got to finish my project of cleaning out this office tonight. We'll have even more cool stuff for tomorrow. Let me lay all this up there. Phew, okay. Here we go. All right, look at all this other new vinyl that came in. I think one of these... Oh, yeah, that's a big pre-order. They split it up, though. We won't have all of them tonight unless they're over here in another crate. Let me see here. Yeah, here they are. All right, let's do another big pre-order, okay? What size is the shirt? This Motorhead shirt is an extra large. High bid, $46 right now. Elk Witch is at $45 final call. Dire Straits, $20 final call. And Black Sabbath at $35 final call, okay? Let me go right over here. Let me go right over here. And let me do this right here. All right. Yeah, don't deal with crazy people. I promise I'm a little crazy myself, but I'm a little crazy. I'm just not psychotic, okay? I'm a little crazy myself, obviously, but I'm not psychotic. The waiting list for KISS, well, if they're in stock, they'll be in this week. If they're not in stock, then it could be who knows when. So I never can guarantee a date. Some things I know, like, yes, they're in stock for sure. If I don't know on something like that, I can't really pin it down for you, unfortunately. Let's see. All right, we're about to put up a whole new slew. Let me pull up Audio Slave here. Facebook doesn't like that word. And there it is. Okay. All right, these are all sold. All right, so Motorhead shirt. Thank you, Debbie Laster. She bought the Motorhead autograph last week. Thank you. That's so to Debbie. All right, let's do a price reduction on a big autographed guitar. Let's see if we can get it moved. But first, Elk Witch. So that was sold to Debbie. We already got that one. Elk Witch was sold to Hiram for $45. We have Dire Straits for $20, and that was sold to Alex Miller. Thank you. And then Black Sabbath is sold to Tyler Conter, and that's sold to Tyler Conter for $35. Okay? Thank you, Tyler Conter. That's sold to you. Chad, I think Mike Massey, Hiram, and Craig would be happy to be your henchmen. Oh, yeah, they already are, man. They will. They'll jump on. They'll be attacking people in no time for me. All right, let's put up 4 new auctions then. 4 new auctions. I'm sure they're out like in the streets. Like if I said, hey, we're going to meet outside for a Coletco rally, man, they'd show up. Let's do this Go Ahead Punk, Make My Day. Let's see what's up with this Michael Jackson. Let's see what's up with some more stoner doom looking rock here. And let's do 4 auctions, 3 auctions, and I'm going to show you a guitar. Let me show the guitar first. It's y'all's favorite person. It's Mr. Kid Rock. This is a signed crate, red-looking Stratocaster pickguard, signed and dated 99, as in Woodstock 99, right? Big year for Kid Rock. And I think I had this up last time at $575, which is, if you look up a lot of stuff signed by him, probably not too far. But I'm going to cut a deal. Now listen to this. This starting bid includes postage and handling and shipping, which is going to be us trying to get this in a case, getting it securely to you in some form. I think we have a case for it. It came in just a box, and we'll get it securely to you, okay? Either way. It's a JSA, so it's essentially a signed pickguard, Kid Rock 99, okay? The price is going to include the postage, the authentication, the signature, the guitar. You know where I'm going with this. Slot number D, because I got to get it off the table, $375, okay? $375 for Mr. Kid. Bow wada dang a dang dingy dingy. There it is. $375. That includes postage. It's now but forbidden slot number D. I think last time I had it up at $575. That's been over here. I found that on the bottom shelf of the office last night. Okay, so we have Go Ahead Punk, Make My Day. Punk rock time machine set for the 90s. This is some sort of compilation from Kraft of punk from the 90s. It's on orange splatter, and that is sealed. Clint Eastwood inspired cover there. $15 start. Michael Jackson, Bad. An 87 OG Carrollton with the inner sleeve and shrink. VG, $25 start. And the Chain, the Burned, and the Wounded, Occult Hand Order. Occult Hand Order is a 2021 Poland. First time on vinyl, limited 200, pink marble vinyl, insert and poster. That's a $40 start, okay? This was a big pre-order. This has been long out of print, and this is Audio Slave Out of Exile. I think they did a limited edition pressing not too long ago, like a few years ago, and then it was kind of discontinued. So this is Audio Slave Out of Exile. This one's usually not available. Chris Cornell, $46.99. The first one is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine, $46.99. The second one is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith, $46.99. Can you show the guitar again? I just got on. Is that a Stratocaster guitar? And then what is the condition of Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson's an 87 USOG Carrollton VG condition. Banya's already in on the Go Ahead Punk. We got Clifford Umstead and Matt Lawson also on the Audio Slaves. Those are $46.99 to Clifford Umstead and Matt Lawson. Sold and sold. And then one more here for Josh Brown before I swap out crates. This one sold to Josh Brown for $46.99. Oh, wait a minute. Blaine Zapnick, Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, Matt Lawson, Josh Brown. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5. Nope. Hold on. Blaine Zapnick, Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, Matt Lawson, Josh Brown. 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now let me start a new crate. The next one's going to be the Barnetts. The Barnetts are coming up next. Let me do that one right now. So $46.99 Audio Slave. Robert Barnett and Glenn Kesey. Robert Barnett and Glenn Kesey. There's 2 more sold. And then over here we got Matt Algram and Rob Fordham. Matt Algram and Rob Fordham. There's 2 more sold. Whoop, Pink Floyd just fell over. And then we got Fred Cardinale and Ron Duffield. Fred Cardinale, Ron Duffield, and all those were $46.99. Arms Arilla Tribe gets one live here. So there's one sold for Arms Arilla Tribe, and I have 3 extras. Audio Slave Out of Exile, and these are $46.99, okay? And like I said, that's typically not available, typically not in print, and Audio Slave is $46.99, okay? One sold to Red Betty, and I've got 2 extras. Quick look here, Go Ahead Punks at 20, Final Chance on MJ at 25, and Final Chance on the Occult Hand Order, that is going to be 40, okay? And those are final calls. And let's condense those two Audio Slaves left. And let's bring over a whole nother crate, which I've put somewhere. Where have I put it? Right here. All right, whoops. Can't put it there right now. And then we got 2 more sold to Amenities and Rick Hall. Okay, so the last 2 copies just sold. If anybody else wants on the Audio Slave list, let me know. That's sold to Amenities and Rick Hall. Now they're gone. Now they're sold down. Don't forget, D is this crate guitar signed by Kid Rock. It's with the signed pick guard. And that's in slot D, $375 start. Okay. And that is final call on that one. $375. $375. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. That's in slot number D. Let me do this and this. Let me check my messages. Okay. I need this invoice sheet. And here we go. So first, next thing is another Prince unofficial. This is called Tramps New York, which is a live unofficial, $19.99. Excuse me. Man. Prince unofficial. $39.99 on Prince Tramps New York City. $39.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell B and C. So Michael Jackson is sold to Troy Robinson for $25, and the Occult Hand Order is near mint at $40, and we just got an offer for $33. Yes, Kid Rock is authenticated, so I had it up before at $575. I've reduced it to $375. Yes, it's JSC authenticated. $375. Great price for what it is, including shipping. Solid price, because I think after I pay postage, and we get that thing packed up securely, that's probably going to be $100 on my end. So, yeah, that's $375 shipped, and it's JSA. I'll show it one more time. First, somebody wants to see A again. This is called Go Ahead Punk and Make My Day, or Go Ahead Punk, Make My Day. It's a Kraft Punk 90s compilation on orange splatter, a final call for $25. The Occult is sold to Church of Not Nothing for $33. We have not sold the Legend, and we have not sold Cal L, I don't think. I don't think we've sold Legend or Cal L, no. Here's Kid Rock again. I think it's pretty cool. It was signed in '99. You know, that was a pretty big year for him. Woodstock, played at Woodstock that year. So it's signed on pick guard. It's on this crate guitar, red, kind of Stratocaster inspired. $375. That's in slot number D, by the way. If anybody wants to go ahead and bid. Guitar itself is in, you know, it's, you don't ever want an expensive guitar signed. I mean, I would say, my only argument for that is like the Ace Frehley we have, you know, but it's really a true display piece in my opinion. But, you know, a lot, like, you don't want somebody signing a vintage Les Paul. Just, I don't see the benefit in that, because that's something you probably want to play and handle and hold. I think for most collectors, they're okay with just anything signed for display, you know, because you type a lot of money in the instrument itself. So a lot of people just go after pick guards because that's kind of the value. You know, this is what a $50 guitar, $100 guitar maybe. I don't know, 75 the guitar. So, you know, the value is definitely in the Kid Rock. It's like the Gibson Ace Frehley we have. That signature, of course, it's actually on the guitar though. You know, that's a $200 or $300 signature, but it's on a $15,000 guitar. So. There it is. You have a signed Ace guitar. We do. It's $15,000. It's a signed Les Paul custom. And we're talking about Gibson, not Epiphone. 15 grand. 15 grand. All right. I think I've answered all the stuff about Kid Rock. We're about to sell Punk for 30, and let's go ahead and get some more auctions up. I hadn't even got started on this crate yet of newly stuff I got a price, but I have a couple requests. I'll start pulling those out right now. The first thing I have is this. Let me start back here in this one with some of the very much stoner looking stuff. It's done really well so far tonight. Bong Tower sounds interesting. And we had this artist, I think, the other night. This is Bong Tower Oscillator. We have a 2020 German OG, a 2 LP, near mint, $55 start. And then Young Blood Super Cult, and that is red vinyl, $60 on that one. Okay. And then Go Ahead Punk is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $30. Okay. That's sold to Roger Tagavilla for $30. And then next over here is this. We have Acid Bath. I know them very well. Acid Bath is a 2022 Canadian, limited to 1,000, a 2 LP. It's going to go up an A for a $55 start. Okay, and then Kid Rock in D is officially a buy it now, $375 shipped for Kid Rock. The only other signed Kid Rock thing I have, I'm pretty sure, is a T-shirt. And what else? I think I have a CD. I still got to sign one of his rap CDs I still have. Okay? So if anybody wants Kid Rock, he's officially bought now. And I'm pretty firm on that price because it's going to cost quite a bit to get that properly packed and shipped. Okay. Here we go. There's our current 3 auctions. Now I can put up something else in D. Let's get Kid Rock sold tonight. I've moved it around about 20 times, I feel like. We have B-52s, their greatest hits collection, on vinyl for the first time. The B-52s is a 2023 USOG compilation sealed. B-52 sealed, a $30 start. Sealed, $30 start. Kid Rock $250, and I pick it up Monday. Sold to Chris Frazier. Just make sure you let somebody know. We might not can do Monday pickup, but we can do Wednesday when we open, unless you really make sure somebody's here. But for $250 and no shipping, it's yours. Sold to Chris Frazier for $250. Signed Kid Rock. That was probably going to be the cost in getting this thing ready for shipping, at least that $125. So to Chris Frazier, $250. It's yours. That's a big benefit to be able to pick up locally on big items. All right, that is done. See you later. See you later, Mr. Kid. Ball, what a dang. He's probably one of the most famous people that's been in our store. He was in here a couple years ago buying stuff for his new house. You know, the one he built that looks like the White House. I'll have to do money. I'll be in Lebanon. Okay, we probably can get that set up. I'll just make sure you stay in contact with Ed and Tanner or somebody, okay? All right. Thank you on that one. All right. So, golly, where are we at? I'm ready for another record. Rush, I know how much these are. This is $36.99 for permanent waves. Begin the day with the friendly voice of companion unobtrusive. $36.99. Rush permanent waves. Over here, quick rundown. Acid Bath is a final call for $60. Final call on Bongtown for $55. Youngblood Super Cult is $60, and the B-52s is at $30. Okay, I've got some other signed guitars I'm going to try to put up tonight. Some that I need to reduce the price. Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. I've got other signed guitars coming up, so don't go anywhere. Ultra Mega OK is $36.99. That's a double LP. $36.99. Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. Rush is $36. Soundgarden's $36. I know what this next one is. It is a live unofficial Tool, and it's $34.99. This is Tool live in Lollapalooza, Dallas, Texas, 1993. That is on clear vinyl. I've got two of them at $34 and $34. Wilco has not been up for bid. No Wilco yet. And then here's Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. It is $33.99. $33.99 on Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Any Sheryl Crow or plush? Yes, absolutely. All right, so A is sold. Steve Banya gets Acid Bath for $60. Bongtown is a buy it now for $55. Youngblood Super Cult is a buy it now for $60. And the B-52s over here is sold to Patrick Fu for $30, okay? Let's go ahead and clear all those out. Those are no bids. Let's do 3, and then let me go get this guitar off the shelf and see what we can do on that one. So let me see what was in here. Photographed auctions. Probably something in here y'all were looking for. There's another B-52s. And evidently there's some kind of Wilco album that's being asked about. I'll try my best to track it down. There's the Best of the Runaways. Let's go ahead and grab that one. There's Cattle Decapitation. That's always fun. And then we have something here that looks like Stoner. So let's run these 3, okay? So the first thing I have is this. We have the Best of the Runaways. And the Best of the Runaways is a 2019 USOG compilation. EX edition, a $20 start. Cattle Decapitation is on Peach Blend colored vinyl, a 2023 OG. The Fleshy Architect Peach Blend colored vinyl. This is sealed, a $50 start. And then Space Slug is called Lemonis. Space Slug Lemonis. And that's a 2021 limited to 300 blue translucent with black dust. $60 on that one, okay? The first thing I have over here is an offer on Bong for $55. An offer on Bong for $25. I will sell you Bong for $45. $45 on that one. A already is getting bids. Next record in here is another Kiss Alive, and this is Kiss Alive 2. And this one is $54.99. The other one was $49. This one's $54.99. Kiss Alive 2. 2LP 2014 remaster. That one's just a little bit more than Kiss Alive 1 if you missed out on that one. And then here is another Prince unofficial, introducing NPG, $36.99. Prince introducing NPG, the new power generation, the 1991 broadcast recording. That's, of course, an unofficial on that one, $36.99. And then we have, I'm pretty sure these are $29, but let me make sure, yeah. Chevelle Neratius is $29.99. Neratius Chevelle is $29.99. $29.99 for Chevelle. That's Neratius, $29.99 on that one. And then Mud Crutch, which is Tom Petty, Mud Crutch 2 is $33.99. Mud Crutch 2, $33.99. Let's put that one right there, okay? There is that. So let's take a quick look here. That's a final call for 25. Cattle Capitation Seal 50. And then Space Slug here was a $60 start. A lot of these are like no comps or hadn't sold in X amount of years or yada, yada, yada. Pretty tough to find some of these from what I'm being told. Not all of them, but some of them. Here's an acoustic guitar. I forgot who signed this one. It's got dust on it where it's been up here on the shelf for about 2 years. And then let me figure out who signed this guitar here. Yeah, I was worried it'd have like a layer of dust on it. It's laid on the shelf for a long time here. I think this is one of those multi-sign deals from Dale's. Let me lay it right here for a second. And then we'll get it figured out, okay? First thing over here is this, Sean Hibbler on Prince. That's sold to Sean Hibbler for $36.99, thank you. Chevelle is sold to Chris Bryant, thank you on that one. All right, so we sold those two, and let me show those on the main camera. So Prince was $36.99 to Sean Hibbler, and Chris Bryant got Chevelle for $29.99, okay? Let's go ahead and close these two here. Space Slug is a buy it now for $60 or best offer, and Cattle Decapitation is sealed $50 or best offer, okay? One second, please. Okay, all right. So going back over here, first thing I have was this. Chad, what was your rating on the Outback Steakhouse with the delayed salad? Outback the other night was a 9.5 when I was watching, eating Outback and watching In the Line of Fire. Stephen Douglas got Mud Crutch. Thank you on that one. Cattle Decapitation, we got offers for 43 and 40. Let's sell it to Church of Not Nothing for 43. That's sold. And then Space Slug, Thomas Clark, I'll go ahead and do that for 45. Sell that to Thomas Clark for $45. The Runaways is sold to Alex Miller for 30. Thank you. That's sold to Alex Miller for $30. Next thing coming up over here is this, B-52s. I feel like I read something called the Verve Pipe earlier over here. Oh gosh, here's more of the stoner looking stuff. Yeah, there's stuff a little bit everywhere over here. Holy moly. Okay, where did I see that at earlier? I think it was in this crate somewhere. Hold on a minute. Yeah, there's that. Space Lords. Wilco. Yep, that was asked about. Keep reminding me, and as I keep flipping through these things, I'll try my best to. And there's Verve Pipe. Somebody asked about that. Okay, and let's go ahead and do this over here. I just shot myself in the foot over. I was about to counter at Space Slug at 55 because I thought, but I'm trying to make sure we don't have too many of these left over. So I was a big $10 foot shooting. The Verve Pipe Villains. The Verve Pipe is a 2023 U.S. Record Store Day limited edition, cyan, and that is sealed $175. That is sealed $175. That is the Verve Pipe, and that's now up for bid. Also, Wilco Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. That's the 2022 white vinyl, and that one's a $35 start. And then here is Space Lords. And Space Lords is a 2019 German Palace Press, now out of print. A $95 start on that. A $95 start on that one, okay? There's this. And let's jump right over here. And let me grab, there's one letter of authenticity. Let's see, that's for the Carly Pearce autograph guitar. I don't know if we have anybody looking for Carly Pearce. And then here's that other letter. All right, so here's another signed guitar that I'm looking to move. We've had this one for a while. This one is signed by a lot of different people. I think it's one that Dale just slowly got signatures on. Excuse the layer of dust. It's had a layer of dust over here for probably a year. It's probably been that long. Let me use my t-shirt here. I don't mind at all. Get it all nice and polished up here. But it's got quite a bit of signatures on it. Duke Robillard, Danny Gatton, Kenny Neal, Lonnie Brooks, Jimmy Thackeray, Anson Furterbird, Dave Alvin. A lot of blues and electric blues guys on there. So Duke Robillard, Danny Gatton, Kenny Neal, Lonnie Brooks, Jimmy Thackeray, Anson Furterbird, and Dave Allen. And this one will be in slot number D for a $275 start. $275 start on that one, okay? And the guitar, kind of a cool design on it. What brand is this? Da something? I'm not for sure. Dia something? It needs obviously some strings. But that's $275 in slot number D. Comes with a letter from JSA. $275 on that one. Robillard, Gatton, Kenny Neal, Lonnie Brooks, Jimmy Thackeray, Anson Furter, and Dave Alvin. All nice, none of them personalized. That is in slot number D, $275. And by the way, the Verve Pop just got a bid for $175. So that guitar, another signed one there in D, $275. A big part of that's postage and getting it securely to you. And plus, it has a letter from JSA. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $39.99. This is a music on vinyl press. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip, $39.99. Also over here, we have Japanese Jazz Spectacle. And I think this wasn't a special order. I think this was something we restocked a while back, and it was on back order. It's $56.99. $56.99. It's called Japanese Jazz Spectacle. Deep, heavy, and beautiful jazz from Japan. $56.99. It's a double LP. Very interesting looking comp there. And that is sold to Danae De La O, thank you, is the Verve Pop sealed. Yeah, let's look at these one more time. The Verve Pop is a 2023 Record Store Day limited edition sealed, $175. Yep. And then Wilco, Brent Robley has that for $25. I actually think I said $35, but maybe somebody will go ahead and get it rolling. Brent's at $25. Let's hopefully that gets some more bids. Brent's like, screw you, Chad. I hope not. And then we have a 2019 German Palace pressing of Space Lords at $95. And by the way, D is the guitar. It's a $275 start. $275 start. Okay. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 dun, dun. Let's do this right here. Okay. Next is Soundgarden, Down on the Upside. Follow me into the desert, as thirsty as you are. $46.99 on Soundgarden, Down on the Upside. And then Rush, Moving Pictures. Modern Day Warrior, Mean, Mean Stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, Mean, Mean. Dun, 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 dun. $36.99. And then this is another Tool, another live unofficial, and this is called Live at the Jello Loft. $44.99 for Tool, Live at the Jello Loft. $44.99. There's one and there's two. Tool, Live at the Jello Loft. Over here, the Verve Pop is sold to Eric Fisher for $175. Wilco is $35. That is sold to Brent Robley And then Space Lords is a no bid, $95 buy now on Space Lords. Tyler Conter said he will take a Tool for $44.99. And if anybody wants the guitar, I'll go ahead and end it. Heavy Metal asked to see it again. It's $275 buy it now. If anybody wants the guitar, it's called Guitar Greats, is what JSA, and it is this guitar with at least 2, 4, 6, 7 signatures on it. $275. That's Duke Robillard, Danny Gatton, Kenny Neal, Lonnie Brooks, Jimmy Thackeray, Anson Funderburgh, and Dave Alvin. $275. Okay? That is about now. I think I've got one more multi-sign guitar, and I think it has a lot of Americana people on it. I'll bring it over later. Let's get some more vinyl up for bid. There's one Tool at the Jello Loft left, and let's go ahead and grab some more stuff out of here. Let's grab this one, which I don't know what it is. I'm going to be saying that a lot. Let's see what's up with the Violent Films. And then here's another B-52s, okay? So the B-52s is called Cosmic Thing. That has Love Shack on it. It's a Record Store Day rainbow-colored vinyl. That is a $45 start in slot A. And if somebody locally wants to come pick up that guitar, a big portion of that price is postage. So I would love for somebody to come pick it up locally. I'll cut you a heck of a deal. And then we have Violent Films, Hollowed Ground. Violent Films is a 2019 Record Store Day green, $45 start on that. And then Orbis Majora, Aver maybe, A-V-E-R, Orbis Majora. And this is a 2018 U.S. limited to 100. Near mint, out of print, a $45 start. Tool is $44.99. That's a live, unofficial. I'm pricing some of these live. Stand by. It's took me a while to get through all this. We've been running a lot of auctions, including miscellaneous stuff, but we've sold quite a bit. We've just been shy of a few air horns already tonight. Shinedowns on white vinyl, The Sound of Madness. Shinedown is $38.99. I know how much this one is. Stevie Ray Vaughan at Carnegie Hall. This is a Music on Vinyl, $49.99. And this is Carnegie Hall, Stevie Ray Vaughan, a Music on Vinyl press, $49.99. Live Throwing Copper. This is a 25th anniversary edition. Live Throwing Copper is $39.99 on Live Throwing Copper. All right, let me try to run one of these big cards here. I think y'all be very interested. There's not too many chances I get to put up a Babe Ruth card here at Coletco. But before I do that, let me go over here. I had Tanner. I said, Tanner, can you go ahead and run this for me one more time? Yeah, 4.5 had recently sold. This is a pretty, and if this will probably be the test tonight if this one doesn't sell. Some of the other ones, I think we just need to do a big submission to PSA. They probably, or in SGC and have them graded. But this is, looks pretty solid to me. Baseball Great Hall of Fame, and that's called 1948 Baseball's Great Hall of Fame Exhibits, which was a card series they did. That's Babe Ruth. I don't know. It looks nice, but that would probably grade like somewhere between a 3 and a 5, knowing some of these grading companies. Even for 1948, that's probably somewhere between a 3 and a 5. I'm going to say that would be pretty close to grade, which if you go comp that, that's going to be a wide variety. But these things have got to be pretty scarce. I don't see these too often. That's $950, okay? $950, that's going to go up in slot number D. We'll just see how that does. And then I had a wait list here for these Clutch Earth Rockers. Let me go pull up the pre-order for this. Let me type in this, and let me type in Clutch here. And Clutch Earth Rocker, I think there was still one person on a wait list and one other person over here. This is $59.99 Clutch Earth Rocker, okay? So there's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. Was there anybody left on the pre-order? The next person, yeah, there was. Joshua Cross and Darren Johnson. Joshua Cross and Darren Johnson. Those are sold for $59.99 each. And then there's one more over here. That's CLUTCH. And the other Clutch was self-titled Earth Rocker, Fred Carnell. All right. And he was on the pre-order and just to make sure he gets one, okay? That's sold to Fred Cardinale. So those are sold out again. I just ordered more somewhere else. Just FYI. Okay, I'm going to give C one more chance, but I'm going to go ahead and make A and B a buy it now. The B-52s is sealed on Rainbow Splatter for $45, and the Violent Films is sealed also $45. Aver is Australian Stoner Rock. It's a final chance at $45. And then over here is a Babe Ruth, which is a 1948 Baseball's Great Hall of Fame exhibits. It is at $950, okay? Tim Rory said he would do 38 on the Violent Films. Let's go ahead and sell that to Tim Rory for $38, okay? Okay. All right, 2 new auctions. Let's do it. So next thing we have over here is this. Let's see what's up with Yusef Lateef and Buck Cherry. Yusef Lateef and Buck Cherry. So the first thing I have is Yusef Lateef. This is Atlantis's Lullaby, the concert from Avignon, Avignon. Sounds like something, and that's probably going to be silent. This is a 2 LP sealed, $30 start. $30 start, and then Buck Cherry Time Bomb. Buck Cherry Time Bomb is a 2023 Record Store Day limited edition Bomb Blast Swirl, and this is a $20 start. Let's go ahead and make C and D a buy it now. So C is a buy it now for $45, and then the Babe Ruth is $950, okay? $950. I've got some other really cool ones over here, some big names, Ty Cobb and Walter Johnson and Christy Matheson, some from that same 1948 series. Pretty cool to see those, okay? All right, there's that. And then what do we have here? This is a Prince deal, isn't it? Yeah, this is official too. Prince, what is this one called? Minneapolis 94 East. What is this one called? There, oh, it's 94 East featuring Prince. That's why I can't find it. 94 East featuring Prince is $39.99. 94 East featuring Prince, $39.99 on that one. Yep. Okay, there's that. All right, and then over here I have in slot number C, I have going up for bid this sealed Megadeth. This is a Japanese CD. P sells, but who's buying? And this one does have the bonus tracks on it, right? Yeah, so it's got the album, and then it's got 4 extra bonus tracks. And that's a Japanese sealed Megadeth. P sales, $25 start on that one. That is a 2013 remaster. 2013 remaster. Gerald Whitworth gets the 97 East. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth at $39. Kiss Revenge is $36.99. Kiss Revenge, $36.99. Check and see if there are available recent prints of Violent Hollow Ground. I will do that, yes. All right, and then that has bids. We're about to sell A and B. Let's go ahead and add one more over here in D. And that next auction, let's do another very stoner-looking deal here. And the next stoner-looking deal is Green Seeker. Green Seeker, The Wish. This is a 2022 Lithuania 2 LP limited edition, 249. Hot pink on electric blue and mustard splatter. $50 start on that one. $50 start on that one. And then over here, I have Kiss Psycho Circus. And Psycho Circus, these are all 2014 remasters. This is $33.99. $33.99. Kiss Psycho Circus. That is available. And then we have Slayer Christ Illusion. And then Slayer Christ Illusion is available. And Slayer is $33.99. $33.99 on Slayer Christ Illusion. That one's available. And we have Skid Row Revolutions Per Minute. Skid Row Revolutions Per Minute is also available. It is just $29.99. $29.99. And we have Slayer sold, and it looks like we're going to have a waiting list, which won't be a problem. These are in stock. Sell this one to L Silverhorn for $33.99. Put Red Cave Collections on a waiting list, okay? Put Red Cave Collections on a waiting list. Stephen Douglas gets Skid Row for $29.99. This is Kiss Music from the Elder, the alternate German S, embossed, foil, numbered, clear vinyl, and half-speed master. This is one of the most fully loaded Kiss records I've ever seen. Kiss Music from the Elder. And don't let me forget, I bought some Kiss stuff from a customer that came in the mail. I need to go unbox it. I think I've got a couple autographs. I don't think they're authenticated, but I know we got them in person. They're good, but we'll see if anybody wants to buy them unauthenticated. And I think he had some other Kiss albums. But first, Buck Cherry is sold to Rick Hall for $25. And then Yusef Lateef is a buy it now for $30, okay? Buy it now for $30 on Yusef Lateef. Luna Lux has Green Seeker. She has Green Seeker for $50. That's going once, going twice. Next over here is, there's the Legend soundtrack. Legend soundtrack is going to go up in slot number B. Legend soundtrack is an 86 Canadian OG, Gloversville press, near mint, $80 start. Music by Tangerine Dream. That's not too easy to get. Vinylly Warped gets the Yusef Lateef for $25. Elder is $39.99. Elder is $39. I must have not said the price on that. Elder is $39. We have over here the Punk Rock Classics. This is $39.99. The Punk Rock Zombie soundtrack. This is, what am I trying to say here? This is the Return of the Living Dead. Sorry, I'm reading everything but the title. The Return of the Living Dead soundtrack is $39.99. And then Rush 2112. Rush 2112 is $36.99, okay? Neil Smith gets the Elder. If anybody wants on the wait list on that, let me know. Megadeth is sold for $37 to Alex Miller. And Luna Deluxe gets Green Seeker for $50. That is sold to Luna Deluxe for $50, okay? The next Japanese CD is Queen, and this is called Queen, Greatest Hits in Japan, which is, those tracks were selected by Japanese Kiss fans. It's sealed, and that's going to go in C for a $25 start. And I think Sean Holford was the backup bidder. He may not be interested, but I've got one more Megadeth if you're interested, Sean Holford, at $37. If not, then anybody else can claim it, okay? There's one more there. One more Megadeth if somebody decides they want that one. This is Live Mental Jewelry, and Live Mental Jewelry is right here, and it is $33.99. Live Mental Jewelry. $33.99. There's one, and there's two. I went ahead and got two of those. The other Megadeth is sold to Sean Holford for $37. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put up two more auctions. The next one I have is this. Who is this? It is, boy, I don't know. A 2018 German OG H. Wow, gosh. I have no idea. It's just a symbol. I don't know if that's a word. It looks like HA, H-A-H. It's a 2008 German. Kyle, for future reference, I'm going to need you to put the title. If it looks like something like this, I have no idea what I have here, or print out the Discog sheet. This is near mint for $40, okay? Because I'm hoping somebody can figure it out. This is, it says Billocation 55. I think that's the label and the catalog number. It's IAH. IAH. Okay, that's the artist. That is the artist on that. And then we have Cypress Hill. No, what do we have here? DMX. I still don't know what we have here. It is, let me see if it's under DMX on my sheet. Yeah, it's DMX Smokeout Festival. And DMX Smokeout Festival is $29.99. $29.99. This is Cypress Hill Smokeout Festival. 6 Anvil limited edition. That's official too. Ear Music is an official label. And we got two of those, which is the Live DMX. And then Miles Davis, the Music on Vinyl press. Music on Vinyl press of the classic jazz album, Kinda Blue. $39.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make B and C a buy it now. By the way, the Japanese Queen CD does have a little bit of a crack right there. That's a buy it now for $25 or best offer. I'll leave it up to y'all. Let's go ahead and put that right there. And Legend is a buy it now for $60. And this is near mint for $80, or excuse me, $80. It's a buy it now for $80 on the Legend. IHA is near mint, and that's in slot A for a $40 start. Okay. All right. Let's put up some new auctions. Now, this crate is officially fully priced, and I can read through it thoroughly without pause. And I'll go ahead and show you what was left from the very first crate. And I will add those back here. And I think there's one more, which is just a handful because it's a couple box sets. And then we're going to start John's 5 crates of new printed, John's 5 crates of new pre-owned. But there are 2 more crates back here, or 1 more crate. It's about half full technically because it has mostly box sets that I've got to tag, okay? So here we go. I can't yell Stoner Rock tonight. Usually Stoner Rock is a rare occasion, and I start screaming and crying. But tonight I would have to, my voice would be gone. But here is a 2020. This is Space Slug again. Reign of the Orion. And Space Slug is near mint on purple and white vinyl. That's a $35 start. Space Slug. And then over here, I have this crate that I'm just now getting started in. And I think this has some pretty dang good stuff. So I think these are the ones Henry got ready. I'm just now getting into his stuff. So let's go ahead and pull these. Now these I've got Discog sheets. I can figure these out a lot faster. I should have done these earlier. This is Witch Crier, Cry Witch. And Witch Crier, boy, that's tough to say though. Witch Crier, Cry Witch is a 2018 blue witch colored vinyl. That's going to go up in C for a $60 start. And then I've got one more here to do, which is this David Coverdale from Whitesnake. This is going to go up in D. David Coverdale Whitesnake limited edition Coke bottle colored vinyl, and that's a $20 start. All right, very quickly, we have Led Zeppelin Live in Dallas, $29.99. That's an unofficial. I've got 3 left. Buena Vista Social Club, a double LP, $38.99, 20-page booklet. Soundgarden's $33.99. And then Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Wasp is $38.99. What is the starting bid on B? Starting bid on B is $35. Also, we have The Best of Triumph. That was a big pre-order, new for tonight. There's that many left at $33. Prince is live in New York City, the after show, $19.99. $39.99 for Prince. We have Rush Permanent Waves Remaster at $36. Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK, $36.99 for Soundgarden. Tool Lollapalooza in Texas. Tool is $34.99. Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger is $33.99. Kiss Alive 2, $54.99. We have a waiting list for Kiss Alive 1, just FYI. And we also have Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. That's $39.99. Soundgarden Down on the Upside, that is $46. Rush Moving Pictures is $36. Tool Live at the Jello Loft, $44.99. Shinedown is on white vinyl, $38. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $49.99. Live Throwing Copper is $39. Kiss Revenge is $36. Kiss Psycho Circus is $33. Return of the Living Dead, $39.99. Rush 2112 is $36.99. Mark Gerster wants Tool at Lollapalooza. There's still Jello Loft in there as well. Live Mental Jewelry is $33. Cypress Hill Smokeout Festival, DMX Live, $29.99. 2 of those. And Miles Davis is a Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. Okay, here we go. Let's clear these out. No bid sold, no bid sold. So the first thing we have is this, which is IAH. It is a no bid, $40. Space Slug is sold to Thomas Clark for $35. Witch Crier is a buy it now for $60, and David Coverdale from Whitesnake is sold to Heavy Metal for $20. All right, those are all sold. James Davidson is going to grab the Witch Crier. That's sold to James Davidson for $60, and IAH is sold to Thomas Clark for $35. All right, those are all sold. All right, there's that, and let's get 4 new auctions going, and it's probably going to be a lot of similar type stuff, but we did mix in a few more tonight from Seth's bonus crates. Let's go ahead and do... there's an REM. That's not Stoner Rock, I guess. I'm sure a lot of people have listened to it stoned. Wow, Army of Darkness soundtrack. And then Typo Negative. Man, don't tell John Durden we're selling Typo Negative. Do not tell him. He's asleep right now. All right, first thing we have is Typo Negative October Rust. Typo Negative is the 2 LP green and black mixed colored vinyl. This is near mint for $70. Typo Negative. REM, Reconstruction. Fables of the Reconstruction. Reconstruction of the Fables. I didn't know it was actually titled like that. It's an 85 US Pickneyville press, but this one is near mint. That is a $30 start. We have John Carpenter's The Fog, and that's on white vinyl and green vinyl. It's a 2 LP, white and green vinyl. John Carpenter's The Fog expanded. $40 start on that. And then there's the Army of Darkness soundtrack. Holy moly. Near mint, a 2 LP. That's a $50 start on Army of Darkness. And then Tyler Conter also wants that Tool at Lollapalooza. That is so to Tyler Conter. Thank you on that one. And Aver in the no 35 in the no bids. Okay. Sell that to Thomas Clark for $35. All right, there's that. And what was this right here? Chad, text when you get time. I will do that. I actually think I accidentally opened it just a second ago, Bobby Hopkins, but I'll reply to you probably here in just a second or early in the morning, okay? I need to get with you on that other deal. I'll probably be awake early this morning. Hopefully you will be too. All right, there's 4 auctions wide. I got one more crate of new stuff to price. I'll have to physically pull up an invoice over here. It's just a handful of stuff. Don't go anywhere. Can I see the Christy Matheson Denise? I will show that to you. I hadn't forgot about you. I have feeling people think I'm ignoring them, but I'm not. Just trying to get some things taken care of over here. Let me see if I can find this invoice right quick. I didn't do my job and didn't get these priced out for Ed, and when I don't do that, it's just no good for anybody. And hopefully I can find these things pretty easily. Some of them I know by heart, by memory. I've priced them so much, and then some of them I don't think I've had before. So let me see if I can find this over here. My account, orders. That's what I'm looking for right there. June 4th. That's probably it right there. All right. And then what does that say when I say view? All right, that will kind of help me out. All right, that will kind of help me out. I remember pricing these. I just don't know. Oh, yeah, they're right over here. Yeah, look, I did have all this stuff priced for Ed. Dang it. All this stuff, I knew it. Ed, I had all these priced this whole time right here next to me. Golly, I don't know why they ended up over here. Okay. Frustrating. We could have already been through twice as many crates. I'm going to go through the no bids in just 1 second. This is a wickedly cool box set. This is the Allman Brothers Trouble No More 50th anniversary. We had one of these last week. This is the Allman Brothers. This is $299. The original list on this thing was $499. This is $299.99, $300 minus a penny. The Allman Brothers Trouble No More. It is a 61 track. How many LP? 10 LP, 61 track box set. The Allman Brothers Trouble No More. $299.99. Okay? There's that. There's a new bid on Army of Darkness. Final call on all these other ones. Typo Negative, no bid 70. Final chance. REM, final call, $30. And John Carpenter's The Fog, that's a final call for $40. And then Army of Darkness, Nick Bargeron, you were outbid. The next one over here is $139.99. This is the Police Synchronicity box set. The 4 LP Super Deluxe Limited Edition. 4 LPs, $139.99 on the Police. $139.99 on the Police Synchronicity. Okay? And then Slayer, which is a fairly new release, is $149.99. And this is Slayer Hell Awaits, the 40th anniversary special edition, $149.99. There's Tennessee Tone Man. I got to text him back too. Oh man, I got to text a lot of people. I just need to end the show and start making phone calls and texting people. Slayer Hell Awaits, $149.99. REM Details. This is Fables. It's actually the wrong side. There we go. Fables of the REM is a 1985 US Pickneyville press, near mint, a $30 start. This is the new Miles Davis Quintet. Miles Davis is $34.99. And this is all analog Kevin Gray Jazz Classic Series Miles Davis, $34.99. 34, Miles Davis. There's one, there's two, and that's $34.99, okay? All right, I'm bidding on D. So the first thing is, let's go ahead and make A and C a buy it now. Typo Negative is a buy it now for 70, and John Carpenter's The Fog soundtrack is a $40 buy it now, okay? Those are buy it nows. REM, since somebody asked about it, we'll give it 60 more seconds, maybe 30, and that's a starting bid of $30. Army of Darkness is at 52. Here comes another John Carpenter soundtrack. This is The Thing, and John Carpenter's The Thing is a 2 LP. This is near mint for a $75 start. $75 start on that. Next is Candlebox Happy Pills. Candlebox is $34.99. Armzarilla, make sure you put an exclamation mark, okay? You got to put an exclamation mark, a D, and then a 53. The Candlebox is a music on vinyl press, and these are $34.99. We have a waiting list for this. I'm pretty sure it's Jeremy Lucky. Let me go find this right over here. And there's this. And let me look up Candlebox over here. And Candlebox is, yeah, Jeremy Lucky. So let's scratch him off the list. And I have 2 extras on Candlebox. That's a music on vinyl pressing. There's 2 of those left. Let's go ahead and make REM a buy it now. REM is a buy it now for $30. That's $30 buy it now on REM. Let's put that right over there. Candlebox is sold to Mark Gerster. Thank you on that one. There come the offers on REM rolling in. I knew that was going to happen. Our next auction in B is King Buffalo, The Burden of Restlessness. And King Buffalo is near mint on oxblood colored vinyl. And that's going to go up in B. King Buffalo, a $60 start. REM is So Divinely Warped for $25. That one's done. So Divinely Warped for $25. And then the next auction in A is going to happen right now. This one looks familiar for some reason. I think I've had this before. Whoopie Cat. Whoopie Cat is self-titled. It's near mint. It's a $200 start. Whoopie Cat. Sound just like what I'm saying. Armzarilla Tribe, you're out on Army of Darkness. Next is Cannibal Corpse Vile. And Cannibal Corpse Vile is gray with red splatter. $36.99. Colin, you were second and Jetstream third on REM. They're still bidding on Army of Darkness. There's Cannibal Corpse. And that's gray with red streaks. Splatter, same thing. Jesus and Mary Chain. And this one is Psycho Candy, the Third Man Records pressing. New and sealed, $29.99 on Jesus and Mary Chain. The Fog soundtrack. I will go ahead and sell this to Gerald Whitworth for $30. That is done. And let's take a top look at our auctions there as I swap out crates right quick. And dang, I think I've started crisscrossing these. And I hope I hadn't messed up the order here. Let's see. That's actually 1. It needs to go like that. Okay. And then this is 2. It needs to go like that. And then 3 needs to go like this. All right. I think I got that in the right order for them now. There's 4. All right. Colin Butler got Jesus and Mary Chain, $29.99. And the last thing over here is Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. And Smashing Pumpkins, this is at a great price. $38.99. I caught these on sale. $38.99 for Siamese Dream. On sale for me, on sale for y'all. $38.99. Let me make sure I didn't have a wait list from the last time. Smashing? No, I have no Smashing Pumpkins waiting list for anything. It's B Oxblood colored vinyl. It is. B is Oxblood colored vinyl. And I put that sticker on crooked. And I don't like crooked stickers. I don't like crooked anything. So we're going to put those right there. That's sold to Stephen A. Young and Chris Bryant. Great price. Those are normally, what, $59.99? So while they have those on sale, if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Yes, King Buffalo is on Oxblood colored vinyl. All right. Nick Bargeron, I'm assuming you're done on Army of Darkness. And so here's what's left in here. We got the Allman Brothers, 10 LP, $299.99. The Police Synchronicity, $139.99. Slayer Hell Awaits, $149.99. Miles Davis, that is the new Miles Davis Quintet Jazz Classics, $34. Candlebox Happy Pills is $34. Cannibal Corpse Vial, gray with red streaks, $36.99. Okay? We got No Bid, No Bid, No Bid, and Sold Then. Whoopie Cat is a $200 buy it now. King Buffalo is a $60 buy it now. And then we got John Carpenter's The Thing, and that is near mint, $75 on that one. And Army of Darkness is sold to Armzarilla Tribe, and that's sold to Armzarilla Tribe for $58. King Buffalo then is going to be sold to Thomas Clark. That's sold to him for $55. Okay? All right, let's get into some of the new vintage pre-owned. I have got, what else have I got to do? So there's a crate and a half left of new vinyl if you count those box sets. And we have 5 new crates of vintage pre-owned that has not really been touched tonight. Just now getting started on those. So let me move this right there. And let me step over here. And I think we had some miscellaneous stuff come in. Maybe some Beatles socks and blankets. Yeah, I wonder if Jerry Stone's watching. Here's his blankets. We had a waiting list. This is the Beatles Yellow Submarine blanket. And Jerry, hopefully you're still on. $79.99. This is the queen size Sherpa fleece. And this is sold to Jerry Stone for $79.99. And there's one extra. There's one extra there. And so thank you, Jerry. This is sold to you. And then I've got a new Grateful Dead one, which I'm about to show in 5 seconds. I'm about to show that one in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Here's the Grateful Dead. It's really cool. It's a tie-dyed. It's a tie-dyed deal. Another size queen, 80 by 60. That's a big blanket. That's queen size. That's $79.99. So there is the Sherpa fleece, queen size Grateful Dead, tie-dyed with a deadhead skull. And then there's Yellow Submarine. And these are very soft. Very nice to cuddle up with while you're listening to Beatles Revolver or, let's see, or Franklin's Tower or Sugar Magnolia, whatever you want to listen to. Okay, from the Dead. Now we need 4 new auctions. Sweet Emotion. Okay, move that out of the way. Wow, I've already sold a lot tonight. We hadn't even really got in the we hadn't made a dent really in the auctions. So we hadn't made a dent in the auctions. We really haven't started on vintage. That's a fact. And I got check condition here I'm going to do first. Buy it now, best offer. We're going to do that right now. And then we're going to put up 4 new auctions immediately. Chad, what is this? Is the Smashing Pumpkins? Yes, that's a 2 LP remaster on Smashing Pumpkins. That is 100% correct. 2 LP remaster. I think I'm done. Let me take Jerry Stone off that Yellow Submarine list. Still waiting for some socks to come in. Still got to get those socks in. Is that the kind of blanket? It is. But we bought that in a collection. Do you still have a queen blanket? Yes. Yes. All right, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what I got over here. REM Dead Letter Office. Is that advertised for tonight? I think so. I had a couple. Oh, the Willow soundtrack. The Willow soundtrack, the Jam, AFI, Space Lords. We got some awesome stuff still to run. So let's go ahead and do 4 auctions here. First is the Willow soundtrack. That's not easy to get. This is an 88 US original near mint. $65 for the Willow soundtrack. The Jam, this is the Modern World. The Jam is a 2014 reissue. That's near mint for a $20 start. AFI, Sing the Sorrow. AFI is a 2 LP red vinyl, near mint, a $200 start. And then the Space Lords. The Space Lords is Synapse, and that's near mint blue vinyl, $75 start. Wow. All right, let me show you all the no bids before we get into the vintage crate. Just a handful over here. The first one is Frank Zappa, Poughkeepsie, New York, which is volume 2. We sold volume 1 last week. That's a 2 LP sealed unofficial from Parachute, 35 on Frank Zappa. Wallows, not Willow, Wallows, the singles collection, sky blue vinyl, sealed, $65 on that one. Youngblood Super Cult. Youngblood Super Cult is a 2017 OG red vinyl, near mint, $60. Bong Tower Oscillator is a 2020 German OG black and white merge, has poster and stickers, near mint for $55. The Space Lords is a 2019 German 2LP Palace Press, near mint, $95. Violent Films Hollowed Ground, a 2019 green 35th anniversary numbered. These are hand numbered. $45 on Violent Films. The Legend soundtrack, 86 Canadian OG, $80 on the Legend soundtrack. Type O Negative October Rust, a 2LP 2021, near mint for $70. Whoopee Cat is self-titled, near mint, $200. And we have John Carpenter's The Thing soundtrack. That's near mint for $75. Final call on all these auctions, okay? We're about to sell Willow for $65 to Vladarchek. The first question is, do you have a Queen Blanket? Smashing Pumpkins, okay. Add David Dwayne to that Smashing Pumpkins waiting list, please. David Dwayne, Smashing Pumpkins waiting list. Pearl Jam 10 is a new sealed copy, new and sealed for $29.99. AFI is a $200 start. And the Space Lords is in D is a $75 start. The Jam is a $20 start, okay? All right, and this is a check condition crate. These are about to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. How much is down? Down is $49.99. Down gets asked about a lot. That's a very popular record. Let me tilt down my camera just a little bit. Speaking of down, I need to get just slightly adjusted here. And I'm going to show a few records, and we're about to clear the board. Robin Trower, twice removed from yesterday. VG Plus, $14.99. This is Billy Idol, Dancing with Myself. I've never seen that one, I don't think. This is VG condition, $9.99. Love Calling dub version. White Wedding, Hot in the City. VG, $9.99 for Billy Idol. Led Zeppelin 4. This is a Presswell Press, a Pico Duck. VG Plus, $44.99. Porky Prime Cut, Pico Duck, VG Plus, $44.99. Tim Vigari on Billy Idol, that's sold to Tim Vigari. Miles Davis Greatest Hits, a VG copy, that is $19.99. And we have Kansas, The Point of No Return, VG Plus, $14.99. Nick, you're outbid on Willow. Final call again to Vladarchek at 85. And B, C, and D are all buy it nows. So the Jam is a $20 buy it now. This is the Modern World. AFI is a $200 buy it now. And the Space Lords is a $75 buy it now. Those are all going over here, or of course make offer. So Billy Idol went to Billy Idol went to Tim Vigari. Nick Bargeron second. Craig Thomas third. Louvs was fourth. And the Jam and AFI have offers. Let me go ahead and grab 1, 2, 3 more interesting auctions here, okay? First thing I have is this. I have Christine, spelt with a K here, near mint, $120 start. And that's a 2018 electronic album. This is La Era de Acurio, Psych Rock, Space Rock, self-titled, near mint, $65. La Era, and then we have in D, Bog Wife, Halls of Rebirth, Doom Metal, Stoner Rock, Psych Rock, near mint at a $50 start. The Willow soundtrack is sold to Vladarchek for $85. The Jam is sold to Colin Butler for $15. And then AFI, I will say, let's meet in the middle on AFI. at 175. Near mint red vinyl. Okay, balls passed back to you. And then let's grab one more out of here, and let's try this REM. And to answer the question on the other REM, I'm not real for sure. But first, I have this. I got REM Out of Time, a 2016 remastered. That is near mint for a $30 start. AFI is sold to AB Music for $175. Mr. MFTF gets Kansas for $9. That's sold to Mr. MFTF for $9. Okay. All right. Peter Gabriel, Shock the Monkey, VG Condition, $14.99. Also, we have Billy Joe, the Piano Man, VG Condition, $9.99 from Billy Joel, the Piano Man. Rodney Dangerfield, No Respect, VG Plus, $9.99. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Drifting Way of Life, Jerry Jeff Walker, EX Condition, $17.99. There is a bid on REM. Also over here we have Rare Earth One World. Rare Earth is VG Condition, $12.99. And we have Wilderness Road. This is VG, $9.99. What's the B-side of Peter Gabriel? Peter Gabriel is an entire album. This is Peter Gabriel Untitled, commonly known as Peter Gabriel 4 or Security. And it's also known as Shock the Monkey, which is VG Condition, $14.99. Rodney Dangerfield is going to be sold to TBI Music Room for $7. No Respect for Rodney. No one even bought it at full price. Shirley Scott, Blue 7 with Oliver Nelson and Joe Newman. 65 mono, VG Plus $19.99. And we have Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind, VG Plus $9.99. Public Image Limited, 1983, VG Condition, $9.99 for PIL. PIL, 83 UK, VG Condition, $9.99. All right, let's go ahead and clear the board here. A through D is sold. REM Out of Time is sold to Robbie Woods for $30. Slot number B here is Christine, near mint, $120 or best offer. Next is La Era de Acurio. That one was $65. And then D was Bogwife, near mint at $50. And somebody asked if something had sold tonight. Some of these titles are so wacky, I'm not for sure on that one. Wilderness Road is in VG Condition. VG means there's no feelable marks. VG, $9.99. Mr. MFTF on PIL. That is sold to Mr. MFTF PIL on that one, okay? All right, there's that. And we have this. We have Galaxy of Terror going up for auction. We have the Rudy soundtrack going up for auction. We have the Last Starfighter soundtrack going up for auction. And then we have REM Green going up for auction. Actually, if we're going to do soundtracks, let's just go four wide on soundtracks here, okay? First thing is Galaxy of Terror soundtrack. What a cover on that one. Galaxy of Terror soundtrack is a 2018 limited edition orange translucent with red splatter. Near mint condition, a $45 start. $45 start on Galaxy of Terror. The Rudy soundtrack. Rudy soundtrack is on Shamrock Green, as in Notre Dame. Near mint, green vinyl, $75. I didn't even know that was been made before. The Last Starfighter soundtrack. The Last Starfighter soundtrack is music by Craig Safon. That's near mint for a $65 start. Dang. And then Escape from New York is a 2 LP. That's near mint for $50. Wow. All right, let's go back up to the top. We sold RD for $7, right? I think that's already been done. Yeah, that was Rodney Dangerfield. Then we ended REM. PIL was Mr. MFTF. Chris Gardner, you were second. Chad, I have a question. When I receive my vinyl, there's a post-it note as seen, but printout on Discogs page is not included. It'd be nice to have the printout. Not everybody that tags records here uses the Discogs printout. So that's not something that's going to be with every auction that we tag. Willie Nelson is sold to TBI Music Room for $7. Kyle Cooley gets Wilderness Road. That is sold to Kyle Cooley. Does Peter Gabriel have Digging in the Dirt? Peter Gabriel does not have the song Digging in the Dirt. Was I late on PIL? Yes, you were second. We have an offer on Christine for $75. I will sell you Christine for $95, Mark Gerster. Okay, there's a new bid on D. And then over here, we have Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. Fleetwood Mac is EX condition, $22.99. So right now we have Galaxy of Terror soundtrack, Rudy soundtrack, The Last Starfighter soundtrack, and Escape from New York soundtrack. 4 soundtracks wide right now. They're all up for bid. Next is Mahogany Rush, Maxzoom. Mahogany Rush is VG condition, $9.99. Christine is sold to Mark Gerster for $95. Next is Rossington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. This is the check condition crate. These are all buy it now best offer. That's VG $9.99. Fleetwood Mac is called Then Play On, EX condition, $22.99. Single tone reprise label, not bad at EX, and a VG cover. EX and then VG cover, $22.99. The B-52s, that's their self-titled album. VG Plus, $14.99. And Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. Censored cover, the Palm Tree label, VG Plus, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac is sold to BMK 918 for $17. The Buddy Holly Story on Coral Records, that's on the red Coral label. That's VG, $24.99. And Robin Trower again for Earth Below, EX $17.99. Red Cave Collections gets Alice Cooper, sold for $15. No bid, no bid, no bid, and sold. So Galaxy of Terror soundtrack, near mint $45 on the orange splatter. The Rudy soundtrack on green vinyl, that one's near mint at $75. Last Starfighter, near mint $65, an 84 US original. And Escape from New York is sold to Red Cave Collections for $50. Thank you on that one. Let's close out all those, and let me grab 4 more over here. REM, whatever this is, Joy Division, that sounds interesting, and whatever this is. Here we go. Here's 4 new auctions happening right now. First thing we have is Mantric Muse, I guess. Mantric Muse is a 2013 German space rock, psych rock, numbered to 200, near mint. That's Mantric Muse, self-titled, spelled like that, M-A-N-T-R-I-C. That's going to go up for an $80 start. Joy Division Radio Transmissions. Whoa, Joy Division. Joy Division's an unofficial, near mint, and this is, see if there's any extra details on it. 1979 John Peel Show, 1979, 79, all recorded in 79. Joy Division's a $45 start. A Roman Polanski film, The Ninth Gate. This is the soundtrack. It is music by Wojciech Kalar, 2016. It is near mint for a $60 start. And REM Green is the 25th anniversary, near mint, remaster, $40 start. Next is B-52s here. That's sold to Tim Vigari. VG Plus, $14.99 sold. And then the Rudy soundtrack is sold to Alex Miller for $40. Thank you, and sold. Next is the Who Are You? EX condition, $17.99 on the Who Are You? And Aerosmith, Not in the Ruts, VG, $12.99. Van Halen, Fair Warning, EX, $42.99 on Van Halen, Fair Warning. Mean Street, awesome, awesome deal there. One second, please. Okay, 60. You said 40. I did. Rudy soundtrack is sold to Alex Miller for $60. Okay. All right. $60 on that one. That is sold to Alex Miller, not 40. Thank you for noting that. But yes, $60 on Rudy. Next is Boston Third Stage. VG condition, $14.99. This is check condition here. Check condition, VG, $14.99. Also, we have, how much was Last Starfighter? Last Starfighter was an 84 US, near mint, $65 on that one. I just shot myself in the foot. It doesn't feel good, does it? Believe me, I've shot myself in the foot over tens of thousands of dollars, okay? I could have bought a new Ferrari over foot shooting. We got historical figures and ancient heads, canned heat. That's VG $14.99. Robbie Woods on Aerosmith for $10. This is sold to Robbie Woods for $10. Thank you on that. So quick look at these. This is Mantric Muse, Joy Division, the Ninth Gate. Robert Warner said excellent film. I'll have to put that on my list, Robert. And then REM Remastered. That's what we're looking at right now on those, okay? First, we got Boston. That's sold to TBI Music Room for $10. And then HA for Alex Miller. Oh, that's a ha. Oh, and then Mahogany Rush. Yes, I forgot Mike Pierce asked about this. Sorry. Mahogany Rush Maxoom. That's MAXOOM. And that's VG condition, $9.99. Lens Farn, Dingley Dale. Lens Farn is VG Plus $14.99. And the Babies Head First. The Babies is VG Plus $14.99. Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated, VG Plus $9.99. All right. We have No Bid. Joy Division is near mint, $45. Somebody just asked. No bid and no bid. Okay. So Mantric Muse over here. Mantric Muse is near mint, $80. Joy Division is near mint. It's a live unofficial, $45 on that one. And let's put that right here. Here's the original hop sticker. It just fell out of the jacket, actually. There's the original hop sticker. Complete BBC sessions, it says there. And that's Joy Division. The Ninth Gate soundtrack was $60. And REM Green was near mint for $40, okay? So there's all that right there. First thing is this. Jeff Sapia on Starfighter for $45. Let me go over here and look at that one again. Who just asked about it? Red Cave Collections asked about it. Let's do this one for $55. I think that's pretty good for being near mint, and the jacket's VG Plus. So let's do $55, Jeff Sapia. Mahogany Rush is sold for $6.99 to Mike Pierce. Kyle Cooley got Lens Farn for $10. Van Halen was $42.99. I think invoices went out, but there was evidently a major glitch where most people didn't get one. So Ed's going to have to address that first thing in the morning. He definitely sent them. He definitely did that. He's already been correcting people's invoices and, you know, doing stuff like that. But we have got to make sure everybody gets one tomorrow. So, yeah, that's something to be on the lookout for. If you need to, reach out and message our page, and we'll take care of you from there, okay? REM 25 and 30. I will do the 30 on REM, but it will be Colin Butler's at 30. If not, then it's Tim Vigari. And John Bergenstorm wants Van Halen. Who asked about it? William Lee Murray asked about it, okay? William, if you passed, and Van Halen sold for 42. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm completely out of tune with what happens in the invoicing department. With that being said, he's aware and he'll start working on that tomorrow. I wish I knew exactly what's going on, but as y'all know, I'm completely out of touch except for what I'm just selling every night. I hate to say it, but Coletco's become almost too big for me. I rarely know what goes on behind this wall behind me. I rarely don't even know. So if you're asking me, I can tell you that there's an error and a lot of them didn't go out. And if you need one, you need to message Ed or email Ed if you don't use Facebook. And if you don't have one by tomorrow evening, or you can just wait and he might can do some kind of resend on everything. If not, then you might need to go ahead and reach out, okay? And he'll start just manually resending them. I have no idea what happens when that happens. He probably does everything. I know he does everything he's supposed to, but sometimes there's just a glitch. It's just like one week people were getting, wasn't getting their tracking numbers, and it was just a glitch. Just nobody was, I don't know how it happened. Okay, so this is sold to John Bergenstorm for $42.99. Van Halen is sold. REM Green is sold for $30 to Tim Vigari. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Jeff Sapia gets Last Starfighter for 50. That is sold to him for 50. John, you just got Van Halen for 42. And then Marshall Tucker, dedicated. Marshall Tucker Band, it's VG Plus, $9.99. All right, let's get right back into auctions. I finally just condensed some stuff into one crate. So let's go right here. Let's grab these two. And let's grab, this looks interesting. John Carpenter, another one. And then let's do another King Buffalo. All right, here we go. Getting through some of these fast now. Awesome soundtracks tonight. And John, if you didn't want the Van Halen, let me know. But I thought you was claiming it the way that worked. Motor Psycho, the All Is One. Motor Psycho is a 2 LP prog rock album, near mint for $30. Motor Psycho. Necromant, The Necromant Lives, near mint, gray and black, $40 on that one. And that's under the genre of stoner rock. Okay. Here's another John Carpenter, They Live soundtrack. And They Live looks like it comes with a poster. That is a 2014 UK. Does have quite the corner ding up here. So VG cover, $40 start on that one. And then there's another King Buffalo Dead Star. And this one's pricey. King Buffalo is a limited edition black and purple, near mint, $150 start on that one. We're right now going through our first of 5 vintage pre-owned crates tonight. This is check condition, which means they're graded as marked. They're graded as marked. Buy it now or best offer. Boston is VG Plus, $9.99. More Than a Feeling. Boston. ZZ Top Fandango, VG Plus, $24.99. Blois de Colt Spectres. Spectres is VG Plus, $19.99. That one has Go Go Godzilla on it. Fleetwood Mac Zoo, I'm Not Me. Fleetwood Mac is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart VG Plus, $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. Live, VG $12.99. And The Best of Traffic. And this is a VG condition, $9.99. So there's our current auctions. Motor Psycho, Necromant, They Live soundtrack, and King Buffalo. Got a lot of stuff the last couple nights, counting Saturday, that we don't get too often, okay? Next thing is this. We have Boston at $7. We have Boston is, I'll sell it to you for $17. That one was VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Jeff Beck Truth. Jeff Beck Truth is VG Plus, $9.99. Jeff Beck Truth, VG Plus, $9. Looks like it's got quite a bit of ring wear. 1 second, please. All right. Also, we have Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. VG condition, $9.99. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. The Vandals, Peace Through Vandalism. Wow. VG condition, $24.99. That's something you don't see in the crate every day. It does have quite a bit of spine damage. A 1985 punk album. VG minus cover. VG vinyl, $24.99. I will sell you Boston for $15, no problem. That is sold to TBI Music Room for $15. Chris Bryant gets the Vandals. Thomas Clark was second. Colin Butler third. Mr. MFTF fourth. Brent Ribley fifth. I knew that was going to get some activity. All right, no bid, no bid, no bid, no bid. 6 people on that. They're still coming in. All right, so Motor Psycho. Take advantage of buying the auctions at minimum bid or making offers. Motor Psycho is $30. The Necromant is $40. And Goofy Foot just sniped. Yeah, Goofy Foot just sniped the They Live for $40. Mike Pierce, you were second, and King Buffalo's $150. So one of the 3 sold. If anybody wants to make offers on the other ones, I'm your Huckleberry. Okay? I don't really know what that is, but must be something important. Is Zoo Mick Fleetwood or Fleetwood Mac? That's a Mick Fleetwood solo album. That's the legendary drummer Mick Fleetwood of Fleetwood Mac. That's a solo album. VG Plus, $14.99. Do you have any Chappell Roan, Alana, Springsteen, or Stephen Wilson Jr.? Yes. Yes. Yes, we do. Next thing over here are these 4 auctions. Let's keep rolling with these right here. This artist is called Savannah. This is Olympus Mons, which sounds Latin, but I can barely speak English. Stoner Rock on this orange vinyl. It's numbered, and that's a $75 start. Serathon Gold, Forever Black. Serathon Gold is near mint at a $35 start. King Buffalo Demo. King Buffalo Demo, green vinyl, 2023, $60. And that's another King Buffalo. Let's not do 2. Let's grab something else here. Let's do something recognizable. Lynyrd Skynyrd. Lynyrd Skynyrd is a 2021 red and blue marbled, sealed, second helping from Jacksonville, Florida Theater. Skynyrd is a $20 start. All right. And then Zoo is sold to BMK for $9. Best of Traffic price. The best of Traffic was VG Condition Dennis, $9.99. Led Zeppelin's In Through the Outdoor, VG Condition, $14.99. The Guess Who, Power in the Music. The Guess Who is VG Plus, $9.99. Van Morrison Moondance, VG Plus, $24.99. Van Morrison Moondance, VG Plus, $24.99. And the Shacklefords Sing. Wow, what is this? On Capitol Records. Adventures in Song with the Super Singing Group. The Shacklefords. What the heck? A 66 mono. Looks like some kind of cartoon. VG Plus, $19.99. The Shacklefords. Never seen that before. $19.99. Skynyrd has a bid for $20. Traffic has an offer, but not from Dennis Daly. Vinylly Warped, I will go ahead and sell you Moondance for $20. Also, we have Robin Trower Live, EX $17.99. Willie Nelson's Classic Redheaded Stranger, VG $19.99. Frank Marino Juggernaut, VG Plus $14.99. And B-52's Wild Planet, VG Condition, $9.99 for B-52s. Wild Planet. Okay, let's go ahead and sell Traffic for $7 to BMK. The Led Zeppelin is cover variant A. Cover variant A on Zeppelin, VG $14.99. All right, so we do have a bid on Serathon Gold. Final chance on Savannah and King Buffalo, and Skynyrd has a bid already for $20. That's a final call. We're about to go through crate. Is that just the first crate? How long have we been on this one? Golly, that's just the first crate of Check Condition. Am I being like lethargic or something tonight? I feel like we're about 5 crates behind of pace of where we're normally at. It's already going on 10 o'clock and I hadn't started the second of 5 crates of vintage. Am I going slow? Am I a lot slower? Can I get some feedback from my peers? Do I need to go drink a Monster? Do I need to go like snort something? Am I being lethargic? Am I not fired up enough? Are we not going through these crates fast enough? What is going on? Tim Vigari, Zeppelin, and over here we have John Bergenstorm says he'll take it. Let me make sure Tim Vigari's passing though. Mr. MFTF gets the B-52s for 7. B-52s for 7. Posters, baseball cards, and stuff bog it down. That is true. We did do a lot of miscellaneous tonight. That is a actual logistical fact. Miscellaneous stuff will kill pace on vinyl. We've known that for a long time. Yeah, we did cassettes, we did T-shirts, posters, guitars, blankets. That is true, but I think that stuff's retired until later tonight. We're going to be slowly on vinyl. All right, so over here we have he's passing, so this is sold then. Led Zeppelin is sold to John Bergenstorm at VG $14.99. We already sold the B-52s. And Roxy said I need to drink some Monster. And I need number E. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. They pop up, of course, all the time. That was a multi-platinum record, so they sold a lot of those. So we got no bid. We got no bid. Surathon Gold is $25. That's sold to Hoopy. And TBI Music Room on Skinnerd for $20. $20 on that one. That's sold to TBI Music Room, okay? That means Savannah is a no bid at 75. And that means over here, King Buffalo is at 60. Did I eat my DoorDash? I did eat a steak before the show, yes. I guess I'll go up front and get a Monster here in a minute. I didn't get to sleep a lot. We had something pop up right before I went to sleep. We had a meeting this morning, and that kept me up. Then something popped up that I had to take care of, and it kept me up for like 2 or 3 extra hours. Is one of those deals where I was worrying over something and I shouldn't be. But, man, it's so important for us to be buying collections. When stuff pops up, we got to go after it in a hurry. And there's just so much stuff right now. There's a KISS collection in Denver, Colorado. There's a metal collection in Minnesota. There's another metal collection in North Dakota. I got, I think, a guy in Boston with a collection for sale. And, of course, we got Tyler. We got Henry. We got Tanner that can probably go on the road and buy this stuff. Some of these are pretty, like, really high-end collections. Like this one guy, I think, has literally hundreds of autographs, KISS autographs mostly. I've got to go there in person to authenticate them. And so we're just trying to plan stuff to do bit. And some days, next thing I know, it's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. Then it's noon, and I set my alarm for like 4:30 p.m. So that means I get maybe 4 hours of deep sleep. And so I'm like, So that was one of those days. I probably didn't go to bed till noon today, and my alarm went off at 4:30. So, yes, so I better go drink a Monster. But first, here's Black Jazz Records, the complete singles. Now, Black Jazz is an amazing jazz label. They have some of the rarest and highly sought-after jazz albums in existence. This is a compilation of singles, which are very difficult to get. I rarely see those at all. That's some very... If you try to track down some of these, you're going to be spending thousands of dollars. Black Jazz is a $30 start. $30 start on that. The single soundtrack is a 2 LP with CD. That's a $30 start. Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich is a $35 start. And Jimmy Buffett, Ask and You Shall Receive, Debbie. Jimmy Buffett, Take the Weather With You. That is sealed, 0 for sale in the United States. This is a special edition from 2006, and that is a $55 start. Chad, how you going to go to Denver? We'll have to fly. I'll probably, I don't know if I'll take Coletco Force One. I'll probably have to fly Southwest out there. That's a heck of a flight to do our plane in. So I don't know. I'll probably do it Sunday, probably next Sunday, maybe. I don't know. But I'm just letting y'all know, if anybody has collections out there, we're always looking to buy. And for anybody that don't know, one thing that separates us, because we got now a couple record stores, and I thank them. They know I thank them for doing this. We got a couple record stores that we now pay finder's fee to, and they've been giving us leads. One thing that separates us from a lot of places is we can go out and buy very valuable collections. So not being boastful or bragful, but I'm just letting everybody know we're equipped to come out and buy these collections that may get to 6 figures, that may be $50,000, that may be $125,000. There's some very valuable collections out there, and a lot of people have to rely on us to get out there to them, because they call other people and they're just like, we don't have the cash to buy it. So we got other record stores now sending us leads. They get us, they're like, hey, we've got a collection somebody wants $80,000 for. There's no way we can buy it. But if y'all want to do it, and we'll pay somebody a finder's fee. So y'all keep that in mind. It's good to have people working for you. So that's for anybody. If you know there's a big collection for sale and we can cut a deal, we'll come out there and buy it, okay? So, you know, but most of the people watching right now are buyers. But if there's anybody out there that's like, heck, I'm ready to sell my collection, a lot of people have sold out recently to us, and they've kind of restarted. They started collecting 5 years ago, and they didn't know what they really wanted to collect, and they realized they were too diverse, and now they want to kind of restart. And so, you know, some people are taking a big cash out and restarting their collections. Maybe they might not sell everything, but they're like, okay, I only want to collect this. And we've seen that a lot in the last year. I mean, well, that's why we bought a lot of customers' collections. And then they're right back in here buying because they needed to kind of reset where they were at in their collecting life. And then some people are moving. Some people go through divorces. You know, just whatever your situation is. So, but we try to be very competitive across the nation buying collections because we can come out and buy a really high value price point collection. You know, some people key everything into their Discogs, and the median or whatever is 6 figures. And, you know, and they're like, man, and they call people and they're like, we don't have the cash. And so I'm seeing that a lot across the country. So a lot of just small record stores are independently owned, and you know, people are just they're just kind of relying on walk-in stuff and local collections. But we're able to get to the point where we can travel all over the country and maybe out of the country if we need to. So, all right, Warren is not OG. No, Warren is numbered on clear vinyl. This is a music on vinyl pressing numbered. Music on vinyl pressing numbered. This is a 2023. Okay, Will Smithson gets the single soundtrack for $30. Thank you, Will Smithson. It's a challenge to come up with a good price. We rarely go somewhere and not reach a deal with somebody. It happened last week. We flew to Oklahoma, and the stuff wasn't in good condition. It was a miscommunication. The guy exaggerated on grade. Some people end up inheriting records, or they find records, whether it be like, you know, they just acquire them. You know, they might buy them at an auction, and they really don't know how to grade. So if we've ever disagreed with somebody, it's been because they've misled us. They get us out there. You know, we have to literally fly all the way out there, and then it's just not what they say it is. That happened one time last week, which is expensive. That's getting on our plane, having to pay the pilot, Tanner's time, the fuel, or the logistics, maybe even staying the night. You know, sometimes it costs $1,000 to go look at a collection. So it's got to be really worth our time. It's got to be something pretty substantial to fly out there for it. Mr. Big, Lean Into It. That's on red vinyl. Mr. Big is a record store day, sealed, numbered, a $30 start. Sealed $30 start. Mr. Big, Lean Into It. Black Jazz is at $36 with Robert Warner. David Campbell got the Warrant for $35, and Debbie Laster has the Jimmy Buffett at $81. Coletco Force One. That's right. That's right. We got that this year. It's really changed our game. I think that's why we're having such a good year. We're able to go out now and travel and be back and have a driver, Tyler, you know, on the ground, and we can fly and look at stuff and be back. So it was a pretty big idea, but we crunched the numbers and it's making sense. We're thanks to y'all. I think we're 40% ahead in sales where we were this time last year. So shout out to the Coletco Army. I think we're like 40% ahead of where we were last year at this time. And of course, I've been doing this heavily for about 5 or 6 years straight, and we've seen nothing but growth. So it's pretty amazing. All right, this is Geezer and Baracho, the second coming of Heavy. And this is near mint at $100. Geezer Baracho, the second coming of Heavy. That is near mint, a $100 start and C. Looks like it's more stoner rock, okay? More stoner rock on that. Black Jazz is sold to Robert Warner for $36. That is sold to Robert Warner for $36, okay? Thank you on that, Robert. All right. Y'all were literally helping a small business and really a dream of mine hit expectations quickly, far quickly than than I realized. It's been pretty remarkable, honestly. King Buffalo, Dead Star. Of course, I do work around the clock, and our staff here is like incredible. I mean, everybody here is such an important part. Such an important part here at Coletco. I mean, y'all and our staff, so many moving parts. I mean, we've got big plans we're about to put into place this week. This is King Buffalo Dead Star. There's another King Buffalo. That is a $95 start. $95 start on that one, okay? All right, this is a buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. We have Elvis Legendary Performer. This is $19.99. Elvis, a legendary performer. This has the book with it and the original inner sleeve. This is a really cool compilation. $19.99. Carlos Santana and Mahavishnu John McLaughlin. Love, Devotion, Surrender. $19.99. Now, this is a non-check condition crate. That means everything in here has already been cleaned and graded. EX plus condition, okay? Final call on Jimmy Buffett back there in D for $86. Cinderella Liberty, that's a soundtrack by John Williams. John Williams, Cinderella Liberty, $19.99 on that one. And Glenn Campbell, Rhinestone Cowboy. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy, $9.99. And Wild Cherry, play that funky music, White Boy. This is a gold stamp promo. They have still not reissued this album. $34.99. Okay. Debbie, you've been outbid on D. 1 second over here. Okay. Wild Cherry, gold stamp promo. Some Stoner Rocks over there in A and D, it looks like. King Buffalo. And what was this? Geezer and Borchao, the second coming of Heavy, which was 100. Mr. Biggs at 34, and Debbie's back in on Jimmy Buffett at 91, okay? All right. Over here, let me open this up. Okay. Over here, Wild Cherry is sold to Red Betty. Thank you on that one. Steve Mason was second. And then there's new bids on Jimmy Buffett. We got Santana, and Santana's $19.99. This is Borboleta. Santana's $19.99. And Love Unlimited Orchestra, White Gold. That is $9. So Wild Cherry was sold to Red Betty. Steve Mason was second. Tony McDaniel was third. And Charlie Daniel, Uneasy Rider, is $24.99. Did I not tag Elvis? I forgot. Elvis is sold to Levi Hilton for $12. Sell that to Levi Hilton, okay? Mr. Big is sold to Chad Sauls for $34. Let's go ahead and make A and C no bids then. So we had King Buffalo for $95, and we had over here Geezer for $100. And then somebody said they made an offer on something. I made an offer on, hold on, let me read that again. I made an offer on Frog Lord. Frog Lord, did you just comment on the video? Is that something you just commented on that video in the group? I'll have to see if it's still available, or if it's something you commented yesterday and they didn't pull it, then it was already sold to somebody else. It depends on when you commented. Glenn Campbell was $9.99, okay? And then Debbie Laster got Jimmy Buffett for $96. Looks like we need 4 new auctions, right? 4 new auctions. I was just saying this. No, it's not a Learjet. It's like called a Cessna Stationaire or something. I don't know. I've only been on it a couple times, but yes, it's real and exists. I think it's called a Stationaire or something, turbo. I'm not for sure. I'm not. We just worked with somebody when we brokered the deal on it. So, but yes, it exists. It exists. We got King Buffalo Regenerator King Buffalo Regenerator is a limited edition gray white marble vinyl, and this is near mint, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. Let's try another King Buffalo. Next thing over here is Keef Mountain. That's spelled K-E-E-F. That's near mint on green vinyl with solid purple haze. And Keef Mountain is Doom Metal Stoner Rock. That's a $40 start. And then Bone Man Shapeshifter. Bone Man is a 2015 German. It is an out-of-print title. It is signed, and it comes with CD, poster, and sticker. This is EX Plus condition, $60. It does have a little bit of a crack right there. That is a $60 start on that one. Glenn Campbell is sold to Tom Kelly for $7. And the Nice, Autumn to Spring, Keith Emerson, Lee Jackson. The Nice is $19.99. Elvis Greatest Hits Volume 1. Elvis is $14.99. And we have Elvis in Concert, which is a double LP, no condition notes, $24.99. What's next over here? Stained. Confessions of the Fallen. Stained is on orange with black and white splatter. It's a 2023 limited edition. That is sealed for a $20 start. And Rhythm Heritage, Last Night on Earth. Rhythm Heritage is $9.99. Levi Hilton gets Elvis Greatest Hits at $14.99. And then Santana Welcome. Santana Welcome is $19.99. It's got a promo stamp, $19.99. Rich T. Duke, that was part of a bundle. So if you go back and look, Chris Riddings already bought that Frog Lord album in a bundle offer he made. So Frog Lord will not be available. Sergio Mendes, this guy's got a cult following in South America. That is $14.99. And Harry Chapin, Sniper and Other Love Songs. Harry Chapin is $9.99. Bread, Guitar Man, nice. Baby, I'ma Want You. Let me see if this is a promo copy. It's got an Elektra promo sticker. It'd be cool if it's a white label promo. It is. It's a white label promo of Bread, Guitar Man. That's a great song. $12.99. I think the only no bids left from Saturday's show is right over here in a crate behind me. There's only a few. That video honestly wiped out almost everything that I posted. Next is Harry Chapin Heads and Tails. Harry Chapin is $9.99. And Eno, Another Green World. Eno is $39.99. All right, let's end all these auctions. So King Buffalo over here is $55. Keef Mountain. Keef Mountain's at $40. We got Bone Man Shapeshifter. Bone Man is $60. And then Stained over here. Stained over here is at $20. Stained over here is at $20. Oh, Tennessee Tone Man is still tuned in. I love it when the Tone Man, Tennessee Tough Knuckles is still tuned in. And that is sold to Tony. Thank you. And that is sold to him at $12.99. Thank you on that one. I think we got 2 Coletco people on here tonight buying and watching. See how mean I am to employees? I make them actually watch me instead of getting first dibs. They have to watch and buy live like everybody else. Stained. This is going to be sold to Mark Gerster for $15. Not my boss expects me to work in the morning. Yeah, we got a lot to figure out, Tony. We'll be, before long, we'll be putting you in the plane and flying you places. We'll get Tennessee Tough Knuckles up there probably. We'll got to get him a pilot license. Holy moly. We got Keef Mountain, and Keef Mountain is sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Thank you on that one. And then Eno here. Eno is Another Green World. Eno is $39.99. Tony will probably be walking in this building at 7 a.m. and I will still be here probably getting the stuff ready for the next night's show. Or technically by that point, tonight's show. That's how it usually works. All right, let's go right over here. And let's put up these right here. I'm just going through this whole crate here, one by one, man. Or 4 by 4, honestly. 4 by floor. 4 floor by floor. 4 over here. And let's do this. Let me squat down. Oh, my gosh. Time for a quick back adjustment. Oh, yes. Stretch there. Oh, yeah. Let me stretch over here. Whew, that felt good. All right, we got 2 offers on Eno. Never mind, I see it. And Colin Butler offered 25. Sold to Colin Butler for $12. Sunday morning session on Sergio Mendez for 12. Okay, thank you on that one. All right, here's 4 new auctions. The board's cleared, right? We got Prince, the hits. This is a 2022 2 LP sealed, a $30 start. Rancid, limited edition anniversary colored vinyl. This is on white and black splatter, $25 start on Rancid. Cryptograph. Cryptograph is stoner rock, doom metal. Near mint on gray marble vinyl, $50 on that. And then Journey's Greatest Hits, the 2019 remaster, near mint, a $25 start. That's a good pressing of that. You're just now catching us in a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. I know it's already 11 o'clock East Coast, so I better get going. We have the best of Buck Owens, Volume 4, $9.99. Do looking out my. We have 20 original hits, Volume 2, or excuse me, 20 original winners. That's $12.99. Hank Thompson Collector Series. Hank Thompson is $9.99. The Explosive Sounds of Jackson Payne, $9.99. Journey has a bid for 25 and another bid for 25. So we got Prince, Rancid, and Cryptograph. And then you see the bids there on Journey. Okay, and then Prince also has a bid with Vintage Gentleman. Bill Monroe and Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, the original bluegrass band, $14.99 on that. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Brand new stuff that John marked today. Charlie Rich, very special love songs. Charlie Rich is $9.99. The Days of Future, boy, this is a clean looking copy. Nights in White Satin. That has the original inner sleeve. This definitely looks and feels like an older, possibly OG copy. It has all the right stuff. The inner sleeve, heavy vinyl, $19.99. Ralph Venturino on Bill Monroe. Thank you, Ralph Venturino. Next is Ocean. Put your hand in the hand. Ocean is $9.99. And Charlie Daniels band Saddle Tramp. That's a white label promo, gold stamp promo with promo timing strip. A lot of promo stuff on that one. $29.99. Gilbert O'Sullivan, I'm a rider, not a fighter. Gilbert is $9.99. Johnny Nash, not Cash. I can see clearly now the rain is gone with the hop sticker. And Five Bridges, the Nice. That's the second of the Nice we've had tonight. Featuring Keith Emerson on keyboard, $29.99. Okay. Next thing over here, I deleted your bid, Dennis. We got an offer on Moody Blues for $17. Nice. Soda Douglas Phelan. Stephen A. Young on Gilbert O'Sullivan. Thank you on that one. Nick Bargeron gets Charlie Daniels for $19.99. And we're going to go ahead and give Journey one more second, but we're going to close A through C. Prince is Soda Vintage Gentleman for $30. Rancid is $25. I buy it now. And Cryptograph is $50. I buy it now, okay? I'm going to add those over here to the no bids. Getting quite the stash over here. Holy moly, that's a lot. All this right here, if you can see where my hand is, that's all no bids for tonight. A lot of stoner rock, man. A whole lot. Whole lot. It's a lot easier for me to sell records or encourage bids if I know what I'm selling. Sometimes I don't know what I'm selling. And so if the people aren't watching that knows what it is, sometimes I'm left out to dry. I'm like, well, I've got some cool stuff here, but I don't know what it is. I think a lot of people are probably looking it up live and trying to figure out exactly what's going on too. Next Corner Knife, it is penciled in for this Sunday. Yeah, we've got it penciled in for this Sunday. I think I'm going to have to do 7 days straight, which means I'll be doing 13 straight live streams, it looks like. So, yeah, it's probably going to be Sunday. Don't hold me to that because I never know what's going to pop up. Like you just heard me say, there's some big buying trips coming up I might need to go to. So it's like buying or selling, you know. You got to, both are equally important. Buying is more important, though. This is Underscores Wall Socket. Underscores Wall Socket is a 2023 USOG sealed, 0 for sale anywhere on earth. $75 start on that one. And then we have A Night at the Symphony, Laffy. Laffy is a 2024 2LP sealed. There's only one copy for sale right now at $200. We're going to start this one sealed at $150. And then what's the next thing here? This is Swan Valley Heights. And Swan Valley Heights is a stoner rock album, near mint, and it's signed a $75 start. Okay, back to this Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Jim, wow, looks like a nice copy if you don't mess around with Jim. Original label too. That's a very popping looking one there. $14.99. $14.99 on that one. We got Charlie Daniels Band Way Down Yonder. $24.99. Charlie Daniels Band Way Down Yonder. $24.99. MFSB Philadelphia Freedom. That's in shrink $9.99. Journey's A Final Call to Dennis Daly at $36. The Sweet Gingerbread Man, the Mike Curb Congregation, $9.99. Another Charlie Daniels sold to JCB for $20. Thank you on that one. The Three Faces of Chico. Chico Hamilton is actually EX. It is check condition. Not bad though. EX. It is a 1959 cool jazz album. Chico Hamilton, $37.99 on that one. Eric Carmen self-titled. That has the hit song All By Myself. This is actually a white label promo. Eric Carmen, All By My... $14.99. Giorgio, Nights in White Satin. Giorgio, and that is $19.99. A quad pressing of Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Cool. Very clean looking too. All right, let's close A, B, C, and D. A and B are no bids. Laffy and Wall Socket, or Underscores. I guess Underscores is the artist. Those are now Buy It Nows for $150 and $75. C here, which is Swan Valley Heights, that is sold to Thomas Clark for $25, and Journey is sold to Dennis Daly for $36. And that pretty much fills up that crate, especially after I tag Jim Croce for $12 to Tom Kelly. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't step on the pull the mask on the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim. Da 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 da. Something like that. All right, let me put up 4 new auctions. I'm in desperate need of energy, as in Monster. So let me go ahead and pull these right here. Let's do this. And then let's do 4 records I've never seen before in my life, okay? 75. You said 25. Golly. $75 to Thomas Clark. 75 to Thomas Clark, not 25, okay? Change that last one for 75 to 25. Golly. Yeah, I got to go get a mind reset. Holy moly. Okay. You can do this, Chad. Whew. I almost shot myself in the foot multiple times tonight over huge dollar amounts. La Iglesia at Mica, Gran Miro del Coma. I don't know what I have here, but it's stoner rock. It is La Iglesia Automatica, Gran Miro del Coma, sealed $35. And then we have Color Haze in Her Garden. Color Haze is a 2017 German, numbered green vinyl, $55. Leah, L-E-A-H, a 2007 Sweden, now out of print, near mint, $40. And this is Gorilla Pulp, Peyote King. And this is a 2016 Italy, stoner rock, psych rock, near mint for $60, okay? Let me finish up this crate first, though. Fire Ballet Tutu, that's $14.99. That's TWO, TOO. Jerry Reed, Red Hot Picker. Jerry Reed is sealed, an unopened original copy for $19.99. Rick Derringer is $14.99. Also, Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods, a white label promo, $19.99. Roger McGuinn and Band. Roger McGuinn, $14.99. Just a Story from America, Elliot Murphy, $14.99. And Ambient One, Music for Airports, Brian Eno, nice, $39.99 on that one. All right, so I'm going to leave y'all right there on that while I step up here and grab something to drink. And Hiram does have a bid on A. I'm very curious where everybody's tuned in and watching from tonight. hopefully viewers all over the world. That would be great, right? All over the country and then the world. That would be wonderful. All over the world, all over. My cut out for a second. Bear with me as it does that. I'm going to grab a Monster Action. Yeah. We'll do some water later tonight again. Let me get this shook up. Okay. Uptown got its hustlers. Bowery got its bums. Dun dun dun, son of a gun. Big and strong. All right. Here we go. I got my Monster in hand. Is that basketball game still going on? I've had a lot of people tell me they'd be distracted tonight by that basketball game. It is. It's 108 to 101. Okay. Now, what happens? If the Knicks wins, is that a sweep or does it have to go to game 4 either way? I don't know. I think a lot of people are focused in on that right now. Big game. I've never heard this many people talk about NBA basketball in a while. So they got to win 4. Okay, so it is 7. All right. I don't think I've ever watched an NBA game from beginning to end. I've never watched an NBA game from beginning to end. You should parachute into the game and do a couple of quick dunks and come back. Well, let me tell you something right now. If you tried parachuting into that building, you would get shot on sight because there are Secret Service agents all over that place. So I don't recommend jumping out of an airplane anywhere near that building or you will be shot on sight. You don't want to jump out of a plane anywhere close to the president. The president's in the building. There's probably so much security there right now. Holy moly, there's no telling. In New York City with all those other celebrities there. That's wild. He's asleep. Man, I know one thing. Democrat or Republican, somebody of that age in that position, let me tell you something. They're going to be falling asleep a lot. Him and the last one. That age, having that job, golly. I'm surprised anybody older than 70 that's in that job don't do it more often. Holy crap. I couldn't imagine the stress of the daily grind of having that job. Oh man, this exhausts me. Could you imagine running the country? Whew. Around the clock? Man. Plus it doesn't pay anything. I think it's one of the most craziest things ever to decide you're going to run for president. I'm like, golly, you don't even pay anything. $400,000 for that? What? Okay, we got Color Haze for $55. Color Haze is a buy it now for $55. Leah is a buy it now for $40. And we have $60 on this. $60 on this. So those are all buy it nows. A lot of stoner rock. Now this one must be good. It's getting a lot of activity. Yeah, it pays. Those imagine the deals, which from what I understand, insider trading is not really illegal, right? I mean, it's not like there's laws against it. It's weird. I don't, it just blows my mind. Thomas Clark gets Hayes for $40. $40, that's sold to Thomas Clark. Thank you on that, okay? It's like legal, but not. Otherwise, I think they would all be getting arrested for it. So I don't understand. It's like not really illegal, but it is. Actually, Chad, I made an offer above. Okay, Hayes in the garden. Is that what Hayes is? Okay, Chris Messer, it's yours for $40 if you want it. It's $40 if you want it. Okay, if not, then I'll sell it to the next person. Okay. So Hayes over here, Chris Messer, is it black or green? It is in green. Illegal for us, not for them. Exactly. Like they can do it, but you know. Man, I can't wait till I'm a senator. Holy moly. That's going to be great. I'll have a lot of people don't like me all of a sudden, though. That's going to be sad. Senator Williams, and then all of a sudden, it's going to be bad. All right, Hayes is sold to Chris Messer for $40. Thank you. That's sold to Chris Messer for $40. We got Smashing Pumpkins Gish, 2011 remastered Smashing Pumpkins Gish. That is sealed for a $35 star. They're still bidding on A. They're still bidding on A, which is $60 right now with Danae. A is with Danae at 60, now Hiram at 65. This next one, bear with me over here. We got Casa Soy Vibraciones Doradadas. 2017 OG mint green vinyl, $45 on that. $45 on that. And we have Tribute to Nazareth, another Hair of the Dog. Tribute to Nazareth, purple vinyl, a $15 start. Okay, let's go through another new crate. Let's go through another new crate. Mr. Williams, why do you want to run for Senate? Well, I would like to make a lot of money doing a lot of deals buying people's record collections. Do what? Well, yeah, when I'm senator, that's what I plan on doing. I'm going to use my power to yield force over people to sell me their collections. Okay, you got my vote. Headlines. Senate candidate Chad Williams uses power to force people to sell him record collections. Okay. Buy it now, best offer. We have the best of Emmylou Harris. This is in shrink wrap, $14.99. Stars, $14.99. Stars. No, I'm not. I'm retired from politics. Stars is $14.99. Jerry Reed, I'm a lover, not a fighter. It's very nasty and not fun. $9.99 for Jerry Reed. And we have Barefoot Jerry's Groceries. This is a double LP, $19.99. What kind of sticker is this? From the sound system of Angela Riddings. Interesting. Jerry Jeff, $19.99. Over here, they're still bidding on A. We still got B, C, and D. Those are brand new auctions there. I'm going to be honest. One of the three, I have no idea what it is, which is this. I'm very much aware of this album. And then that's a tribute to Nazareth over there on purple vinyl. Current update on auctions. There are nearly 2 more full crates of auctions. And I think the one here on the bottom, which I'm going to bring back up to the top, has some really high-end stuff in it. So we got a long ways to go on bidding. Probably going to be running auctions till midnight, okay? So I'm going to get focused here. And we got Taking Tiger Mountain, Eno. Eno is $39.99. That's the third Eno album we have. There's one still left in the other crate. And the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Wow, this has the poster with it. $39.99, Let It Bleed. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. And there's the Rolling Stones poster. That's good. That's tough to get, is what I meant to say. It's a good album, and that's a tough to get poster. $39.99. Next thing over here is this. We have, was there an offer? Oh, there was a question on C. C-Start Thomas is $45. $45 on that one. Rolling Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $30. Excellent. That's a tough poster to get. Robin Trower, Take What You Need. $19.99 on Robin Trower. Looks like the basketball game. Uh-oh. It's down to 2 points with 9 seconds. I'm just watching the ESPN thing over here. I don't know why I'm not watching it live. I have Hulu, but I'd get too distracted. I'm just going to lock my phone. Y'all can tell me what happens at the end. Cal Jader is $49.99 for Solar Heat. The Tubes, outside, inside. The Tubes is $19.99. Nice. Queen, A Kind of Magic. This is a 2015 German press. $39.99. Okay, all the auctions are closed. So this one sold to Hiram Aponte for $70. And then B is a buy it now for $35. C is a buy it now for $45. And then Nazareth is a buy it now for $15. Or I should clarify, a tribute to Nazareth, okay? A tribute to Nazareth. And Thomas Clark gets this one here for $35. Thank you, Thomas Clark, okay? So let me do the last two in this crate. I'm actually going to use this purple crate here to put no bids in. Here's our next two. Chris Bryant gets the Nazareth. And this is sold to Chris Bryant for $15. And PJ for $25. It's a tribute to Nazareth, yes. This is another Hair of the Dog, a tribute to Nazareth on purple vinyl. Yeah. And then PJ was, what was PJ? Was that something in this crate, Patrick? Or was that something that already sold? PJ. Or was that Smashing Pumpkins? Maybe I said Pearl Jam. I don't know. I'm still getting woke up. Okay. So quickly, two auctions here. Jazz Dispensary Super Skunk. Jazz Dispensary is a 2022 Record Store Day red vinyl. That's a 45. Those are great. That's a great series. And then over here, we have Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory on gold vinyl. And that's a 45th anniversary sealed. $30 on that. $30 on that one. Okay. Curran Evans, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Smashing Pumpkins for $27. $27 to Curran Evans. The Hair of the Dog is Phil Campbell from Motorhead, Glenn Hughes from Deep Purple, Paul Di'Anno, Iron Maiden, Paul Chapman, UFO, something White from Rainbow. I've never seen that name, though, with the D, and more. So that's a sampler of some of the artists on here. Steve Overland from FM, Steve Grimmett from Grim Reaper, Doggy White. Okay, Doggy. It looked like the W over here. It looked like DeWitt White. And I was like, I don't know a DeWitt White. Doogie White from Rainbow, Michael Schenker. Now that sounds familiar. And then Chris Thompson, Man for Man. So it sounds pretty cool. So leave that tag to Chris Bryant. He is going to get that at $15, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate. And like I said, let me push this crate up here on top. And I think we got some pretty cool more stoner stuff coming up. So let me just start right here with this looking one and this looking one. Okay. I've got Bong Tower, Altered States. Bong Tower is a 2020 Russia signed with stickers. This has never sold before. They only made 100. It's a double LP. Bong Tower is up for bid in C, an $80 start. And Black Magic SS Rainbow Nights, a 2020 Lithuanian. This hadn't sold in a while. It's blocked for sale on Discogs. Wow. Blocked for sale. That either means it's a bootleg or for some other reason. $155 start on that one. Moving on. Marshall Crenshaw. Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, Volume 1. It's a Sundazed 1997 2LP compilation. $39.99 for the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band. Whitesnake Live in the Heart of the City. It looks like it's a gold stamp promo with promo strip. $44.99. And Wham! Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go. $34.99. And Careless Whisper. $34.99. Also, we have Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin's $14.99. And Saturday Night Live, a classic. Aykroyd, Belushi, Chevy Chase, $14.99 on that one. And then Dave Mason, Two Hearts. Dave Mason is $9.99. Racing Cars, Downtown Tonight. Racing Cars is $9.99. Santa Esmeralda, starring Leroy Gomez, $9.99. Okay, we can go ahead and close A and B. The Jazz Dispensary is sold to Danae for $45. And if anybody wants the gold vinyl Willy Wonka soundtrack, it is $30. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add another one here. This is Paralyzed. Paralyzed is a 2021 German Fly High edition. Orange Crush colored vinyl with patches and stickers. Most of these tonight, I really hadn't got all the goodies out, but a lot of these tonight y'all been buying come with posters and stickers and patches and autographs. Just a little time consuming to get all that out. So this one has sold for as much as $228 before. That's a good one. Paralyzed is a $110 start. $110 start on that. Let's go ahead and sell Wayne Carr, the Willy Wonka, for $30. Thank you on that, Wayne Carr. And then Saturday Night Live is sold to Roger Tagavilla. And then one more auction. And let's pull one here from the front. This is PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love. And PJ Harvey's a 2020 180 gram sealed. I think we had that New Arrivals tonight. Maybe not this year or this version, but that album for sure. PJ Harvey's a $30 start, and that is sealed. The Bobby Darin Story, Mac the Knife, that is $9.99. And the Folk Festival at Newport with Joan Baez and Bob Gibson and Brownie McGee, that's a 1959 mono. 1959 mono, $19.99 on that one. The Pulp Fiction soundtrack, 180 gram reissue, $24.99. $24.99 on that one. And the Who Quadrophenia soundtrack. That one is $24.99 on the Who Quadrophenia. Jim Steinman. And that is $14.99 on Jim Steinman. We got Paul Revere and the Raiders featuring Mark Lindsay. $9.99. U2, The Joshua Tree, an 87 original. It's a retail copy. A lot of these are club. $44.99 for The Joshua Tree. That's a rare 8-track, by the way. If you ever seen that on 8-track, it's quite pricey. Hundreds. Air Supply, the one that you love. Air Supply is $9.99. And The Fifth Dimension, Love Lines, Angles, and Rhymes. The Fifth Dimension is $14.99. Okay, I know A and B hadn't been up long, but I'm just going to go ahead and make those buy it nows. That way I can keep the flow of putting 4 up at a time, unless something gets into extended bidding. So let's go ahead and make all 4 of these buy it nows. And slot number 8 was Paralyzed, which is $110. 2021 German press out of print. It is self-titled. PJ Harvey was sealed, a 2022 for $30. The Bung Tower, or excuse me, Bung, Bong Tower was $80. And then the Black Magic SS was $155. Couple pricey ones there. Let's put all those right there. And then we have an offer on Eno for $30. The Eno that was left in here was, what is the Eno that's in here? Eno? Joshua Tree. I know there was one. If it wasn't in this one, it was in the last one. Eno. This one here. That's sold to Douglas Phelan for $30. Thank you. That's sold to Douglas. Also, we have Douglas. I seen your message come through about your invoice too. Hopefully you've got it. I think it was a problem with a lot of people's today's, as you've probably heard me say tonight. But if anybody new is relatively new and you're not getting automatic invoices, let me know. And I think y'all have heard me say multiple times tonight, evidently something happened. Could be just an automated glitch in our email system. Just a lot of people didn't get the actual email today with their invoice. They definitely were created, what we call generating them, where we take it and it's literally from a spreadsheet to a QuickBooks file that goes to an email. That's what Ed does all day on Monday. That definitely happened today, and the whole team was here working on them, but for some reason, a lot of people didn't get them delivered to your electronic mail. Some people did not get that electronic mail, so if you did get it and already paid, thank you. Tony will be here in the morning along with the rest of the shipping crew, G and Zach and everybody else that helps out back there, even Ed sometimes, even though he does customer service too. They will all be back there packing and shipping. I haven't seen G in a long time. I hardly see her or Jack or Zach. I barely see my sister that works here. I never see my mom because I'm on a completely different schedule. I see the really early morning people, which Henry gets here with me to start working on auctions as soon as 4 a.m. We got people showing up here in the morning. 4 and 5 a.m. Tony gets here sometimes 6 or 7. Tanner sometimes gets here 6 or 7. So I've always said we're around the clock, which is true. There's literally somebody here around the clock, maybe just for a little bit sometimes on Sundays. But these lights are rarely turned off here. They're always on. Wolf Club. I think we had some of them last week. Wolf Club is a 2021 US, limited to 150 on pink vinyl. That's $60 on Wolf Club. We had this artist too earlier. Svartanat. Svartanat. And that's a 2006 Sweden purple vinyl. $65 start on that. Kal-El, and that is a 2021 Sweden red and gold swirl. This one demands pretty good money too. Near mint, $95. That's called Astro Dumita. That's $95 start. And then there's another album by Paralyzed, Heavy Road. And Paralyzed is a 2022 blue, orange, black splatter, $115 start. Man, some pricey stuff. Must be some good stoner rock. Redbone, Message from a Drum. Redbone, of course, had that hit song, Come and Get Your Love. Not on this one, but they do have great music. $29.99 on that one. Wow, Pink Floyd. What kind of pressing is this? 1972 Spain, Obscured by Clouds. A 72 Spain copy. That's pretty cool with Pink Floyd printed on the cover. It's got an old retail sticker, EMI. 72 Spain, 44 on Pink Floyd. Mama Line, Give It Everything I've Got. Mama Line is a 1973 Sonic Press, $59.99. Ken Booth, Live Good. Ken Booth is $19.99. Shakedown coming in on the Pink Floyd. Thank you on that. I've never seen that version before. Also, Oliver Edward Nelson in London with Oily Rags, and that's $14.99. Also, we have Ken Booth sold to Colin Butler for $12. Did you see Wolf Club is Lake Street? Wolf Club is called Just Drive. Just Drive on that one, $60. Here's a quick overhead look at our auctions. There's a quick overhead look. Here's an update also on the crates. There's 2 more vintage pre-owned crates to go. And I can almost condense auctions into one crate. Now, that's just stuff they tagged for tonight. I've got bonus stuff. Of course, earlier tonight we did cassettes, and I did some stuff like that. So I do have that one Dr. Dre cassette left. I was going to try to check that one right quick. It was a sealed 2001. Let's see if I can find that. 2001 sealed. I sold a couple tonight that I think went really cheap, but that's okay. That's why people tune in. All right, next thing in here is this. We got Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Bill Nelson's Red Noise is $12.99. Chad's about to sneeze. Yeah, that's a reissue there. Yeah, the reissues are $60. The new ones, they've recently reissued that one. I wonder if that's what this is. It could be. It could be. Yeah, this is 2019. That's it. Yeah, this is a reissue. So this is a sealed 2019 reissue. Dr. Dre 2001, $60. $60 on that. Or best offer. Yeah, that's what they're selling for. $60 on that one. Okay. Kenny Drew, Niels Henning, Orsted Peterson, Duo 2. That's $19.99. The Rolling Stones Love You Live, $39.99. Andy Warhol artwork. And we have Silverado soundtrack. Silverado soundtrack is $19.99. Silverado soundtrack. Also, we have Tim Buckley, Blue Afternoon. Tim Buckley's a 69 Terre Haute at $44.99. Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out. Don't see that normally in the crate. 2008, 180 gram. Bauhaus is $39. And Baby Grand, $19.99 on Baby Grand. All right, let's end all four of these. We got more to put up. So Wolf Club was $60. Savanta is $65. Kal-E or Kal-El was $95, and Paralyzed was $115. So Sorry Chad is the Wolf Club limited edition colored. Okay, so let me just figure out what just happened. Wolf Club was an A, right? Wolf Club is a 2021 USOG limited edition pink vinyl. There's the actual Discog stats. It's out of print, and yes, it's $60. Thomas Clark, I think, put B35. That's an offer for Bauhaus, right? Okay, it is. And then Hiram Aponte got Kal-El for $75. Sell that to Hiram Aponte for $75. Now, that means that Bauhaus is sold to Chris Messer if he wants it for $35. If not, then it's sold to Thomas Clark. All right, and then Sunday Morning Session did get Wolf Club for $50. Thank you. That's actually the cheapest it's ever sold for on Discogs. Congratulations on that one. Thomas Clark got Bauhaus for $35. That means there's two no bids. This one, which I'm really struggling how to pronounce, Svartanatt, and then Paralyzed. And let's go ahead and grab some more. So I've got Jazz Sabbath, Evanescence, Waylon Jennings, and Pretty Boy Floyd. I know all those. Let's get these rolling, okay? Here we go. Stretch. Oh, yeah, stretch. Okay. We got Jazz Sabbath, and this is the Record Store Day edition. Jazz Sabbath is a limited edition mono on translucent natural colored vinyl with bonus tracks. And it has a DVD with it. Very cool. So this is like a jazz band. They're called Jazz Sabbath, and they play stuff like Paranoid on piano. So it's like with pianos and jazz drums and horns. Okay, it's pretty cool, actually. I've listened to all of them multiple times. I have these. I have both volumes in the personal collection of Chad Williams. This is sealed for a $30 start. Evanescence. Evanescence is a 2021 Record Store Day, 10th anniversary on purple vinyl. That's Evanescence self-titled, $20 start. Waylon Jennings, The Lost Nashville Sessions. That's on red vinyl. Waylon Jennings, a $20 start. And Pretty Boy Floyd, size really does matter. And Pretty Boy Floyd is a 2019 US, and that is EX condition. EX condition, a $25 start, okay? Those are all now up for bid. Okay. All right, next is Neil Young Zuma. Neil Young is EX, $26.99. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Zuma. That's worth it just for Cortez the Killer, which is on that album. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express is $19.99. And we have Fabulous Farquhar, and that is $19.99. And the next two are the Fifth Dimension Live, $24.99 on that. And Blondie, nice. Blondie's debut, a 77 Santa Maria 44. Pretty Boy Floyd is not opened, is it? There we go. All right, so we got Jazz Sabbath, Evanescence, Waylon Jennings, and Pretty Boy Floyd. Those are all up for bid right now. And here's the state of Coletco at 11:15 Central Time. There's 2 more crates of new vintage, and there's literally, now that I'm about to condense them, about a whole crate left of auctions. And that could be anything from Kate Bush to Judas Priest, and a whole lot of Stoner Rock and other stuff that Chad doesn't know much about. So there's that. I got warmed up today with cassettes, and then we took a pause. I'm going to try to bring that tub out for tomorrow, so we have plenty of that. I got a little bit of a kickstart on T-shirts, and then I stopped doing those. And probably, I don't know, we can do a no-bid recap now or after the next crate, but there's a lot. Like, the no-bid recap is going to take like 15 minutes. The Dre cassette is the 2019 reissue, sealed, $60. That's why I wanted to look it up earlier. I was like, man, if this does exist originally, that's got to be hundreds of dollars. And but that's the 2019, sealed for $60. I think we need to go ahead and go through the next crate of new pre-owned arrivals, and then we'll do a no-bid recap, okay? My uncle has a country place no one knows about. He says it used to be a farm before the motor law. And on Sundays I elude the eyes, hide the turbine freight. To Fallout. Jazz Sabbath is a $30 start. Everything's about to be cleared. We might give Jazz Sabbath one more chance. Okay, let's get started with this crate. The Fifth Dimension Portrait. I've never seen the Hype sticker for Puppet Man. Shrinking Hype, $14.99 on that one. And we have Yes Fragile, nice, with the book. I'll Be the Roundabout, OG too. Porky Prime Cut, that's a good one. That's a real OG Yes with the with the booklet that came with it. All right, so Evanescence is a $20 buy now. Waylon Jennings, RST Streve got Evanescence for $20. That's sold. Waylon Jennings is sold for $20 to Tom Moran. And Pretty Boy Floyd is sold to Hoopy 31 for $25. Jazz Sabbath did get a bid, so it's about to sell to the day as soon as I introduce these next auctions, unless there's a new bid. Let's go ahead and do 3 more recognizable names here. This is Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. Womp, womp, womp. Running up that hill. A 2018 Euro sealed. Kate Bush, a $35 start. The Runaways Live at the Agora Ballroom. That's an unofficial. That is a $35 start. EX. And we have Judas Priest, Long Beach Arena, Volume 1. And Judas Priest is on red vinyl. That's a $35 start, double LP. Danae got Jazz Sabbath for $30. That's sold to Danae De La O. Yes Fragile is OG Porky Prime Cut with the book, $24.99. $24.99, okay? Our next auction is Space Slug. Space Slug is going to go up for bid in A. Nick, you were late on Jazz Sabbath, but I do have this you can bid on. Space Slug, Time Travel Dilemma, a 2021 limited to 100 blue and white splatter, near mint, a $35 start. Let me go check on the price on Neil Young Cortez the Killer. Cortez the Killer was EX vinyl, VG minus cover, $26.99. $26.99. EX vinyl, VG minus cover. All right. There we go. We got some bids coming in on Space Slug. There is an offer on Yes. I'll see what John, who asked about it. We'll see what John McPatriot wants to do. There is an offer on Yes, though, for 20. We got another Farquhar. I always feel like I'm going to accidentally say something else when I do that. $19.99. So Douglas Phelan does get Yes for 20. Thank you on that one. And then we have the Mass Marauders. The Mass Marauders is $19.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Knight Rider. I've got one more silver dollar that has nothing to do with Charlie Daniels. $24.99. MFSB, Love is the Message. MFSB is $9.99. The Greatest Songs of Woody Guthrie. And that's a double LP Vanguard, 16. Does it? Yeah, there it is. This Land is Your Land. Woody Guthrie, $16.99. And we have Gallery featuring Jim Gold. Gallery is $9.99. And Dr. Hook, nice. That is $19.99. Dr. Hook. Let's update our bids right quick. So Space Slug has a bid for 40. No bid on Kate Bush, 35. No bid on Runaways yet for 35. And over here, we got the Judas Priest. It's also 35. So looking for 35s on B, C, and D before I go ahead and make those buy it nows. If you really, really want them. By the way, I hadn't got to any of them tonight, but we have a bunch of test pressings. They're new test pressings from one of these Stoner Rock labels. And Tanner was looking those up when I got here. He's like, yeah, man, these are pretty much like, there's either no Discogs at all for them, or they're never have sold ever in the history of Earth. I do have a big signed Kiss comic book I've been meaning to show forever. If anybody wants to see it, I can put it up. It's about the size of this table. It's a huge Kiss comic book signed by Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley. But it's literally the largest comic book ever made. Gene Simmons is very proud of that. I saw him talk about it one time. Somebody was in his house looking at all of his collection, and he had one of those big comic books. We got one of the comic books, and we got one of them signed. So it's pretty cool. So I can put that up in just a second. Don't let me forget about that. Moving on, next thing was Woody Guthrie. That sold to Matt Bushy for $12. Fifth Dimension is sold for $8 to Thomas Schwarz on YouTube. Thank y'all both. And we have Dreams. And Dreams is $14.99. That's self-titled. Todd Rundgren, Something Anything. Hello, it's me. I've thought about you for a long, long time. $24.99 for Todd Rundgren. Trapeze. Trapeze is a 1970 German. $49.99. Wow. Very heavy gatefold jacket. That's a pretty cool press. And did somebody make an offer on a Moody Blues album? Or am I crazy? Oh, that says Woody. Okay. I looked at that again, and I thought it said Moody. It said Woody for that. Another Yes album, the Yes album, $14.99. Now, this one is not a first press, and I know that by this address down here at the bottom wasn't used until the mid-'70s, but it is a 4-digit catalog number, and it is a George Piros cut, $14.99. That's one of my favorites. Judas Priest is a live unofficial, yes. This is Long Beach Arena Volume 1, okay? What is the details you just had in your hand? Trapeze. I would classify Trapeze as a progressive rock band from the early 70s. And this is an original 1970 German. $49.99. Space Slug. Space Slug is Time Travel Dilemma. And this is a 2021 Poland. It is on colored vinyl, yes. The Runaways is a $35 start. And And yeah, this is trapeze. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end Kate Bush. It's a $35 buy now. This is a remaster of Hounds of Love. 2 more people just asked about the Runaways and Judas Priest. Those are both unofficials. These are unofficial pressings. Black vinyl, single LP, double LP, red vinyl. Those are 35s, okay? So we'll give that one more chance, okay? And then Space Slug is at 55 of Chris Messer. We're going to make sure that everybody's done bidding on that one. And then, wow, look at this. America with a horse with no name. Is that a sticker or is that that's actually printed on the cover? This is obviously some kind of UK copy. German, made in Germany. Another German press. Nice. These German pressings are on par with Japanese, okay? I would say, as far as the 70s and quality and pressing, Japanese and then German. So these here are getting near vintage audiophile quality on those. And then we have Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee, 69 UK flipback, $24.99. All right, so there is bids on Runaways and Priest. That means time's ticking. Kate Bush is sold for $30. Kate Bush is sold to Hoopy for $30. Chris Messer gets the Space Slug for $55. That's sold to Chris Messer for $55. And what have I just done? Okay, there we go. Next is this Purple Heel Witch. And let's see what else we got here. Pat had dibs first. Oh, I see that now. KB, $25. Patrick, do you want Kate Bush for $30? Your fellow Coletco colleague just called a red flag on himself. Okay. America pressed in Germany, yeah. Well, we basically, you know, took over that place anyway. We have Purple Heel Witch. This is a 2014, actually, the Russians were first to Berlin. 2014 German OG EX Plus condition, $40. Purple Heel Witch, 2014 German OG, big scuff on B1, but does not affect back play. $40 on that. And it is messed up again, isn't it? Dang it. How did I do that? Dang it, Jake. Son of a gun. Okay, let's go ahead and sell these. C and D. Runaways is sold to Zach Andrews for $35. And Judas Priest is sold to Red Eye for $35. I need to hit Jake. I'm not paying attention to what buttons I'm pressing over here. Let me text Jake, see if he's... All right. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Maybe if I turn... Yeah, I don't know what he does. I should have asked him how he fixed that. Okay, next is... golly. Kyle, I could have had a note here. A note would have been helpful in this one, Kyle. Shrine Builder. That makes sense. Shrine Builder. Shrine Builder is a 2020 US and Euro. Near mint. It does have a mark on track A1, DNAP. Red with yellow, orange, and heavy splatter. Okay. Shrine Builder, a $45 start. Let's do 2 more that I have no idea what I'm getting to here. Free Base. Hyperspace. Whoa, look at that color. A 2022 Flying High Edition. Never sold before. Near mint, $45. Man. Okay, and then Outer Head, Cult of Chaos. Outer Head is a 2021 French Secret Stash Edition. Near mint, $45. All these titles and colored vinyl variants are all related to pot and weed and dope and hash and marijuana and the devil's lettuce. They have all these little catchy names like Flying High Edition, Secret Stash Edition, Devil's Lettuce Secret Edition, Ganja, Ganja. Ganja limited edition. Okay, trapeze price. Actually, I just got an offer from Brent. And I'm going to do my old $2 bump here. A $2 bump on Brent. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Brent, $40 on trapeze. This is a beautiful copy. Look at this. It's beautiful. $40. And then there may be somebody else interested. Here we go. Back to the crate. Nice. The B-52s. An 89 OG. $44.99. Love Shack Baby. We sold we have this sold to Brent Robley for $40. That's trapeze. $40 on trapeze. Thank you on that one. What is C and B? C is called Free Base Hyperspace. Free Base Hyperspace. D is Outer Head Cult of Chaos. And Zach Andrews has 3 of the 4 bids right now, and he's winning A and B. Zach Andrews gets Purple Hill Witch for $40. Zach Andrews gets Shrine for $45. And C and D will give a few more moments, okay? Sorry, just a moment ago I had some kind of demon come out of me. I'm sure y'all heard that. I apologize. That was Chadish, okay? Have you ever heard of Yiddish? That was Chadish. Over here we got, golly, I can't even read this. It's so dark and disturbing. Dark and disturbed? Do you think Jerry is dark and disturbed? Another Space Slug. All right, Space Slug. Space Slug is a 2018 German Palace Press. A 2 LP yellow vinyl. A $45 start on Space Slug. And we got another Purple Hill Witch. Another Purple Hill Witch, Celestial Cemetery. And that is a 2017 German, $40 start on that one. Okay? The first thing I have is this. Neil Young Zuma sold to Curran Evans for $15. Sold to Curran Evans for $15. Neil Young Zuma. Thank you, Curran Evans. $15. Roger Tagavilla got the B-52s for $35. And let's go ahead and sell C and D. Free Base is sold to Edwin Blom for $35. And Outer Head is sold to Zach Andrews for $45. Okay? Now, we hadn't shown a record in the new arrival crates in a while because we keep on tagging auctions. And we keep on doing a little bit of this. And then we do a little bit of that. And then we've been doing some of this. But first, I got to do this right here. This is called Seeds to Roots. More pot, weed reference titles. This is a 2020 Grease. First and only time on vinyl. Bloody Red. Near mint, $30. Seeds to Roots, bonsai. They may be talking about a bonsai tree. You know, they could be. Bonsai. What do we have here? A 2018 UK. And this is called Black Helium Primitive FUCK. Black Helium Primitive FUCK. And it has a thank you note. I think a lot of this stuff is ordered on Bandcamp or direct from labels or something, because a lot of it's had like extras and notes and autographs and stuff like that. But Black Helium is a $40 start. Okay? Have fun bidding. We're going to finish this crate here in just a second, and then we're going to go through the no bids. And I see a lot of stoner people on here bidding. Wait till y'all see the no bids. Yes, single soundtrack is sold. All right, we got Kenny Drew and Niels Henning Orsted Peterson duo live in concert. $19.99. Blondie Plastic Letters. Blondie is $44.99. Cal Jader's Latin Kick. Cal Jader is check this out. 1958 red vinyl. Look at that. How cool. Really cool cover there too. Look at that. The cactus is the shadow in the desert, and they're all sitting there playing a concert and watching and listening. How much is Seeds to Roots Bonsai? Is a $30 start. Uncle Dave Macon, $19.99. Interesting cover on that one. Uncle Dave Macon, $19.99. The Waylon Jennings Files, Volume 12. I think this is Bear Family. It is $24.99 for Bear Family, Waylon Jennings. $24.99. June Christie, Something Cool. I always thought that was an interesting cover. $9.99. June Christie, Something Cool. And the Maddox Brothers and Rose, Family Folks, $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell B to Zach Andrews for $40. And B was the Purple Hill Witch. That is sold to Zach Andrews for $40. A is also with Zach Andrews at $50. Final call. I'm assuming Thomas Clark, you may be done or close to done. Let's go ahead and put up something else in B. This is Necromant. And Necromant in B is Near Men, a $25 start. Snakes and Liars. Snakes and Liars, limited edition orange vinyl, $25 start. What was the start on D? D was a $40 start, and C and A is about to sell. Chet Atkins, Teensville, what a nice looking copy here. Living Stereo, $9.99. Do you have any Sheryl Crow or plush? Yes. Yes, we do actually. A is on yellow vinyl. 2018 German Palace Press, yellow vinyl, out of print. Okay. All righty. Dr. Hook, Rising. Dr. Hook is $14.99. Dire Straits Making Movies. That is a gold stamp promo, original on her sleeve, beautiful copy. Wow. A spanking copy. $29.99 on Dire. Kenny Loggins Alive. That's a double LP live Kenny Loggins. $14.99. Sergio Mendes and Brazil 77 Primal Roots. $14.99 on Sergio Mendes. MFSB Universal Love. $9.99 on MFSB Universal Love. And we have Elegy the Nice. And that is $29.99. Okay. We got Chet Atkins sold to Nick Bargeron for $7.99. I will sell you Dire Straits for $24. $24 on that one. We got Zach Andrews getting the Space Slug. That was what just sold in A. That sold to Zach Andrews for $50. Thank you. Necromat is sold to Zach Andrews for $25. Seeds to Roots is sold for $30 to Edwin Blom. And Zach Andrews also gets the Primitive FUCK for $40. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Let's do 4 more here. Stoners, eyes open. Okay. Stoners alert. Stoners alert. First though, Nick Bargeron gets the Dire Straits for $24. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. We got Gozu Revival. Gozu is a 2016 OG, out of print, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Sacri Monte. Sacri Monte, 2015 OG Purple Translucent, $25 start. Jail Persona. I feel like I've had that one before. 2024 USOG, sealed for $25 start. And Moonstone has a big mushroom on the front. Moonstone is a 2019 Poland, limited to 300 gold translucent crystal. And that is $30. $30 on that one, okay? Next is Gilbert O'Sullivan himself. Has a promo sticker and not a promo label. Very nice copy, though. $9.99. Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors album. Oh, this won multiple Grammys. That's what that sticker is advertising on the front. Charlie Rich is $9.99. There's another one of those Waylon Jennings Bear Family records. That one's $24.99. Bear Family Records, Volume 11, $24.99 on that. Paul Butterfield, Put It in Your Ear. Paul Butterfield, $29.99. Sergio Mendes, $14.99. Santana Caravansari. Santana Caravansari is in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. I've never seen a hop sticker on Caravansari. And y'all know how I am with hop stickers. I collect them. I love them. Never have seen that one before. $19.99 on Caravansari. Elvis Legendary Performer Volume 3, sealed for $24.99. And the Nice. Boy, this one always has a lot of cover wear. What a clean copy. Misera's Longus Brevis Vita. Pink immediate label, $34.99 on the Nice. Okay. All right, so the first thing we have is everything has bids except Jail. This was Gozu. This was I Forgot. This was Jail. And this was Moonstone, I believe. And that's the high bids right now. 25, 25, no bid, and 35, okay? First is CR for $6. And CR was Charlie Rich. We'll go ahead and let that slide for $6 to Thomas Schwartz. Cal Condition. Cal Conditioning Price. Cal was California. Cal, is that something on the board? What is Cal? I'm not for sure on Cal. CAL? That's probably an auction and I don't know their names. What is Cal? I'm trying to figure that out for the sake of both of us here. Cal Jader, that's back here. Cal Jader, that was the red vinyl. Yes, that was a beautiful copy. Cal Jader, Latin Kick. Cal Jader Latin Kick was a 1958 red vinyl. Nice, glossy, original cover, and no condition notes on the vinyl. Yeah. It's really hard to grade colored vinyl, especially this old colored vinyl. I mean, buy it like it's EX, but John passed it as no condition notes. That's a really cool, that artwork looks very familiar. It's by Arnold Roth, but that cartoon artwork looks so familiar, especially these guys here. Looks like something I've seen on Hanna-Barbera. I know that's a little early for that, but it looks very familiar. Cal Jader, is it in mono? It is F-1663. It is $39.99 red vinyl. $39.99 red vinyl. Okay, let's go ahead and sell A and make C a buy it now. Gozu is sold to Zach Andrews for $25. Jail is a buy it now for $25. Or Mad Magazine. Yep, could be. That artwork looks very familiar though. Harold, what was his name? Arnold Roth. Could just be similar to something else in the zeitgeist of my mind. Joshua, just now getting on. Joshua, you've missed another stoner night, man. But don't worry, there's like 100 no bids. But we've been auctioning stoner rock and doom metal for the last, well, how long have I been live? 5 hours. 5 hours, and we got more to put up. We still got a half of a crate. Here is Grave Disgrace. Rest in peace. And Grave Disgrace is a 2020 French, out of print, near mint with all the inserts, a $20 start. And then Fire Down Below, Hymn of the Cosmic Man, a 2018 USOG, $30 start, okay? How much was America? That was the debut America, German press, $19.99. Douglas Phelan, I will sell you the beautiful copy of Santana for $16. Thank you, Douglas Phelan. $16 sold to Douglas. Now, it looks like Robert, I can go ahead and sell him B for $31. Church of Not Nothing has D right now at 41. I know the chat's blocking it. I'm trying to get that fixed. I think he has went to bed already, Jake, but I'll try to get that fixed. Stephanie Does Take America sold for $19.99. And let's put up some new auctions, okay? This already has a bid. This one already has a bid, and they're still bidding on D. Denise, Christy Matheson card. Sure thing. Sure thing. Let's see here. Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, Walter Johnson, Lou Gehrig, Grover Alexander, Honus Wagner, Cy Young, Christy Matheson. It's actually an error card. 1948, Baseball's Great Hall of Fame exhibits, Christy Matheson. $75. $75. Not bad for a Christy Matheson card. 1948. Looks pretty sharp, too. The rest of these, I mean, they're kind of for sale, but I think I just need to send them to NGC because some of these graded, you know, it depends on or I need to really try to grade them myself. I need to look up comps and try to get these things graded because Tanner comped them. He tried to compare them, but the thing is I don't know how they grade these. I mean, I could grade most any other sports card, but these might be a little different because they're almost made of like, well, I don't know. I mean, they're cardboard just like anything else, but there's some awesome ones in here. Okay, I need to get back to these offers. I'm seeing lots of stuff come up. So first thing I have is we sold Santana. Cal Jader, I will let it go for 30. Jeff Sapia. Somebody else offered 30 as well. So sell this for $30, but we'll wait and find out who to in just a second. Let's go ahead and sell A and C. Church of Not Nothing, are you done on D? Edwin Blom did bid $43. Grave Disgrace is sold to Zach Andrews for 20. Fire Down Below is sold to Zach Andrews for 30. And yes, Cal Jader did go to Jeff Sapia for 30. Edwin Blom second. And Edwin Blom also got this one here for, boy, I can't see that price. Does that say 43? Yeah, this is sold to Edwin Blom for $43. I can't see the board either. Well, I guess I can over here. I might have to start doing this so y'all can see the, whoops, not that one. That's the wrong board. I can't show y'all the screen. Well, dang, we're screwed. I wonder how Jake fixed that. I should have watched how he did that earlier. He's got this right here pulled up. I don't know. Okay, and then Preston Rose offered $250 for Duke Robillard. Sold to Preston Rose for $250. Okay, this is sold to Preston Rose for $250. This right here. Sold to Preston Rose, $250. Thank you, Preston. I've got another signed guitar I need to bring out. I kind of, this one didn't sell earlier, and I kind of stopped bringing out autographs, also because the show was getting bogged down. But thank you, Preston. Nice item there with letter of authenticity from JSA. That was signed by Duke Robillard, Danny Gatton, Kenny Neal, Lonnie Brooks, Jim Thackeray, Anson Futterburg, and Dave Alvin. Thank you on that $250. $250 and sold. Let me go up here and get this other one off the shelf since we're bringing out autographs. And I need to move some of this higher end stuff over here that I plan on showing later tonight that I've got to look up. So don't go anywhere. Y'all don't go anywhere, okay? Who's over here on the computer? Is Jake over here? He's got it pulled up. He might be running a program, though, or he's fell asleep. How dare you fall asleep, Jake? All right, here we go. There's Jimmy Buffett and Stevie Ray Vaughan. I think I've got an offer sent to me on Jimmy Buffett and Stevie Ray Vaughan, the two signed posters. I think I'm going to end up striking a deal with somebody on those. So before I do that, before I show those, I probably need to look at that person's offer. But I think they're tied up right now. He's laid claim. And he's watching right now. So we might can figure out how to do that live, or we can do it later when I have more time. The Ty Cobb, I think, was marked 80. Excuse me, Ty Cobb was 250. The Babe Ruth is 950. Baseball's Great Hall of Fame Series, that's a 1948 Baseball's Great Hall of Fame exhibits, 250 on Ty Cobb. And, man, we got quite the collect. I would like one more night to really figure out what we have here. And maybe tomorrow we can just start plowing through them. I'd like to make sure the comps are accurate for both of us. But if somebody wants to do a deal right now, obviously they're ready to roll, okay? All right, so we got one more crate of new arrivals. Do we want to do no bids or the other crate of new arrivals? Let me go ahead and put up 4 new auctions because I think the stoner people are up and they're ready to get stoned out of their minds. So here we go. Here's 4 more, or whatever genre you call these. Some of it's like doom metal and psych rock. So we got Leah, and this is of Earth and Angels. This is a 2017 Sweden. First and last time on vinyl. Leah is a $50 start. Next is Orphans of Doom. Orphans of Doom is a 2018 OG. Near mint, just a $15 start on that one. And then Legends of the Desert Volume 2, The Penitent Man. And that is near mint. Wow, what a weird looking color. It looks like it's misshaped, but it's $20 start. Gila Monster edition. Never sold before. Yeah, I found another one of those Gila Monster posters. What did I do with that? Remember the Gila Monster posters we had? I found another one over here. Speaking of the Gila Monster. And then we have the Watchers Black Abyss. The Watchers is a 2018 USOG. Near mint, $30 on that one. So we got votes for, here we go. Let's do this democracy. New arrivals and no bids. New, no bid. No bid, new, new. 3-2. New arrivals. Only 5 people voted out of 191. Y'all don't really exercise your right to vote as an American. And I'm even letting people in Australia vote, and they're not even American citizens. Y'all can vote in our democratic system right now. There's 2 more that evened it out. There hadn't been the scales really hadn't been tipped. You know, we really need something to tip that scale of justice. This is like a murder trial, okay? We need beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? This isn't probable cause. We need to know he pulled the trigger. He's going to prison, kind of, you know, we need that kind. Voter fraud. It's rampant. Let me touch my toes right here. Oh my gosh, that felt good. I need to check my messages right quick. I got offers coming in. I feel good. Dun, 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 dun. I want to remind y'all we got a KISS pre-order up. A KISS pre-order up. Let me show that right quick before I update these auctions. These are 4 individual light boxes. You can buy them individually or a discount on the set for $225. Ace, Paul, Peter, and Gene. And they light up just like all of our other ones. We've already sold a set, a Gene, an Ace, a set, an Ace, an Ace, an Ace and a Peter, a set, and a set. So thank y'all for that. And anybody else, if you're not on Facebook and you want me to go ahead and put you down for one, So that's individually, or I can put you down for the set. Okay. All right. It's Gila Monster. Really, it's not Gila, the Gila Monster. Wow, I learn something new every day. I feel like Nick Sarajenko is like a college professor or something. You sound like a college professor, Nick. You at minimum have a PhD, I'm willing to bet. We have Leah, and Leah is of Earth and Angels. Leah is near men at $50. And then what was the question? Too much to look, research. I'm going to hire people to keep up. What was the name of C again? That was Legends of the Desert, the Pentant Man. Yeah. Okay, let's, what just happened? I don't know. I think definitely new arrivals. I will go a speed run, okay? Let's do a speed run through the last crate of new arrivals. I'll stop talking. Danae said, let's go. She's got to go to bed. Stop talking, Chad. You're getting on my nerves. Hold on. Let me read Danae's comments. Dude, would you please shut up? You're getting on my nerves. I want to see records. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Will you please be quiet? Man, she's still sending stuff. I'm getting sick and tired of your bull crap. Will you please show us some records? Levi Hilton on Elvis for $15. Let me go find that. This is sold to Levi. I'm not even going to look at the original sticker. This is sold to Levi Hilton for $15, okay? All right, $15 on that. I'm just not very good with the English language. But I can tell, like, I'll see what people buy, and then I'll find out later they're like a retired professor. And I'm like, oh, that's why you were buying jazz records. Okay, here we go. How much was C? It's at $41 right now. $41 right now. And I think the only way we're going to be able to see the chat or see the bid up there if I do this. Nope. Hold on a minute. Where's the chat at? Oh, there we go. Aha. Okay, I fixed it. There we go. Adventures in Utopia, $14.99. Son of Schmilson, $24.99. Is that one? I wonder if they still watch. There's somebody that used to buy, and I'm pretty sure they literally worked at MIT. And I could just tell from the kind of music they bought. We have Mahogany Rush, $19.99. And by the comments they would make correcting me, I was like, golly, these people, man. We have Spooky Tooth, the mirror. Spooky Tooth is $19.99. And we have Ian Hunter. Ian Hunter, $19.99. Montrose Paper Money. Montrose is $19.99. All right, D is sold to Zach Andrews for $32. That was the Watchers. Sold to Zach Andrews for $32. And then Leah over here, this is a buy it now for $50 or best offer. Buy it now for $50 or best offer. Two more auctions. This is, we've already kind of had that one. Let me skip that one. Here we go, literally. Here we go. This is Dope Smoker. And it literally comes with rolling papers. Dope Smoker is the first and last time on vinyl. Clear green vinyl, near mint, $105 start. And what do we have over here? We got black. What do we have? We got Spectral Ecstasy, Creep Purple Records. 2022 Lithuania, red vinyl, near mint, $95 start on that one. The Kinks, Waterloo Sunset, dedicated to Flower of Reason, Lola, and Sunny Afternoon. It's a 4-track, $14.99. Mahogany Rush is called Child of the Novelty. Look at that cover. Mahogany Rush, $19.99. Head East, Flat as a Pancake, a white label promo, nice. Never been any reason for you to think about me. Wow, this is a UK copy, yeah. A 1968, look how nice the colors are. Hendrix Smash Hits on Track Records. $59.99. Dope Smoker. Dope Smoker is called Legalize It. No, that's the name of the artist. It's Dope Smoker Legalize It. Dope Smoker Legalize It. Let's go ahead and sell B and C. Orphans of Doom is sold to Zach Andrews for 20. Legends of the Desert is sold to Jorge Reynosa for 50. Let's go ahead and put up 2 new auctions. And those next 2 auctions are Casa Sui, Casa Sway, Euphoria Tide, a 2017 Denmark on orange vinyl for $60, and Hamada Atmos. And this is a 2022 OG 2LP Beer Brown Pinwheel, never sold before. 55 on that one. Head East is sold to John Kaiser. Thank you on that one. Next is the Best of Van Morrison. $39.99 for the Best of Van Morrison. Belinda, as in Belinda Carlisle, $24.99. And Witchcraft, wow, in the crate. Witchcraft is $39.99 with the bonus single. That one's called Firewood. $39.99. Let's go ahead and make D a buy it now. And D is Black Magic, a 2022 Lithuania red vinyl. 95 on that one. 95 on Black Magic. Zach Andrews gets Witchcraft out of the crate. And John, that was sold to him for $39.99. And Jimi Hendrix is sold to John Kaiser for $49. Okay, B already has a bid. And then next is, ooh, this could be nice. Is this an OG? A specialty print? No, it's not, because it's barcoded. What a nice looking copy here. $89.99. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. George Piros. Wow. You know, I don't really see too many with the barcode. Super Saver series. Beautiful copy, though. Like all around, near mint minus. $89.99 on that one. Looks like we got a couple new viewers on. Welcome. Everybody is welcome to bid or buy. If you're a first-time viewer, you don't have to be pre-registered. So we have Belinda over here. This is sold to Thomas Schwartz for $18. I've got one more guitar to run tonight. We've sold 2 so far. And let me go get this one up. I hope the LOA is on top of it. It's been up here on this top shelf for quite some time. Yep. Nope, I don't have the letter for it, though. Dang it. Where is the letter for this? Dang it, dang it. I wonder if it's up there and I just can't see it, because it's been on the top shelf for a while. I'll never be able to identify this. Plus, we got to have the letter. You can't lose that. So this may be on hold until I can really... Oh, wait a minute. I think I can see it. Let me see if that's it right there. Yep. Nope, that's a sticky note. I can't see up there. There's a step ladder. Here's everybody that signed it, though. Chris Hillman, Sean Colvin, Buddy Miller, Patty Griffin, Emmylou Harris. There's the sticky note for it. This is going to be a significant price reduction. Let me see if the letter's up here. If not, I'll have to do some hunting. We might have to literally put this one on hold. Yep, it's up here. Good. Oh, man, don't want to lose that. Has an inch of dust on it, but here we go. So this is another guitar we're going to reduce down to $275. Okay. This is another guitar we're going to reduce down to $275 for a starting bid. And this is more like an Americana series. It's called Americana Greats. Here's the letter from JSA. And this is signed by Chris Hillman, Sean Colvin, Buddy Miller, Patty Griffin, Roland White, Emmylou Harris, Jimmy Dale Gilmore. And that is a $275 start. There's the letter from JSA. And there's the guitar, okay? And as you can see, I got to dust it off. Look at this. Look at this. I can write my name in the pick guard. So it's pretty dusty. It's been up there on a shelf for about a year. I think I ran it one time for a $425 start. Or what did the sticky note say? $425, yeah. So $275. Consider that up for bid in slot number D. $275 on that, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 signatures. That's Emmylou Harris. That's Chris Hillman, Jimmy Dale Gilmore, and That's up for bid, okay? So consider that in D, and I'm going to lay that right over here next to me. Have fun bidding. Go ahead and bid up, folks. Go ahead and bid up. So let's move these down, and I think we can go ahead and end A. It's a buy now for $105. Yep, it's a buy now for $105. Let's go ahead and put up something else in A and D, or A. We're going to leave D open for the guitar. This is Riff Lord, and Riff Lord is called 26 Mean and Heavy. It's a 2019 remaster, limited to 125, near mint with all the inserts, a $35 start. B and C are also sold. Kasua Sui Europe P Tide is sold to Thomas Clark for $60, and Edwin Blom gets Hamada Atmos for $65. Okay, so there's that. Let me put this right over here, and let's keep going through this crate. A few more records than new auction. Excuse me. Lester Flat Live Bluegrass Festival, $14.99. That dust, I'm telling you, it needs a good cleaning. We'll do that before we ship it, of course. Second Wind, Brian Augers, I believe. Second Wind, Brian Augers, I believe in Express, $19.99 on that. And Roadmaster was $14.99. This is Fibonacci Sequence Cinema Finis. This sounds like very progressive rock. $24.99. Hold that was a mistake, was trying to get Casa. So you was not bidding on Hamada Atmos. So you bid in C and D, and you were trying to bid in B. You bid in D, then you bid in C, but you were trying to bid in B. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Sounds like Edwin has had a little bit too much of the dope smoking music tonight, if you know what I mean. He's had a little bit too much of the dope smoking music tonight. Boy, I'm going to choke to death here. So if you were trying to bid on B, there's no way we can rerun that one again, because I think you bid on B and D, and he had it, and I showed it, and he had it for about another minute. I don't really think it's fair to rerun that one. So if you don't want this one, I'm going to put it over here, but you bid in two different slots, and then I showed it again, and he still had the high bid. And I don't think you had bid enough either. You still didn't bid high enough to beat them, I don't think. All right. So next auction is going to go up for bid right now. A, B, C, D, okay? A, B, C, D. Edwin's overwhelmed with all the stoner rock. He don't know what to do right now. This one, I have no idea, but it's a $35 start. Let me see if I can read the spine. And this is a $35 start. There is absolute, boy, I'm going to turn my flashlight on. There's nothing on the spine. Oh, it's this band again. IAH. Okay, sorry, I had to turn on my flashlight for this one. IAH is near mint, a $35 start. We had that one earlier. That's another Prague Space Stoner rock, okay? All right, there's that. And then Hiram gets the Riff Lord for $35. By the way, if anybody wants the guitar, it's a $35 buy now, or excuse me, a $275 buy now in D. So that was technically up for bid in D. So if anybody wants the guitar, it's a buy now, okay? $275. I would love to get that sold tonight. Okay, now, this is, and I think we had one earlier tonight that was a more pricier version. This is Black Magic SS. It's blocked on Discogs. It's a 2021 yellow vinyl, and that's going to go up Rainbow Nights, a $75 start. And let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Okay, so I've got these test pressings, and I think Tanner got these ready. This is from a label called Cursed Tongue Records. Cursed Tongue Records. Cursed Tongue Records, we have a series of test pressings here. The first one I have is Hemptress Alchemy, 2019 Denmark, number 8 of 20 test pressing, Stoner Rock Doom Metal, none available. That's a $60 start on C. And then here's another one from Cursed Tongue. This is CTR-022, Hippie Death Cult 111, none available. And I think when we say none available, that means like none ever sold, none available. $100 start on that one. Okay. Next thing, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's try to finish this crate up. Eric Carmen, Boats Against the Current, $9.99. Alice Cooper, $1 Billion Babies, with the $1 Billion bill, $39.99. That has the bill and the photos. The photos have been punched out though, but they're all there. $39.99 for the OG $1 Billion Baby. Lots of bids on B and C. Looking for a bid on A and D. Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 1, $9.99. Joe Pass, Virtuoso. Joe Pass is $19.99. Al Cooper, Easy Does It. Al Cooper is $29.99. Baby Grand, Ancient Medicine. Baby Grand was $19.99, and the Velvet Underground Live of Lou Reed, the 1978 press, that was $64.99. $64.99. All right, that crate is full. Let me start crate number 6 here. We're on the last crate of new arrivals. Then we're going to do no bids and then half off and new vinyl recap. Velvet is a gatefold. Yes, it's a top loader gatefold. $64.99. Okay. We have the Weather Prophets. She Comes from the Rain, $9.99. Easy Does It. Is that a purchase from, let me see if I can read this handle here. Or maybe that's just a statement. Okay. 40 if it's EX or better. This is EX or better. I will sell it to you for $45 right now. Do it quickly before I change my mind. And then we got Michael Jackson Off the Wall, the 2009 Euro, $49.99. And then Basie Jam. Basie Jam, Count Basie, is $19.99. Renaissance, Scheherazade. Renaissance is $9.99. Chris Messer does take the Velvet Underground for $45. Sold. And Michael Jackson Thriller is an earlier repress, $34.99. Okay. Is B color to black? Boy, you just got lucky. I was reaching over here to press the buttons. It is on black and white marble vinyl. All right, we'll go ahead and make A, C, and D close then. So Hemptress is sold to Zach Andrews for $60. Hippie Death Cult is a buy it now for $100. All right. And then let's go over here to 2 more test pressings. And don't forget, A is also a buy it now. A is a buy it now for $75. Let's do 2 more of these test pressings. This one is Wizard. It's self-titled, a 2019 Denmark. It is a 2 LP numbered, number 1 of 20. Stoner Rock Doom Metal, none available. $60 on that one. The other one is Solar Halos Coiled Light, another numbered test pressing, Stoner Rock Psych Rock, $50 start on that one. These are test pressings. And another one for A. And the other one in A is Alice in Thunderland, the King of the Empty Eon. Alice in Thunderland is a 2019 Denmark. None available, none ever sold, a $60 start on that. 2 more records, and I'm closing B. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $14.99 for Tubular Bells. And April Wine Power Play. April Wine Power Play, $14.99. 3, 2, 1. Danae gets slot number B here for $50. And that one was the IAH album, or whichever. What is this called? IAH, yeah. That's sold to Danae for $50, okay? And then next is April Wine, sold to John Kaiser for $10. And Melanie Jennings wants the Mahogany Rush from earlier. This is sold to Melanie Jennings for $19.99. Let me open up where you can bet on A and B now. Okay, now you can be on the A and B, and now we're going to have 4 test pressings up at once. This other test pressing is called Rivers of Gore, and that's self-titled, a Stoner Sock Sludge Doom Metal, numbered 17 of 20 test pressing, none available. That's a $50 start. So what you're looking at right now, these are all test pressings from a label called Cursed Tongue, and these are all numbered to 20. It's all stoner rock, and they're all up for bid right now. Banoni 2323 Jamie says, I want the guitar. Okay, well, what I need you to do is in the link to the description of tonight's video, there is a link to our website, and that website is shopcollectco.com/contact. If you get on there and fill out the first-time buyer form, let me know when you're registered, because you're new and because this is such a big item. I'll make sure you're registered and we got all of your information. And when that's done, we'll go ahead and sell you the guitar. But because you're new and because it's such a big item, I got to make sure that we have everybody on the same page, okay? Next is Madonna self-titled, $34.99 on Madonna self-titled. Gather Me, Melanie. That one is $9.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $29.99 for Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. Also, Roger Hodgkins, In the Eye of the Storm. That's shrink wrap and hype stickered at $14.99. Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. Robin Trower is $14.99. And Mr. Big, this is not the Mr. Big you're thinking of, $19.99, all right? Zach Andrews is going to go ahead and get D. Solar Halos is sold to Zach Andrews for $50. Final call to get a bid on A, and then let's put up one more here. One more test pressing. I've got like 6 more to do, but here's another one for slot D. Captain Caravan. Captain Caravan, Shun the Sun, is a numbered 1 of 20 test pressing. None available for sale. An $80 start on that one. And Alice in Thunderland is A, and Alice in Thunderland is a $60 start. No bid on that one yet, okay? All right, let's go through the night's no bids. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know, okay? All right, we've got like 5 tagged auctions for tonight that has not been put up yet. And let's go through tonight's no bids, okay? Killing me, Chad. I need to start an OnlyFans selling feet pic. Joshua, now I envision you it to be a large, burly, coal mining. I know you work in a mine. Let's be honest. Is somebody really going to want to pay money for your big, manly, coal mining, steel mining, bare feet? I don't know. Some people may be into that. I don't know. I don't really get on the internet much. I stay away from computers and technology. Joshua Cross is a big, burly, steel mill beard, like hard working, like blue collar. Now, if there's a demand for big, burly, bearded, blue collar steel mill worker feet pictures, this is going to be new to me. All right, that's going to be new to me. You'd be surprised. Uh-oh. Sounds like he's already tapped into something. All right. Let's take offers. Let's get all these shrink down into like this many, okay? There's like a crate. There's probably, if I put these other ones over here, there's like 2/3 of a crate. B and C are closed. Zach Andrews gets Rivers of Gore for $61. Chad Sauls gets Wizard for $70. And I'm going to go ahead and close A and D, no bids. So Alice in Thunderland is a $60 buy it now, and Captain Caravan is an $80 buy it now. Yeah, Josh knows something. There's some kind of like underground, these big burly blue collar steel mill factory workers, they all send each other pictures of their feet after they get off from work. After being grinding in a hot steel mill all day. Whew. Okay. Here we go. Back. Let's get off feet talk, okay? I've never understood the whole thing with feet, but we have the Heavy Crown Rain On. The Heavy Crown is a 2018 Denmark test pressing. None is ever sold. There's only one available in Spain for $165. So this one is the Heavy Crown, $100 start on that one. We have Tiger Woods. No, Taiga Woods. Taiga Woods. Tiger Woods is a self-titled 2019 Denmark Stoner Rock. $45 start. Smoke 'em. Spell S-U-M-O-K-E-M. Smoke 'em. The Guardian of Yosemite. The Guardian of Yosemite. The Guardian of Yosemite. That's a 2LP Denmark test pressing. $80 start. Misophosphalis. I Am Heroin. Test pressing. Some of these have sold for as much as $766. $200 start. $200 start. Okay. Here's tonight's no bids. Buy it now or best offer. Let's start right here. Type O Negative, October Rust. Type O Negative is a 2021 2LP green and mixed black vinyl. It's green and black mixed, mostly green though. 25th anniversary edition, $70 on Type O Negative. La Ira de Acurio. La Ira de Acurio. 2021 Peru. Purple and clear splatter. Near mint Psych Rock. Experimental Space Rock. $65. That's a self-titled album. The Ninth Gate soundtrack. Music by Wojciech Kilar. The Ninth Gate, a 2LP UK from 2016. Near mint, a Roman Polanski film. $60 on that one. Tiger Whoopi. Excuse me. Whoopi Cat. Whoopi Cat is a 2017 German blues rock. Near mint, $200. Whoopi Cat. Galaxy of Terror soundtrack. Music by Barry Schrader. Galaxy of Terror is orange translucent with red splatter. Near mint, $45. King Buffalo, Dead Star. King Buffalo is, I think this is the wrong sheet for this one. Yeah, it is. This is for the album Archeon. Let me set that one aside. That's not the right sheet in that one. All right, let's go to Joy Division instead then. Joy Division is called Radio Transmissions. That was an unofficial live at John Peel BBC Sessions. Joy Division, $45. King Buffalo, here we go. Yeah, so let's go back here. King Buffalo Archeon, King Buffalo Archeron, Acheron, near mint, black and purple, $150. Okay. So first offer we have is on the Ninth Gate soundtrack. Ninth Gate soundtrack is sold to Mark Gerster for $45. Joy Division is sold to Patrick Fu for $30. And then here's the other King Buffalo. Dead Star is a 2020 self-released, private release, not on label. Near mint, $95 on King Buffalo. Okay. Paul, we are penciling in a coin and currency knife show for Sunday, if everything goes as planned. By the way, these 4 back auctions are all no bids. All 4 of these test pressings. So that is the Heavy Crown, $100. Taiga Woods, $45. Smoke 'em, the Guardian of Yosemite, $80. And this was probably the priciest one of them all. Mestafalalis, which was $200. Okay, I got another half crate over here of no bids after we get through with this one. And these start right here. Okay, I'm making a little space. We have an offer on La Era. All right. King Buffalo, Galaxy, Whoopie Cat, and La Era. I'll do this one for $55. $55 on this one. Looks like they start at 56, and that's overseas. How could you go wrong? How could you possibly say no, Chris Messer? How could you possibly say no to that? Okay, the next one here is this. Geezer and Borracho, the second coming of heavy, near mint, $100. Stoner Rock, and that is Geezer and Barcharcho, $100 on that one. King Buffalo again, demo. King Buffalo, demo, near mint green vinyl, $60. Savannah, Olympus Mons, 2021 Austria, Stoner Rock, numbered marbled orange vinyl, $75 on Savannah. La Era is sold to Chris Messer for $50. Sold to Chris Messer for $50. Necromant. The Necromant lives. Gray and black half and half on Walpurgis Blood Edition. $40 on that one. And that is, once again, Stoner Rock. Okay, I need some more auctions. So all the official stuff for tonight has been tagged or put up for auction, I mean. So I'm about to get into other things that I had kind of set aside for tonight. Some of it was shown earlier. We did a lot of autographs and everything. I'm going to go ahead and put up some 8-track lots. We're going to do 5 8-tracks for a $10 start. And the one on top is great. So let's go ahead and clear out slot B. This is Black Sabbath Volume 4. Yes, Tormato. Foghat self-titled. Brownsville Station, yeah. And Story self-titled. All look pretty nice. They have pads and everything. 5 8-tracks, a $10 start there. Those 8-tracks, including Black Sabbath Volume 4. The label's a little worn. Okay, the label's a little worn, but man, nice Sabbath in there. Okay, then we have Necromat. That's sold to Zach Andrews for $40. A sticker just flew out of it. Thank you, Zach. That's sold to you for $40. And then over here, Dead Star for $75. Dead Star. Let me figure out what that was. Dead Star. Dead Star. Dead Star. King Buffalo Dead Star. King Buffalo Dead Star is sold to Aliens Among Us for $75. Okay? All right, and then next is Motor Psycho, the All Is One. Motor Psycho is a 2 LP prog rock 2020 Norway press. $30 on Motor Psycho. $30 on Motor Psycho. All right. Let me do this. Now we can go through these officially a lot better. Leah, Leah, Kings and Queens. A 2007 Sweden 2 LP near mint. $40 on Leah. Gorilla Pulp, Peyote King. And that is a 2016 Italian Stoner Psych Rock near mint, $60. Limited to 50. Zach Andrews gets the Motor Psycho. This is sold to Zach Andrews for $30. Thank you on that. So does Zach Andrews. Next is Laffy, A Night at the Symphony. Record Store Day, 2 LP numbered sealed, $150. $150. Peyote King is sold to Zach Andrews for $55. Zach has hit another one of these hot streaks. He has hit he's hit second win tonight, folks. Our next record is Sealed Avenged Sevenfold. This is a 20th anniversary orange and red swirl with foil cover. That's going to go up in C, Avenged Sevenfold, a $25 start. Sealed Avenged Sevenfold. This is Underscores Wall Socket. Underscores is a 2023 USOG 2LP sealed, 0 for sale in the world, $75. Rancid, self-titled. White with black splatter, sealed Rancid, $25. $25. And we have Cryptograph. Cryptograph is stoner rock, doom metal, hard rock, prog rock. It is a 2020 gray marbled Cryptograph, $50 on that one. King Buffalo, Regenerator. King Buffalo is a limited edition numbered gray white marble vinyl, near mint for $55. There is a bid on Avenged Sevenfold. Final chance to bid on those 5 8-tracks for $10. Sabbath, Yes, Foghat, Brownsville Station Stories, they're all being sold together. Cryptograph is sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Sold to Zach Andrews for $40. Also, we have Bone Man Shapeshifter. Bone Man is a 2015 German. It's now out of print. It's signed, numbered, dark haze brown vinyl, $60 on that one. $60 on that one. Rancid is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $20. Thank you on that one. Chad, you have the pre-order going for new Charlie XCX light blue vinyl press. I do not. I will put that on my very extended list over here. Boy, do I have a lot of pre-orders. I really just need to sit down after the sale, prop my feet up somewhere, and just try to schedule pre-orders. That's exactly what I need to do, honestly. Next thing I have is Zappa, Poughkeepsie, New York, Volume 2. That is sealed for $35. We had Volume 1 the other night somebody bought. Greg Gallier does get the Avenged Sevenfold for $25. Thank you, Greg Gallier. That's sold to him for $25. Appreciate that. Next over here was the Wallow Singles Collection. 2022 Record Store Day Sky Blue Vinyl, $65. Super Blood Young, I mess this one up every time. Young Blood Super Cult, and that's a 2017 Near Mint Red Vinyl, $60 on that one. The 8 tracks are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. Okay, $10 buy it now if anybody wants those. I got Bong Tower Oscillator. Bong Tower is a 2020 German 2LP, 55 on that one. 55 on that one. And the Space Lords is On Stage. The Space Lords is a 2019 German Palace Press, near mint for $95. Violent Femmes Hollowed Ground. Violent Femmes is a 2019 U.S. Record Store Day limited edition green vinyl 35th anniversary sealed, a $45 start. The Legend soundtrack. The Legend soundtrack, original score composed and performed by Tangerine Dream, is near mint at $80. Near mint at $80. That is the Legend soundtrack. Jim B said, Lofty, $100, my absolute top offer. I won't be paying $1 more. The only copy for sale right now is $200. So Jim B's like, if there's a way I could scoop in and get that for literally half of market price, there is a good chance I could sell it and make just enough money to pay for a chicken and biscuit for my poor children in the morning. We have John Carpenter's The Thing soundtrack. Ennio Morricone, The Thing, near mint, $75 on The Thing. $75 on that one. We have The Space Lords. The Space Lords was a 2014 German blue vinyl, $75 on that one. $75 on the Space Lords. Bogwife, Halls of Rebirth. Bogwife is near mint, $50. Doom Metal, Stone Rock, Psych Rock. Also, we have Mantric Muse. Mantric Muse is near mint, $80, number to 200. Okay, Jim, what I'll do is I'll take a quick poll, and I'll probably won't actually. This isn't democracy. This is just like a poll. Okay, this isn't vote. This is a poll. I'll see if they think I should sell you that record for 100, or I should just literally laugh out loud at your offer. So it's like, yes, sell it to Jim B. No way, Chad, don't do it. And we'll open up the polls right now, and I'll just get feedback from the viewers and just see how they feel about your offer, and we'll go from there, okay? So the 8 tracks are Black Sabbath, Yes Tormato, Foghat, Brownsville Station, and Stories. And if these sell, I was going to put up 5 more, but I'm waiting for these to sell. Sabbath, Yes, Foghat, Brownsville Station, and Stories. There's 1 vote for no, and somebody's laughing at you. So there's one vote for no. Somebody's laughing. Somebody said sell it, so it's tied right now. Larry Gonzalez said no. Okay, so you're losing. Stephen Douglas gets these 8 tracks for $10. Thank you on that. Sweet Ola. Ding 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 ticka ticka ting ting ding 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 ticka ting ticka da 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 da. The bomb, the bomb. All right. So that's part of the no bids. All right. That's part of the no bids. So Mantric Muse, that one, Space Lords, The Thing, Lofty, Legends, Violent Films. Robert Barnett said somebody might have bought that earlier. Really? I don't think so. I don't think so. But if it is, they'll come looking for it tomorrow and ask me where it is. Space Lords, Bong Tower, Super Blood, Young Colt, Wallows, Zappa, Bone Man, King Buffalo, Wall Socket, and Leah. Okay. Jim B, let me just tell you right now, this isn't looking good for you, buddy. All right, and then here's the rest of the no bids. We've almost filled up a whole crate. Of course, this is some very unusual stuff, and plus, I put all these up at like 11 and 10:30 without any advertisements. So, King Buffalo Demo 75. That was this very green-looking cover here, right? All right, go ahead and sell that for $45 to Aliens Among Us. We've got 2 people saying sell it for $125. I would do that for sure. You see, Jim B wanted to make it very clear that he's very, very tight with money, and there's no way he would pay more than $100. So I'd even try, but if he's willing to do $125, we'll call it sold right now. I mean, he literally cannot get one cheaper than that. Right, and then here's some of the other no bids for tonight. The other ones are Paralyzed, which is a 2021 German, limited to 107. Flying High Edition, near mint for 110. PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love. PJ Harvey is a 2020 180 gram sealed, $30 on PJ Harvey. And another Bong Tower, Altered States. Bong Towered is a 2020 Russian, signed with stickers, green vinyl, never sold before. Bong Tower, $80. Boy, some of these had been hard for this guy to get. A lot of these people, they have these collections. It's like none ever sold, none ever sold. I'm like, man, how did they get them originally? They must have bought them when they was in stores somewhere, or what? I don't know. Ordered them directly through the band. I guess a lot of people ordered them directly through the bands, possibly. Otherwise, some of these is like, how do you even get it? There's no record of them selling. All right, here's 5 more 8 tracks for a $10 start. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware. Grease, the original Broadway cast album. Steppenwolf Gold, Greatest Hits. Chicago, self-titled. And Grand Funk, Word American Band. Nice 8 tracks. Slot number B, a $10 start. Pam Murray got PJ Harvey. PJ Harvey, that sold to Pam Murray for $30. Goofy Foot was second. Zach Andrews gets Bong Tower for $75. How much was Space Lords? Space Lords was over here. Space Lords was $75. Okay. Shows and Bandcamp. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Merch stands and Bandcamps. Yep, or Bandcamp website. Black Magic SS. This is the 2020 OG. This one, the black vinyl, is more than the yellow vinyl. So let me go ahead and show both of them. This is near mint, $155. And then this one's yellow vinyl, $75. So a rare occasion where black evidently is more in demand. Space Lords, I will do this, Edwin, for $60, which not including shipping is like $10 cheaper than the cheapest copy for sale. $60 and it's yours. This artist here, Svartanatt, and that was a 2016 Sweden OG, now out of print, near mint purple vinyl, and that is $65. Another Paralyzed Heavy Road, a 2022 Lithuania, limited to 158, blue, orange, black splatter with all inserts, $115. Jail, which is Persona. Jail is sealed for $25. And we have another Leah of Earth and Angels, 2017 Sweden, near mint, $50 on that. Sell Edwin Blom Space Lords for $55. Another black Black Magic. What was this one called? I think I've been saying Black Magic, but I don't know if that's what it's actually called. 2020 Lithuania red vinyl near mint, $95 on that one. Jail. Now, I think you meant GEL, right? That's sold to Zach Andrews for $20. Let's go ahead and sell Stephen Douglas these 8 tracks for $10. He gets yet another lot for $10. Thank you. Let me start a table. Let me start a new table over here of miscellaneous then. Thank you on that. We'll pick out some more in just a momentero. One momentero. And then Dope Smoker, Legalize It. Green vinyl, $105. That was a 2018 French. And then Hamada Ada Atmos, Hamada. And this is near mint for $55. Okay, then all the test pressings. Hippie Death Cult, $100. $60 on Palace and Thunderland. Captain Caravan was $80. And then the Heavy Crown was $100. Taiga Woods, $45. Smoke 'em. Smoke. That's what I think they're trying to pull off there. $80. That word, mesothelioma, that one is $200. And we've already shown Savannah. Okay, this is stuff I put in this other crate earlier to make some room. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all these over here. And this crate is tonight's no bids. That's it, that whole crate there. That's a lot. A lot of unusual and some cases pricey stuff. So there'll be another opportunity to buy those for a whole different audience in the morning. As y'all know, I post that stuff elsewhere, and then we'll take offers on them when the show starts again tomorrow. So let's do some more 8 tracks. Cat Stevens, Carole King Tapestry, Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman, Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, and let's do Rod Stewart, Smiler. Okay. And those are 5 8 tracks, a $10 start, back up in B. Okay. Okay. Chad, you know if there's still some of those Stone Rounds of us this week? Yeah. Well, I think also what they've been doing since we were really, all the taggers and auction preppers are really green to these artists and prices. They've been just scanning them in and making a decision on what to put up for auction. Now, there was a pass crate, and the pass crate is stuff that you probably can expect at some point straight priced. I don't know if it'll be this week, tomorrow, or next week, but I think, you know, there was a lot of inexpensive ones that I'm sure y'all would love, like 20, 25, 15, 20, 30, stuff that also didn't need to be put up for auction. Those are definitely going to be straight priced at some point, okay? What is the title of Captain Caravan? Captain Caravan. I don't even know. That was the Smoke'em. I'm assuming that's how they want that said. Captain Caravan. Right here. It is Shun the Sun, S-H-U-N, the Sun, S-U-N, numbered 1 of 20 test pressing, 2019 Denmark. None available for sale. It's numbered up here on the sticker. And I'm sure they're going to find more for auction, okay? Because this was the... They got this collection. I forgot where they picked it up. But if you didn't hear me earlier, they flew to Oklahoma and wasn't able to do a deal with somebody. He really misrepresented what he had, and he wanted way too much. He had a lot of check condition classic rock, and we can get that at any time, anywhere. And it's not what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be in good condition, and it wasn't. It was a lot of check condition, like hundreds, maybe thousands. And so what we had to do is when we take a big trip like that, which is costly, y'all probably seen me post like a map of how they drove back. And we basically try to let people know, hey, we're driving back from Oklahoma. Please sell us your record so we can make this lengthy, costly trip worthwhile. And I think they were able to nail down 2 small collections. And one of these were Small and Mighty. It doesn't always have to be 10,000 records. If you've got 1,500 metal records you want to sell, hit us up. Because 1,500 metal records, some people have a metal collection and the average price of their records are probably $125. So you just do the math. That's quite a bit of cash. I will sell this to Edwin Blom, Captain Caravan, for $60. All right, so here's what we're about to do. If I do put up other auctions, it's going to be miscellaneous. It could be other vinyl. I've got to do a half-off crate. Does anybody want to see the new vinyl that came in tonight? Does anybody want to see the new vinyl that came in tonight or today? Okay. Chad, does Cheat handle invoices, and is it better to write him during the day? Uh-oh. Your voice to text screwed you again. All right, these 8 tracks are a no bid, a $10 buy it now on those. $10 buy it now on those. And then here's some from the other day. What we'll do, here is a no bid lot from the other day, which was Rare Earth, The Rascals, The Best of Faces, Jefferson Starship, and Jefferson Starship. Now I'll put 10 there together for a $10 start, okay? Now there's 10 together for a $10 start. Hatchet Ed takes care of all invoicing. You can send him a Facebook message or email anytime. Sooner the better, because he replies in order in which they were sent to him. All right, let me do a little condensing and shifting and cleaning, and we can get to our next crate, okay? A little bit of cleaning, condensing, and shifting. We're going to try to sell some of the new vinyl titles. And we got to fill up some more crates, so we'll probably at least need to do 1 half-off crate. All right, what is this? This is the no bids, right? Yeah, all right, I'll go keep those right here next to me. A lot of purple. What's over here? That's no bids from last week, part of them. And Saturday night, we thinned out like 2 full crates of no bids from previous weeks. Of course, I was doing insane pricing, like dollar start. Stephen Douglas has now all 10 of those for 10. All right, let's start right here with this crate. Very quickly. Final call on those for 10. Let me see what else I had here on this table. I need to put some of these press kits and stuff together from Fred Goodwin's. I've had some over here for a while. Madonna. Where did you see Madonna? Luz, I'm going to give you a tip. I'm going to give you a tip on buying here. If you see something and it's in a previous crate, you might want to make a note of what color crate and when you've seen it. Because when some of the stuff gets condensed, especially after the next day, I'm not joking. It's either going to be gone forever. It's either going to be gone forever, or it's just going to be nearly impossible for me to find. But if it's from tonight and it's really recent, I'll try to find it. Okay. What 8 tracks are up? Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. Carole King Tapestry. Cat Stevens, Tea for the Tillerman. Grace Slick and Paul Cantor, Sunflighter. Rod Stewart, Smiler. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus. Jefferson Starship, Dragonfly. The Best of Faces. The Rascals' Greatest Hits Timepiece. And we have Rare Earth in Concert. Rare Earth in Concert, okay? All right, there's that. Fantastic. Amazing. Wonderful. Absolutely incredible. Wonderful. All right. And going up for bid in slot number C is this used Amazon Basics AA battery for a $1 start, and it is sold to Jim B for $1. Thank you. Nice grab there, Jim. Amazon Basics AA battery used, sold to Jim B for $1. I'll lay that on the miscellaneous table. Final call on the 8 tracks. Final call on the 8 tracks in slot B for $10. Okay. All right. Now, what did I do with that other press kit? Let's see here. And let me tell you something. That is 100% going on his invoice, whoever's tagging, okay? That is 100% going on his invoice. $100%. All right. These are sold to Stephen Douglas for 10. That was that lot of 10 8 tracks there. 8 tracks for a bargain. Maybe that'll teach Jim B not to pull the trigger. Okay. So these are press kits, we call them. Just FYI, just so y'all know, a lot of these are could be complete. Most of them are usually incomplete. But here's one from like the movie Space Camp. See how there's press photos in here? I've seen this happen a lot, where a lot of them get this really weird, like, rot look to them. But these are press kits from Fred Goodwin's collection. I found another stack. This is Space Camp, press kit for Prophecy. Most of the time, they just have information about the movie. One Crazy Summer. This one has a couple photos down in it. John Cusack. Look at that. Like an Crazy Guy, Opinions page, Ashland City. Pretty cool. I mean, you just never know what's tucked down in these. At one time, we had thousands. We had thousands. Once Bitten. We had Oklahoma Crude. Oliver Story. The Razor's Edge. Bill Murray. The Onion Field. Players. Outrageous Fortune. Oh God, You Devil. The Paper Chase. And there's another one from Oh God, You Devil. That will be over here in slot number B for a $15 start. That'll be in slot number B for a $15 start. And slot number C is another Amazon AA battery that's been used. And this is sold to Jim B for $1. Thank you, Jim B. Slot number B is a $15 start, okay? Maybe you have learned your lesson, not the bid, and now you've cost yourself $2 in used batteries. Also, make sure that goes on his invoice. Those are press kits, $15. Okay, I can finally read through this crate now. So very quickly, Led Zeppelin live in Dallas. That's an unofficial $29.99. We have Buena Vista Social Club, mastered by Bernie Grundman. This is 180-gram double vinyl with 20-page book, $38.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden is $33.99. Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Wasp is $38.99. And then we have the Best of Triumph. This was a new release. We sold almost a whole crate of these tonight. The Best of Triumph, $33.99. Also, yeah, there's several of those left. 5 Best of Triumphs left. We have Prince, Tramps, New York City. That's the classic after show in New York, $39.99 for Prince. Rush, Permanent Waves, $36.99 for Rush. Soundgarden, Ultra Mega OK. That's a double LP. Soundgarden, $36.99. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, $33.99. Kiss Alive 2 is the 2014 remaster, $54.99 on that. And we have Static X, music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Phil Elliott has the press kits at a $15 start. That's going once, going twice. Let me show y'all tonight's other no bids that's not vinyl. The very first one of the night was this signed Tom T. Hall hat. It does come with JSA authentication. We've got it tucked up here in the bill. That's signed very nicely. It's a cool vintage hat too. Tom T. Hall and the Storytellers. That's $35. $35 on that, just FYI. That's one of the no bids. Susie Breedlove. Susie Breedlove on the Triumph. That's so to Susie Breedlove. Thank you on that one. Is there any press photos in the Once Bitten press kit? Once Bitten press kit. Let's go back and find that one. Once Bitten and Onion Field, Razor's Edge, Oliver Story, Oklahoma Crude. Once Bitten. Phil Elliott has these, by the way, at $15. Once Bitten is the folder and one huge packet of production notes. One huge packet of production notes, which is going to tell the actors, like Jim Carrey, all about it, the songs, etc., etc. Okay. All right, there's that. And that's the final call for 15. And then we had Soundgarden down on the upside. Soundgarden is $46.99. Rush Moving Pictures is $36.99. And then Tool, live at the Jello Loft. That's a double LP live Tool, Bauhaus label, $44.99. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness. Shinedown's on white vinyl, $38.99. The Typo Negative was October Rust, which is the 2021 25th anniversary edition. This is on green and black mixed. It's $70 near mint. $70 near mint. It's kind of a pricey record. Start overseas for more than that. This one's near mint. Typo Negative, $70. Okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan live at Carnegie Hall. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $49.99. Live Throwing Copper, the 25th anniversary, $39.99. Kiss Revenge is $36. Aliens Among Us wants Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. That's sold Aliens Among Us for $33. Kiss Psycho Circus is $33. The Return of the Living Dead is $39. Rush 2112 is $36. Live Mental Jewelry is $33. I've got a couple of those. DMX live at Cypress Hill Smokeout, or Cypress Hill Smokeout presents DMX, $29.99. And we have Miles Davis, a music on vinyl pressing, kind of blue. Okay, all these press kits are sold to Phil Elliott for $15. Thank you, Phil. Those are sold to you. Let me put these right over here on this miscellaneous table. I've got more stuff like that coming up right now. Let me get this stuff shifted down. It's all sold to Phil Elliott. All right, let me see what else I had here. I think I had these ESPN and sports magazines. Yeah, I think I've had these up before. I can't remember 100%, but they look familiar. They were laying in here on a shelf in the safe room, which I don't know how they ended up in there, but I'm just trying to move some of these in lots. The first question, is that a new Tool record? Tool this is unofficial. It's going to be a live concert, but it's unofficial. It's $44.99. Down on the upside, I do have it. It's in this crate, isn't it? Down on the upside's right there. Yeah, $46.99 on that one. And Miles Davis is $39.99. Okay, here's a lot of magazines going up in slot number B for a $15 start. Sport Magazine, Joe Montana. Sport, Most Beautiful Women in Sports. Splish Blast, Ellie McPherson. You remember that's who Kramer hung out with at the nude beach. Ellie McPherson. Cal Ripken, Iron Man. Aikman and Smith, that's a cool one. That's a cool one, Aikman and Smith. Kobe Bryant. I remember these now. Code Red, the Red Wings. Who do we have here? The boys are back. Richard Hamilton, Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups. Several more here. And Tiger Woods on that one, the $6 billion man. Okay, very cool magazines there. $15 start on those, the whole lot. $15 start on those. So Aliens Among Us wants down on the upside. Okay, that's so do you. Now, I do have, let me know if you want Tool Vintage Gentleman. If not, somebody else has already claimed it, but you have dibs. That's why I've waited, okay? Aliens Among Us, this gets Soundgarden. Thank you on that one. All those magazines there are $15 start. Miles Davis was $39, and Tool's going to be sold to somebody. I'm about to tell you in just a second, okay? All right, I've shown the typo negative. There's that. Any tapestry. I have Moss's Rock Dawn tapestry. Impressive being framed. Awesome. We sold a Kiss tapestry earlier tonight. I don't think there's any more over here on this table of miscellaneous stuff I've dug out, but we'll find out pretty soon. And there's one more crate here of brand new vinyl. Man, I might have to make 2 videos. I might have to make a video of new arrivals and then make a video of no bids to post an hour later or something. We'll have to find out, okay? Vintage Gentleman does take Tool at the Jello Loft. Mark Gerster, I'm assuming you don't want on a waiting list. But if you do, we can have them in by Friday if they're in stock. So that is sold to Vintage Gentleman at $44.99. All right, here is some other new stuff that came in. Cannibal Corpse, which is called Vile. And that is gray with red streaks. Cannibal Corpse is $36.99. Candlebox Happy Pills, that's a music on vinyl press, $34.99. Miles Davis, the new Miles Davis Quintet, $34.99. Kevin Gray RTI. Slayer Hell Awaits, the 40th anniversary new box set, $149.99. The Police Synchronicity, $139.99. That's the 4 LP Super Deluxe. And this incredible Allman Brothers box, which is called Trouble No More, a 50th anniversary celebration. 10 LPs, 61 tracks, the Allman Brothers. Pretty incredible there. $299.99 on the Allman Brothers, okay? If anybody wants these sports magazines, they're a buy now for $15. $15 on the sports magazines. Typo negative $55. Typo negative $55. Typo negative $60. Literally, it will be the cheapest copy in recorded history. And then Amenities gets Miles Davis, the music on vinyl press from the last crate. And at that price, John Durden, how could you possibly say no? We have Amenities sold on Miles Davis for $39.99. John Durden gets Typo negative for $60. Thank you on that one, okay? I'll leave those right there till somebody buys them. Because I know somebody's about to say, all right, Chad, fine, we want to see more. I'll go ahead and buy them just to see what's next. Just to see what's next, dude. I mean, you're going to hold us hostage. Sure, go ahead. I'm going to walk over here and see what the AI is doing. It's like loading stuff. The screen is over here just plowing through something. What does this say? Hurting. Server.py lines 18,216-18,230. Finagling. awk period def run metrics AI inserts flag equals 1 semicolon starting our flag at slash def transmuting AI insights recommendation for plus headline into the knowledge ledger as lesson observation so they present forever knowledge surface later and Otis answers. The V2 video directors avoid repeats so tomorrow's video doesn't echo today's advice. Contemplating. Now compile plus full smoke test to make sure nothing's broken. Read server. Full smoke test. CDs /users /Coletco. Golly, these computers, man. What is going on in Earth? Holy moly. Just think what this computer's doing right over here. It's basically awake. That computer around the corner, so around the corner, there's like, we have one running around the clock. It's just basically, from what I understand, and Jake could correct me here, it sounds like it's just constantly talking to itself. It's like just learning, and it's like, I think we got two AIs talking to each other or something. How insane. What's going on in the world, folks? What is all this? What is going on? What are we doing? It's like there's literally like two human beings around the corner, just super geniuses talking. It's amazing. It looks like, I don't know if Jake's over there talking to it or if it's talking to itself. Now Jake's took over my computer over here. Now Jake is talking to me remotely. All right, let's do a vintage half-off crate. And we got those crates out of the way. I also had a movie poster signed by Arnold Palmer. This is $175. $175. It's a movie poster signed by Arnold Palmer. Very unique item here. It's Bob Hope. Call Me Bawana. And you see Arnold Palmer's signature right there. Very unique item. We can show it on the top can. And it's signed by Arnold Palmer. $175 on that. Let's do some vintage because I want to get in some of the new toys from the media collection. I want to get into some of the toys from the media collection. Okay. Y'all know the media collection, right? Let's see what Jake wrote me over here. Had a migraine. I've given AI a brain so it can remember the life history of the app and can improve upon itself and fix itself. Yeah. Jake's literally awoken like two superhumans over here, and it's literally just constantly learning about our business and correcting and fixing stuff. Now think about what we're doing here at a collectibles business. Think about what they're doing at like Google and SpaceX and the people that are spending billions of dollars powering their AI servers. Holy crap. They're probably figuring out stuff the likes of which we've never seen before. Holy moly. All right. Y'all know the media collection, right? The media collection. I don't know. I'm worried about the other stuff that we were supposed to get. I've got like good news and bad news on the rest of the media collection. I've got like good news and bad news on it, but I don't want to say anything till I know for sure. So I'm not talking about the stuff we have. I'm talking about the other stuff. So I mean, we knew this guy had a lot, right? And he bought a lot of this stuff brand new. Well, if I'm correct, y'all know how much we had, right? We had to shut down our store. It filled up literally a couple trucks full. I think that's like 20% of it, maybe 10% of it. I think sometime between the mid 90s and the 2010s, this guy spent possibly $1 million or multiple millions of dollars buying brand new merchandise, CDs, toys, and various other items. And what we've been seeing is just a small fraction of it. So I've known him for a long time, and he used to tell me about stuff, and I was amazed, but I didn't believe any of it until I seen it. And now I'm starting to see it, and now I know he was serious. So all that stuff where the guy had stuff wrapped up in bags, and he had stuff wrapped up in bags and receipts, I really believe that was like 10% of his collection that we've shown here. And we hadn't even gone through half of what we bought from him. And I think we're just getting started. And but I don't know. It's really complicated, I think, what's going on with the rest of it. So we'll see what happens. But what an amazing horde of stuff, right? I mean, just I've been trying to calculate how you acquire that much. I mean, and there's only one way. You literally, back in the 90s, would have to have spent these unfathomable amount of money going into Best Buys and Spencer's and everywhere he did. So here we go. Boy, the chats went really quiet. Everybody's still awake? Before I start off this half-off crate, I'm going to take a roll call. I'm going to make sure everybody's still paying attention, okay? Because this is, I don't like wasting half-off crates. I do not like wasting half-off crates. I like to make sure everybody is awake and say, all right, Chad, I just commented. That means I'm watching. My eyes are on the screen. Chad, I'm here. Because I don't like wasting these half-off crates. They're too important. I like to make sure we get them sold and get them cleaned out. I'm going to step up here and get a bottle of water. All right, we got people here. We got people here. Let me get my thingy mixed up. Any MoFi? Not tonight. We didn't have anything like that tonight. Mostly Stoner Rock tonight. I don't know what's coming up in the other stuff we bought, Christopher, but I haven't seen a lot, but there may be some lingering around in the no bids that I try to get to tomorrow for reduction. Here we go. All right. Thanks for paying attention. I think we'll see how well this one does, and then we'll go through the media stuff. No one can bid on auctions, thanks to you, Jim B. There's nothing really to bid on right now. No one bought the sports magazine, so I was like, all right, no more miscellaneous. Half off, no more, no less. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Great album. Middle of the road, Back on the Chain Gang, 2,000 miles, no condition notes, $12.50. We'll just call this no more, no less. Whatever price I'm saying, there's no negotiation about it. That keeps it very simple for everybody. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, $12.50. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $5. $5 on Leo Sayer. Flash Cadillac and the Continental Kids. Flash Cadillac is $7.50. I guess I could put up some more 8-tracks. I mean, Stephen Douglas is still watching. Stephen Douglas on Fleetwood Mac and the Hammer CP on the Pretenders. All right, thank y'all on those two. A Pocket Full of Miracles, $12.50. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, $12.50 on that one. Let's grab some more 8-tracks out of here. We'll keep trying lots of 5 for $10 starts. I've got Doobie Brothers Stampede. This is going to go up in slot number C. Doobie Brothers Stampede, Kansas, Point of No Return. Jimi Hendrix, The Genius of Jimi Hendrix. The Kendalls, Heaven's Just a Sin Away. And Bill Justice, Raunchy. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Adam Bernardi on Smokey Robinson for $12.50. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Bob Ray, Initiation of a Mystic. Bob Ray is $20. That's on the Soul City label. Looks like a VG cover. Full Circle, Leon Thomas. $20 on Leon Thomas. No condition notes on the vinyl. Flying Dutchman Jazz label. There is quite a bit of cover damage up at the top. $20 on that. The 8-tracks have a bid for $10, going once, going twice. The Turtles presents the Ballad of the Bands. $5 on the Turtles. Love Unlimited, He's All I've Got. Love Unlimited is $5. I'm Nearly Famous, Cliff Richard. That one has the hit song Devil Woman on it. $7.50 for Cliff Richard. That's the one we don't get as often, and that's the one everyone wants because it has Devil Woman on it. Eric Mercury. Not Freddie Mercury, Eric Mercury. That's on their Enterprise label. It's a promo, too. $12.50 on Eric Mercury. The Police, Regatta de Blanc. The Police, loaded with hits. Message in a Bottle, Walking on the Moon, $12.50. Message in the Bottle. Van Morrison, Wavelength. Van Morrison is $17.50. And Frippinino, Evening Star. $20 on Frippinino. We've had them pop up several times tonight. The Roaring Silence. What a nice, clean copy of Manfred Mann. Blinded by the Light. Boy, that's nice. Cover and vinyl. $10 on that. Adam Bernardi got Eric Mercury and the Police. These are so due. Adam Bernardi for $12.50 and $12.50. That was like a buy one, get one. And then these 8-tracks are sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Thank you on that. Sold for $10 to Stephen Douglas. Blinded by the light. Rev up, another roller in the night. Blinded by the light. We got down. We actually sold these and never did get paid for them at one time. Let me get the sports magazines off and Arnold Palmer. I'll run 8-tracks in these newspapers. These are actually original newspapers relating to the John Lennon assassination. And I bought these from the guy who bought them at the newsstand out of Atlanta. December 9th, 1980, former Beatle, Lennon is slain. Original newspapers. Fan charge was slaying Lennon. December 10th, 1980, that was the day after. And then there's the headlines about Mark David Chapman. That was the evening edition from the day after. So the Atlanta Constitution, the Atlanta Journal. 3 newspapers regarding the death of John Lennon, original full newspapers. $20 start on those. That's in B. $20 start on the John Lennon newspapers. And then I've got 6 more 8-tracks here. All right, 6 more 8-tracks. We got Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, the Easy Rider soundtrack. Joan Baez, Bad Company, Burning Sky, Grand Funk Caught in the Act, and Frampton Comes Alive. Nice. That's actually 6 of them there. A $12 start. $12 start on those. Okay, Stephen Douglas got Manfred Mann. Christopher Dean, You Were Second. And Bobblehead Todd got Cliff Richard, Devil Woman. Okay, all right. Back to the half off. 10cc, 10 out of 10. 10cc is $7.50. The Righteous Brothers, Some Blue-Eyed Soul, $10 on the Righteous Brothers. Also, we have the Pretenders. This is the Pretenders 2, $10. By the way, so far, no check condition on anything in here except for the jackets on a couple. Really clean and nice. Here was also a no bid from tonight, if anybody would like it. This was a Japanese Queen Greatest Hits. That was sealed for $25. I forgot about that. Tracks selected by Japanese fans. Nice. John Prine Pink Cadillac, now just $22.50. $22.50 on John Prine Pink Cadillac. Rare Earth Get Ready. Rare Earth 1750 has that epic, how long is it? 21 minutes and 30 seconds of Get Ready on side 2. 1750. In shrink wrap, Super Session, Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steve Stills. Beautiful copy in shrink, near mint minus for $10. Al Green, Full of Fire. Al Green is sealed, unopened, for just $15. This is a no more, no less crate, by the way. Get Ready is sold to Ada Bernardi, sold for $17.50. And Utopia, Deface the Music. Utopia is $7.50. Todd Rundgren Heelan has the bonus 45 that came with this one. $7.50. Inside, special edition Todd Rundgren single, Time Heals and Tiny Demons. And that's included. $7.50 on Todd. Poco self-titled, $5 on Poco. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Tarkus, just $7.50. Awesome cover on that one. Okay, if anybody wants the John Lennon newspapers, $20 on those. And then these 8-tracks are sold to Stephen Douglas for $12. Another 8-track lot down. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. All right. I need to scoot down this stuff so I have more space here to put more sold 8-track lots. All right. There's that. Stephen's racking up, man. I just need to price you the whole box. There's a bunch of them, though. There's a bunch of them. There's that. And then The Who, The Kids Are All Right. The Who is $20, and this does include a booklet. That's a great comp. Newspapers for $10. Pam, let's do 15. And the reason is this is going to take a little bit larger package, I think, this is going to take a little bit larger box than a normal record mailer to ship these, so it may be like a little bit extra postage for us. But $15, and they're yours. Let me show 2 more, then we'll pick out some more 8-tracks. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Dylan is $12.50. And Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $7.50 for Brewer and Shipley. All right, Pam gets the newspapers for $15. Thank you on that. Sold to Pam Murray for $15. All right, that's done. Let's see what else is here. That's the lobby cards. I don't know what that is. What was over here? That's old documents and newspapers and calendars. I don't know what any of that is. We'll do that in just a second. All right. My uncle has a country place no one knows about. All right. Let's get all these off the top here. How many's here? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Let's keep them in lots of 5. All right, so slot B is open. BTO, Not Fragile. The Stones, Metamorphosis. Queen, The Game. Wow, Black Sabbath, Paranoid. Alice Cooper, Welcome to Hell. That's a good lot. BTO, Stones, Queen, Sabbath, and Alice Cooper. $10 start in slot number B. Adam Bernardi got Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Next is Rick Derringer, Face to Face. Rick Derringer is $10. Another John Prine, a gold stamp promo of Storm Windows. $22.50 for John Prine, and it's a white label promo. Nice. Beautiful copy. Beautiful, beautiful copy. Watt ATOES. Wings at the Speed of Sound. Silly Love Songs. $12.50 on Wings. And then we have $10 on the 8 tracks. Adam Bernardi on Rick Derringer. All right, my mic's back on. Sorry. Mike died. Where's TSO Houston at, man? I hadn't seen his name all night. Tommy, are you out there? Where's my mic man? I can't lose my main mic man. Someone's going to have to, in case Tommy's not watching, y'all going to have to find somebody to vote on somebody to remind me to change my mic. Or we're all going to be in a big pickle. We're all going to be in a big pickle. What Stones 8-track? Metamorphosis. The Stones 8-track that's in this lot is Metamorphosis. BTO, Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, and Queen. Final call to Stephen Douglas for 10. All right. Back to the half off. We got Poco, Crazy Eyes. Poco is $5. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, Peter Frampton and the Bee Gees. That does have the poster with it as well. $12.50 on that. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. Pete Townsend is $12. Or excuse me, it was $14.99. Now it's $7.50. $7.50 on Pete Townsend. Super Tramp, Brother Where You Bound. $10 on that. And The Who, Live at Leeds. The Who is $10. Live at Leeds. No condition notes on that one. The Best of James Gang. That one's VG Plus, $7.50. Best of James Gang. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street. That's a Venezuela press. Let's see what the label looks like. VG Plus 10. Looks like a normal Atlantic, but it's a little bit different font and a little bit different foreign language on that one. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this 8-track lot to Stephen Douglas for 10. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Those are sold to you for 10. And let's put those right there on top of the newspaper we sold earlier. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we should start making the lots bigger. Maybe start making the lots bigger, right, Stephen? We have Poco, the first one, okay? He wants Poco self-titled. This one right here. That is sold to Adam Bernardi for 5. Thank you. Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, Overture and Beginners. That's an Argentinian press. EX, $11.50. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG copy, $7.50. and Blue Oyster Cult on your feet or on your knees. VG, $7.50. He says, agreed. He said, man, stack those babies up there. All righty. Now, here's what I'm talking about. Now, here's what we're talking about, man. Mac Davis, what? Okay. Here we go. Jimi Hendrix and Little Richard. Jimi Hendrix, Rare Hendrix. Mandrill, Jimi Hendrix. Dr. Hook, Rod Stewart, The Band. Grand Funk, Badfinger. ABBA, Jerry Reed, Linda Ronstadt, Waylon Jennings. Little River Band, Statler Brothers. Soundwaves, Foghat, The Cars. Jeff Beck, Doobie Brothers, Four Wheel Drive, Bachman Turnover Drive, and The Carpenters. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24, 25. Great. So 25 8-tracks. We've been doing them $2 a piece at 50. How about $40 on that lot? Starting bid $40. Those 3 towers should be 25 there. $40 start. You know, the more you get into the lot, the cheaper they get too. There you go. Soundwaves, by the way, is a K-Tel comp. Next is Steppenwolf Monster. Steppenwolf was VG plus 750. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. VG plus 750 for Supertramp. The best of ZZ Top, Tush, LaGrange, VG 750. Nice. Black Sabbath Paranoid. What's that doing in here? It's a Burbank label, which is going to be the Palm Tree. I call it Palm Tree as well. $21.50 is the half off price. Wow. $21.50. It's not bad at EX. $21.50 for Paranoid. That's a must-have. Genesis Wind and Weathering. Genesis is VG plus 750. The Band Stage Fright, EX 1650. Kajagoogoo White Feathers. That has their hit song on it, Too Shy. That's VG for 650. Nice. Sam Cooke Hits of the 50s. VG plus $15 for Sam Cooke. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. VG plus $12.50 on Steely Dan. Foreigner Agent Provocateur. VG plus $7.50. Blue Oyster Cult Agents of Fortune. VG plus $10 on Blue Oyster Cult. And Ray Charles Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music. VG plus $7.50. Preston Rose on The Band. Stage Fright. Thank you, Preston Rose. That's sold to you for $16.50. And, of course, these are all sold to Stephen Douglas. And these are sold to Stephen Douglas. I'm pretty good at picking these up. Watch me say that and drop them all. These are sold to Stephen Douglas. The 8-track lot is sold to Stephen Douglas for $40. All right, let me lay these back here. Done. You want some more? That was layer 1. That was layer 1 of the tub, Stephen. You want some more? You want to buy the rest of the tub? Now I can literally lay the tub on top of the table and I can show it to you full camera view. I'll show you the whole rest of the tub, my friend. You can look at it from the top view now that the top layer is gone. All right, let me read the titles left in the half-off crate. Let me tilt down the camera so you can see. We got Ray Charles, Blue Oyster Cult, Foreigner, Steely Dan, Sam Cooke, Kajagoogoo, Genesis. These are all No More, No Less. Black Sabbath, ZZ Top, Supertramp, Steppenwolf, Blue Oyster Cult, Elton John, Rod Stewart and Faces, CSNY, James Gang, The Who, Supertramp, Pete Townsend, Sgt. Pepper's, Poco, McCartney, John Prine, Brewer and Shipley, The Who, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Todd Rundgren, Utopia, Al Green, Super Session, John Prine, The Pretenders, The Righteous Brothers, 10cc, Fripp and Eno, Matt Van Morrison, Love Unlimited, The Turtles, Leon Thomas, Bob Ray, Flash Cadillac, and Leo Sayer. Depends on the artist, all right? Well, here's what I'll do. Let me get them where we can show the artist. And I think the only way I can get that done accurately, efficiently, is by doing this. Let me pull this out. I'm going to have to set this whole thing up here. And then we can use this top cam. All right, this is the rest of the tub. Let's see here. We'll go like over here first. We got the Guess Who, 10cc, the Temptations, Frampton, Kinks, Moody Blues, Leon Russell, Steppenwolf, Nilsson, Olivia Newton-John, Ozark, Mountain Daredevils, Montrose, Art Garfunkel, Marvin Gaye, Dr. Hook, Three Dog Night, 50s Rock and Roll Collection, Stylistics, Frank Zappa, The Guess Who, Toto, Simon and Garfunkel, Boss Guys, Mac Davis, Top 10 Rock, Solid Gold Rock, 70s Rock, Top 10 Rock, 70s Gold, Donnie Marie Osmond, BTO, Captain and Tennille, Godspell Soundtrack, BTO, Hitline, Jim Croce, Earth, Wind & Fire, ELO, Foghat, Firefall, Frampton, The Fleetwoods, Elvis, Average White Band, Blues Brothers, Dylan, Beach Boys, Badfinger, Beach Boys, BTO. This one doesn't have a label. It'll be a mystery. Kenny Rankin, War, Carpenters, Jackson Brown, no label. Big Bands, I Can't See It, Barry Manilow, Floyd Kramer, Steppenwolf, Three Dog Night, Van Morrison, Curtis Mayfield, Natalie Cole, Isaac Hayes, Dinah Ross, Donnie Marie Osmond, James Gang, Johnny Mathis, Lou Reed, Tom Brown, Glenn Campbell, no label. Steppenwolf, Larry Graham, Comp, War, Can't Read the Label, Steely Dan, Mavis Staples, Evelyn Champagne King, Disco Field, Can't See the Label, Glenn Campbell, Joe Cocker, Beach Boys, Martha Hoople, Black Oak, Arkansas, Barry White, Three Dog Night, Dave Mason, and Big Brother and the Holding Company. All right, so that's approximately, let's see, we'll start here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. So 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 17 5 times is 85, and that's not counting that. There's probably at least 90. There's at least 90 in there. So $75 start for all of them. $75 start for all of them. I'd like to see the rest of this crate. That'd be really good to get all that in one box, plus everything else you've bought. It'll be really easy to pack those up. They can stack them and wrap them and put them in a big box. But it's up to you. I'd like to just poof one big lot there. And then let's pull some more stuff out here. That black tub is messing up the colors of the camera, isn't it? Over here we have Foreigner and Elton John. Foreigner and Elton John. Let's pull those. Let's not forget this here. Foreigner and Elton John. So Foreigner is sold to Christina Curtis and Elton John. So those were $750 and $750. Sold to Christina Curtis. Adam Minardi on the Righteous Brothers. That was back here. This is sold to Adam Minardi for $10. And this entire tub, this 8-track lot in this huge tub here is sold to Stephen Douglas for $75. Okay? Thank you. Those are done. $75. He got that one extra cheap because of all the other ones he's been buying. I'm going to set those right here in front of the table, whoever's tagging. I'll put it probably on the table before the end of the night, but I have more stuff over here I'm trying to clear off. All right, let me see what all this was. Thanks on that. That was big. Appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. Awesome. Now I got to knock out the cassettes tomorrow. Cassettes are coming tomorrow. What is this here? That's an old invoice, old invoice. Those are pre-order. That's old. Old invoice, old invoice, old invoice. Hatchet Ed flyer. What is this? Marvel. That's the model kits I bought. Okay. Junk. Junk. Old documents. I can throw all that away. All right, there's that. Let me throw that away. Sorry, we're playing cleanup over here. I'll keep that piece of cardboard for later. There was an Eno album. Yeah, there's a frippin' Eno album in here. The half off price, just $20, and it's near mint. Near mint on frippin' Eno. Evening Star. Let's see. Waxwork calendar. Elvis. Elvis calendar. Elvis calendar. Elvis calendar. And a random check condition copy of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. Elvis calendars and a random copy of Deja Vu, $10. What a random lot that is. Elf J on Frippin' Eno for $20. Elvis calendars and a random check condition copy of Deja Vu. Let me make sure this thing wasn't autographed or something. Why was this even out mixed in with this stuff? Neil Young's personal copy. What? It's like a, yeah, it's check condition. Where's Regina at? Look at these Elvis calendars. Elvis calendars, Elvis calendars, Elvis promotional flats. $10 on that. Just realized I have those batteries. Oh, dang, too bad, Jim B. Shoot, son. Man, you know, that just sucks. That just absolutely sucks, doesn't it? All right. So here's what we're going to do for the rest of the night. I'm going to try to sell y'all stuff for at least another 30 minutes or hour, okay? Depends on how much hungrier I get and how much continues to sell. You know, we don't want to burn out on Monday night. I wish I could have started a lot earlier. We'd be well past done by now. But, you know, things happen around here. Is there, before I start clearing off this shelf and spreading all these things out, is there anybody here remotely interested in our light box inventory? All the light boxes that we have in stock. Because honestly, to really get to some other stuff on this shelf, I need to figure this out. Do we have a new buyer here? Faith Kuhn Simmons? Am I saying your handle right? Are you a buyer? Are you a first-time buyer? And if so, we need to get you registered. Or are you somebody new on a different platform? Or somebody... Get what I'm trying to say? First time buyer registered. Okay. So all this right here, this little handful of stuff, let's just get that in one big sleeve, and that's sold to that person for $10. So that was your first purchase of the week and first purchase in general. So it's $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy all week. $8 in limited shipping, okay? $8 in limited shipping all week, as much as you want to buy. And I appreciate it, okay? Thank you and welcome. Look, even Jim B's being nice to you. That guy over on YouTube that says Jim B 7137, stay away, okay? That guy is a crookola, all right? He will solicit you for money and try to just stay away, okay? I'll protect you. Be aware of that dude. Be aware of that, dude. Good Lord. He'll have you. Yeah, just be careful, man. A lot of nuts out there. Seinfeld. What are you? Some kind of nut? Is Adam Bernardi ready to start buying silver? Is Adam Bernardi ready to start buying silver? We're probably going to have a coin sale Sunday, but I'm trying to slowly get everything out and get it shut up over here. Let's see what's going on. Guitar picks. All right, let me just start moving stuff off the shelf. That'll help me out a whole lot. And I'll start with this handful of stuff I just laid over here. What exactly is this? Some kind of golf cards I'm holding. You got to buy the dip, man. That's why 2 or 3 people's asked me today. They've seen it get back down in the 60s. And I think they know they can buy Silver Eagles now for in the 90s. And they're like, man. Right there. Tiger Woods rookie. You asked for it. There it is. What does this thing sell for? You got a dollar cost average it, man. I just bought 1,000 ounces to sell, and I might be keeping half of it for my personal investment. They should be here Wednesday. Half of it I'm going to sell, and if I need to sell the other half, I will. What is this? 1997 Grand Slam Ventures. That's a pretty dang good card. It sells raw for about $30. This one's got a little something on it right there. Looks like where it was glossy, it maybe got stuck together. Yeah, that's like a $30 card I'm seeing. Let me see what else is in here. Ben Crenshaw, Nick Faldo. Let's see what else we got here. This is a whole set. Horton Smith. Okay, yeah. It's going to the 30. Sarazen. Henry Picard. Byron Nelson. Sam Snead. Ben Hogan. Arnold Palmer. Jack should be coming up. Billy Casper. Gary Player. Raymond Floyd. Tom Watson. Seve Ballesteros. Ben Crenshaw. Nick Faldo, Ian Woosen. That's cool. It's the 90s. So what this was, I think. Jack Nicklaus. Yeah, I had a signed Masters flag. I think they got damaged. I think that's what happened. I had a signed Masters flag or something that got damaged. And this guy had a lot more. Is this another set? Where's all the Jack Nicklaus ones at? Oh, that's sealed. Uh-oh. Is Tiger sealed in there? I just dropped a $2,000 card. So I wonder, yeah, I guess possibly. Is Tiger supposed to be sealed in there? See, I think these things are like really glossy. Like you can tell these were stuck together. See how there's like a little right there on Tiger where these things were glossy. No wonder a mint one sold, because it looks like you can hear that sound. Yeah, that's like they're stuck together almost. That's probably pretty good. Sounds like I need to maybe get those on the old eBay. There they are. Okay, I got Walt Disney's Little Golden Book, Beauty and the Beast. Sounds like something Jim B would not buy for his children. He would not allow them to read such literature. $6.99. This is a press kit from James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me. Part of a press kit. James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me. $20 for the press kit information. Oh, yeah. Didn't somebody ask about this? This gigantic Husker Du poster. I feel like Craig Thomas, Mike Matt, somebody asked about that a long time ago. That's that giant Husker Du poster. I don't need this. See how much random crap I got laying around here? Pieces of cardboard, coloring books, press kits, Tiger Woods cards. This is from Quaker Oats, Great Moments in Rock and Roll. $5. I need to get that to a customer. Rob Fordham, if you're on here, I think that's the ticket stub to possibly where that guy got that Black Sabbath CD signed. The Wizard of Oz. This is a tab book. The Wizard of Oz. 1968. $10 on that. $10 on the Wizard of Oz. The Judd's Farewell Tour. This is a Judd's tour book. $15 on the Judd's. And then the last time I sold these, lobby cards here, I sold them for $1,275. And then I think I ended up doing another deal with the guy because he bought some autographed ones instead. If y'all remember, I had some of these signed by Roger Maris. But here is the whole set, and I think the poster too. Let me see if I can refresh my memory here. This is some pretty good stuff. So these are original lobby cards. Safe at Home, Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the full set. Okay, that's just the lobby cards there. $1,275. That's just the set. I think we sold the poster. We had the one sheet, we had the half sheet, but those are, I think, since gone. There's that. So we got The Wizard of Oz, the Judds, and then the tab book. Oh, and the Disney book, this two here. Sell these to Aries EMS, all 3 of these items for $25. Thank you, and sold to Aries EMS for $25. You got it. Okay. That's done and sold for $25. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll put all this over here. I'll try to run some of this stuff at auction tomorrow, except that I'll probably have to put that in a lot. Sports cards, I really don't know what to do with yet. I'm going to leave that price on that. Okay, so that was, is that everything off of that table? Not quite. I mean, there's stuff that I showed. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse with some of this stuff. And then there's a few new things in here. Hold on a second. Yeah. I just need to get some of this off the table and somewhere safer, okay? So let me remind you of some stuff. I've got these items here. Signed Stevie Ray Vaughan and signed Jimmy Buffett's now tied up in an offer, okay? We're doing ongoing negotiations for Jimmy Buffett and Stevie Ray Vaughan poster. So those are pending. I got to get back with him tomorrow. This is Deathlock, the metal band. They're one of those that kind of do comic book adaptations to their music. So this is some kind of Deathlock Revolver special edition book. $10 on Deathlock. There's the LOA for the Stevie Ray Vaughan poster. Of course, I've shown this many times. I need to get this in a top loader. Let me grab one right now. This is the signed Beach Boys Pet Sounds. $1,750. $1,750. Okay, big item there. Deathlock is sold to whoa, glad I caught that. Deathlock is sold to Red Cave for $10, the black and white book. I think I was going to run it for auction tomorrow, but if you want it, I can double check it. I think it's some kind of space camp or let's see. It's called Our Universe Space Kit. Yeah, I think it's part of a telescope. So I think it's not much you can do with it. I think it's part like a piece of a telescope. But it also has a record, and I think that's why we ended up with it. That's a flexi disc, Space Sounds. So you listen to that while you're looking through your telescope, okay? And it'll give you this weird, crazy space sounds. And I think there's a narration in here too. So, $15. Our Universe Space Kit. $15 on that. All right. Thank you on the Deathlock. Let me go ahead and lay that in here. We'll put that right there. Okay. All right. The rest of this is quite the haul, so let me get all this together. Y'all saw this last week. This is signed by Bill Clinton and James Patterson. It's a signed book plate for the First Gentleman book. $125. Ray Riley Hubbard signed. $40 JSA'd. There is the letter back from the Ace Frehley guitar we have. So we've been waiting for that. That's just a cardboard backer. I guess this is an iron-on or whatever you call this particular kind of deal. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. It's not a sticker, not a tattoo. Maybe an iron-on. $10 on that. Definitely vintage. I don't really know the significance, but it's a couple early. That's, of course, John Lennon and the Quarrymen. That was, I'm pretty sure, John Lennon's first concert. Just a couple pictures. I think these came from Dale. Stuff maybe he was going to frame. He like had it printed on copy paper. That's what it looks like. So $5 on those. There's a Chevy Chase. That's a big size, 11 by 14. Let me check my pricing on those. How much are the 11 by 14s? Of course, y'all know we did a deal. I had a connection where somebody was going to be able to meet Chevy Chase at one of those cons, and he did some backroom signing for some people. Yeah, 11 by 14s are $145. And these were Beckett witnessed. No, so I got this somewhere else because the other ones we have are JSA witnessed. So that's probably just something I bought elsewhere. But Chevy Chase 145. Now here's some that I just pulled out last night to auction. I thought that was pretty cool. From The Fiend, Clayton Moore. Of course, Clayton Moore was also the Lone Ranger. What a beautiful signature on there. Look at that. Kindest regards. Good luck, Clayton Moore. Now, Clayton Moore on Lone Ranger stuff is not that pricey, but it sells well because this is such an iconic character. What is this movie actually called that has the Fiend from the Misfits? You know, I don't know what this is actually called. I'm sure one of y'all can tell me pretty quick. The name of this movie that inspired the Misfits character. Crimson Ghost, is that it? Crimson Ghost? It's pouring rain outside here in Tennessee. Crimson Ghost. Yeah. So there's one signed by both him and the female actress. Yeah, so it's about the same as if it was on a Lone Ranger. Yeah, he's about $95. So I could do $95 on that. I just think it's cool because that's so big now with the Misfit stuff. Really cool, but that's a beautiful signature too. Now that's what I call an autograph. Now that's an autograph. Very cool there. So $95 on the Clayton Moore signed Fiend photo. And then Bob Hope is actually pretty pricey. I wish Lucille Ball had signed it too, but we had some Bob Hope signed albums, and if I don't buy these now, they're going to be advertised for auction tomorrow. Bob Hope signed. He's actually pretty tough. And this is a pretty cool photo. It looks like a magazine page or something. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. Yeah, it feels like a magazine page or something. That's signed by Bob. And let me see what his stuff's going for. It was a few $100s. It's really hard to find JSA stuff, you know, like stuff that's authenticated. A signed baseball went for $800, but baseballs are pretty collectible. Let's see here. But the other ones we had were on album jackets. That's really cool to have it on like one of his comedy albums. But Lucille Ball's in the picture too. I'll say 75 on that one. I think we sold some of the album jackets for a few $100s, honestly. But yeah, $75 on Bob Hope. All right, that's straight from Fred's. And then we got yeah, this is Levon Helm. So this is signed by one of the members of the band, Levon Helm. We could not identify these other two names. Nobody at JSA could, and they're insignificant. They might have been a temporary touring musician that played with the band, or at the time with the band, because this is a band poster. You see this guy right here, Dale, I'm not in this picture yet. And then this guy down here, and what we think is these were people that were like playing with the band that wasn't actually Robbie Robertson, Levon Helm, Danko. So pretty insignificant signatures, but yeah, that's $275, which is pretty good bargain for Levon Helm. His stuff's gotten pretty pricey. Now, here's that movie poster I was talking about earlier. This is a killer movie poster. $250 is what the last time I saw. We didn't get payment for it. This is pronounced, I would look at it and say Gila, but it's pronounced Gila. And this is a killer poster. Look at the colors. From 1959, the giant Gila monster. And let me move the camera. We can get it in full screen here. Look at that. The giant Gila monster. And sorry you got to turn your head sideways, but oh, man. Ow. I just turned mine sideways and it popped back into place. But look at that. Ken Curtis. The reason he had a lot of these, Fred Goodwin did, that was what am I trying to say? Ken Curtis. He had a lot of that Ken Curtis stuff. But yeah, that's an awesome poster. Giant Gila monster. For those that want some cool movie posters, we've got them around here and there. They're kind of tucked in. We sold a Clint Eastwood tonight. $250 on that one. I need to get that rephotographed. It's beautiful too. No pinholes, crisp colors. There's the original stamp. 1959. All right. Now here's some autographed albums that I have very little information on. Whitney, Anderson East, and Ellie Goulding, and Whitney. And those are signed. We had them JSA. We've never tried to sell them. So Whitney, which I think is a duo, these two guys, and then Ellie Goulding and Anderson East. If anybody's interested, I can check prices. They're all JSA. If not, probably just going to have them tag them normally tomorrow and just throw them up for auction. All right, well, I knocked out a big chunk of stuff there off this table. I've got an idea of pricing on some stuff now. That's going to be helpful. That's going to be real helpful on pricing. And, of course, the Clark Griswold jacket, the other, what is it? It was another, yeah, so there's the Griswold jersey signed by Chevy. I'm going to put that on a hanger and take it up front and just hang it up in the store. I think it'd look really cool hanging up. I'm going to go ahead and grab a hanger for it right now. Just get that before it gets any more dirty or anything. Yeah, there we go. Griswold. There you go. Ellie Goulding, I can check. Cheap Trick, Jimmy Buffett, Pantera. We've already talked about all those. Okay. And then here's an eBay return because they didn't realize the holder was cracked. And this eBay return goes all the way back to January of 2026. So this was an eBay return 6 months ago, and I'm just now getting into it. And shout out to our shipping crew. They always do a great job packing stuff. Let me look up Ellie Goulding. First, let me get this piece of tape off here before it gets stuck to something and ruins something. Panther. Now, what happened? Why did they return this? Oh, no. I know why. They didn't know it was a magazine. I know now. They said they got this in the mail, and they said the eBay message is like, I know what it was now. They said, you're going to think I'm weird, but I didn't realize this was a magazine size, and my OCD will not allow me to have something that doesn't fit in with the rest of my collection. So they actually wanted to return it because they thought it was a normal size comic book, and they said their OCD would not allow it. But man, look at the ad on the back. I think that's awesome. The Empire Strikes Back. There's a full-page Star Wars ad on the back for the new toy line. Let me see what this is going through now. Pantha. Pantha is, it's actually called Warren Presents. Warren Presents. Number 8. CGC. See. Let me just search that first. I don't think it's that expensive at all. Because what did we sell it for? We sold it for, I think, $32.50. Yeah, so $30 if anybody wants it. I mean, man, it's Slab by CGC. Bob Larkin artwork. Pantha. $30 on that. Okay, nothing wrong with it. It's just a magazine size, so they didn't want it in their collection. I never did relist it. Ellie Goulding. Yeah, let me check the price on that. Ellie Goulding. Now, there is a price already wrote down on it, but I don't know how accurate it is. We'll see how close this price was on the sticky note. Hey, a barcode. Great. I love barcodes. What time is it? All right. Trying to make sure we don't go too late. So this is Ellie Goulding, Higher Than Heaven. And it comes with an autograph flat, okay? And that's what's authenticated. It should be on EcoMix colored vinyl. It is. It's on kind of greenish looking vinyl. And it's JSA authenticated. All right. You ready? $35. The sticky note said $65. $35, and it's JSA authenticated. Ellie Goulding, $35. Right. It's a 2023 limited edition. No one knows about. He says it used to be a farm before the motor law. And on Sundays I elude the hide the turbine freight. Right out down. Summer wave. Bum 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 bum. What is this? Nice. It looks good. Let me see if I got. room to take this stuff somewhere. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get this other tub over here. Is Jimmy Buffett sold? I have an active offer. I'm talking to somebody. So they submitted an offer, and I told them I would get back with them. Of course, I guess what I've always done in that situation is if you want to make an offer, I can use it as a metric to help me judge if I'm going to take his offer or what my counter offer is going to be. So, of course, I had it priced at $2,500, and they made an offer on Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Buffett. I don't want to reveal what that offer is, of course. I don't want to reveal what that offer is. It's kind of a private offer. But I hadn't said yes. I hadn't said no. I think I've got something else he might be interested in, and I was going to use it as a bargaining chip. But I figured by now somebody would message me and tell me they would take, because I know somebody the other night wanted Stevie Ray Vaughan, but I thought they were going to buy it. And then there's a couple people that's been very interested in Jimmy Buffett. Somebody did send us a message and said, Chad, I thought you were high on Jimmy Buffett till I checked eBay. Holy cow, the stuff is expensive. Jimmy Buffett's very expensive, especially on an album jacket. So, yeah, I'm out of space. There's not much more I can show tonight unless I completely clean up this stuff around me. So I probably can stop there. How long have we been live? 7 hours and 31 minutes. Okay. Yeah, let's just let's make a final call if anybody wants to make an offer on anything. Big night. We did 6 crates of vinyl, but we've done 2 whole tables of miscellaneous. Gene Simmons print, Porter Wagner autograph, tons of cassettes, the Kiss autograph, several T-shirts, a Bill Wyman T-shirt for $400, a Clint Eastwood movie poster, those photos, T-shirts, blankets, signed guitars, Japanese CDs, 8-tracks, press kits. We've sold a lot tonight. We had some high-end items that end up selling as a surprise. So, get some invoice and issues. I'll message Ed. 2 things. Invoices didn't make it to a lot of people's mailbox. I think that had to do with just a glitch. So a lot of people didn't get an invoice delivered because it just didn't, it glitched out somehow. Probably something in QuickBooks. They weren't actually sending when we were hitting the button that says send. And we had a ton of people so far today that does not have an invoice. So Ed's going to have to work on that first thing tomorrow when he gets here. But if you have a correction or something like that, yeah, hit him up and he'll work on that too. Okay? We have had a great show. And I'm going to start getting ready for tomorrow so we can have another great show, right? Another great show. A lot of new vinyl pre-orders. Stroke me, stroke me, stroke, stroke, stroke me. Jim B was charged $2 for batteries. Yep. That's called a jerk fee. Jim B was being a jerk with his bids, and it cost him $2. Be careful of those jerk moves. They will cost you, Jim B. All right. It's a quiet Monday night, raining here in Lebanon. I just dropped my mouse. I would have loved to got into some toy collection stuff, but I'll work on that tomorrow, okay? I'll work on the toy collection stuff tomorrow. I just can't, Y'all don't understand. Y'all do understand. There's so much stuff around me. I can't even bring stuff over here. It's all topsy-turvy. There's stuff. I've got $2,000 posters laying on top of signed records and stuff is teeter-tottering on corners. I better clean all this up so we can restart tomorrow. So I'm done. Jerk fees. I don't have to pay a jerk fee. I can be a jerk fee. I can be a jerk without any legal ramifications. 5-second countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night and see y'all tomorrow, hopefully by 5:30. See you then.